So this video is a compilation of the Ranking the President series that I did, where I looked at 42 presidencies in order and kind of ranked them as I went, discussing what each president did, what occurred during their presidency, what they were in control of, and what they weren't. And at the end, came up with a full list where I ranked all of the presidents against each other. And I also did the rankings as I went. When I started this series, I didn't know if I would even finish the series. I didn't know the format would modify or change. And as you'll hear during the video, there were some small changes in the format. I really enjoyed doing the series. It wasn't very popular on my channel compared to some of my other videos, but I really enjoyed doing it. I did get some positive feedback from a lot of people who watched it. And so I wanted to put them all together and release it on President's Day so that people could watch the entire series, put it on the background. I think it'll be almost 8 hours long and really see how it went sequentially, kind of get an idea of how everything went. But if you just want to watch an individual president's video, those will all be in the section below where you can just click on the individual presidents. I'm still going to leave all 42 of those videos up. I'm also going to add to the end of this video a discussion of the three presidents who didn't make it to the end because 20 years hadn't passed, and I didn't think it was fair to historically rank them. So I will have a brief discussion at the end of this video of the presidencies of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and the ongoing presidents. I mean, we had one term for Trump, and now we have an ongoing term for Trump. But obviously with the caveat that these presidencies are not far enough removed for me to really do a serious historical discussion. In fact, when I talked about George W. Bush, I even said, I'm not sure if I'm far enough removed to be fair, but I'm still going to go ahead and do him because we are 20 years from his first term. If you like these videos, please like the video. If you like the work that I do, please subscribe, and hopefully you enjoy this compilation. Thank you. So I had an idea for a series of videos that I wanted to do that really didn't fit into what I was doing on the main channel, and so I thought I would do it as a members-only audio. If it goes well, I might eventually make these public. Part of the logic is these are not going to things that have a lot of visuals. What I would like to do is go one by one through the American presidencies, looking at each president, just their presidency, nothing else about them, not their history, just the time that they were president in office, and evaluate the success of their presidency in terms of, did they make the country better than they received it? And then as I go through each of them one by one, starting with Washington all the way up to, I'll probably stop around George W. Bush because of the 20-year rule. I don't want to do anything that we really don't have a little more history after. I might even stop after Clinton. I'll kind of think about it when I get there. But I want to kind of, as I go through each president, I'm then going to compare them to the ones before, and that's how I'm going to do my ranking. So rather than just doing a number of saying, okay, we're starting with Washington, he is this in the ranking, and I'm telling you about the history, I'm going to have a discussion of like, okay, this is what happened during their presidency. This is what they inherited. This is what they left. Was it better? Was it worse? How did they do? And then I'll reflect that on other presidents and kind of do the rating from there. So there are 4 criteria that I'm looking at primarily right now. I might adjust these criteria as I go. Their growth, as in how much did the country grow, both in terms of population, physical area, in power, how much better was the country after? Finances, how did the president manage the finances of the country within their reason? Obviously, there's Congress, but part of being president is navigating Congress. International politics, how did they navigate international politics? And then war and security. If they had a war during their time, was it something where it was a necessary war? Was it an unnecessary war? Did they do things to cause the conflict to occur? Did they help end the conflict? What was their role in that? Again, I might add some more later, but I think that's a good starting point. So the first president is the first president, George Washington. So what did he inherit? George Washington comes in after the failure of the Articles of Confederation. He's got a brand new constitution. It doesn't have the Bill of Rights yet. He has a huge deficit from the war, which is why the Articles of Confederation failed. He has an uprising that has just been quashed in Shays' Rebellion. He's got another one starting to come on its way in terms of the Whiskey Rebellion. He's inheriting a mess. He's starting off with a country that is very poor, very disorganized, just wrote a constitution after having a failed Articles of Confederation, not a decade removed from the Revolutionary War-ish, not even a decade. So like coming out of the Revolutionary War with a lot of war debt, He starts in 1789 with Europe in disarray. Well, Europe going into disarray because the French Revolution is about to start. And that was the biggest allies that America had. The ones who really supported us in the war are about, that entire country is about to collapse and go into chaos. The British are still licking the wounds and feeling a kind of way. And this is what Washington inherits, an absolute mess. Not the worst that any president will inherit later, as we'll get to, but not a great situation. And what did he do with it? Well, let's start with in terms of growth. There were additional states added. He was able to do westward expansion to a certain degree, but at the same time, he didn't push in the way that some others did. There was not a There was certainly the Northwest conflict, which I'll get to when I get to war and security. The Northwest Territories conflict, obviously Native American complex. I'm not going to defend the occupation of land, but that was an actual war. That was actual battles and fights and war. And I think it was not, again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that it was good or the occupation was whatever. I'm saying in relative terms with what the expectations were at the time, I think he navigated that as well as a president was going to in that time frame. So in terms of growth, I believe they added 3 states. The country grew in population and scale and size. In terms of finances, it's absolutely amazing if you think about it and take a step back, how they came in and how they came out. The entire Articles of Confederation failed in large part because there was no funding mechanism, and there was huge amounts of debt, and there was huge questions as to whether a government could be financed. And he managed to not only get tariffs passed, but to enforce the whiskey taxes, even though eventually the whiskey taxes fell off and it was one of the things. But like the assertion of government power, the assertion that no, the federal government will be taxing and doing things, and what the federal government does, it will, if the government does, it's going to happen. The Whiskey Rebellion itself, the quashing of the Whiskey Rebellion, is an amazing thing to think about. It's a scary thing to think about in terms of comparing to today, that the idea that the federal government is simply going to assemble an army and march to put down protesters right after the revolution. But in the context of the time, it was a necessary thing to happen. It was necessary to establish, the federal government is legit and we're doing this. And he personally marched that army out to Western Pennsylvania and was able to quash it without really any bloodshed of significance. There was some, but it could have been a really bloody, revolutionarily, almost a civil war kind of thing, and it wasn't. And that was impressive. The Conscription Act, very unpopular, did it anyway, got it done. It was a necessary thing to do that was not popular, but it was an outcome that needed to happen. And the Whiskey Rebellion is kind of impressive. You can debate whether or not it was right or wrong, but it is still an impressive feat. And the fact that after he did that, he still didn't go with the authoritarian route. He had established at this point, I can conscript an army as I wish. I have the power to do that. But then he quickly disbanded it when it wasn't necessary. He did not abuse that power, and he made clear throughout his presidency that he did not want power, and he was preventing authoritarian rule and setting that precedent. That's not normal. That's not what happens most of the time in most new countries, which is why you usually see the new revolution go to dictatorship. That is a uniquely Washington thing. It's a rare, rare thing. And he doesn't, and I think that's one of the things historians give him the most credit for, because when you study other cultures, the person who raised to power, usually the revolutionary leader, becomes a tyrant or becomes a dictator, or at least within a generation or two, if not the initial person, the next person will. And it usually will be accompanied by a cleansing and purging of political opposition and that kind of stuff. And that didn't happen with Washington. Washington chided people for being part of political parties and not being on the team. But he was very much of the mentality of, we're creating a nation, we're creating a country, we're creating an ideal. And if you disagree with me, I'm not going to use or abuse my power that much. He was still a politician. I'm not going to say that all of these things are compared to the absolute worst. But given what the expectation was, you compare him to his contemporary Napoleon. Napoleon comes to power and is Napoleon. So if you realize that those two people came to power almost at the exact same time, different ages, and I think that was a lot of it, is that Washington had gone through a lot in his life. He was an older man. He was ready to retire, and versus like a young, ambitious man. But it is still an amazing thing that he took that power and he didn't abuse it. And I think that's one of the reasons Washington is usually the top president, or one of the two, is just that's not what we're going to see when we're doing the other presidents later. When we're discussing people later, we're not going to see that level of willingness to concede power and to give power and distribute power. Um, Going into international politics, again, the French Revolution broke out in the middle of his presidency. The Napoleonic Wars are breaking out. Our closest ally was France, and we stay out of it for the most part. We have some conflicts with the British, and they're taking our ships. That will, and then later, eventually, our lack of support to the French is going to hurt us with Adams later on. But this could very easily have been us sucked into a bunch of wars. I mean, Haiti had the Haitian Revolution during that time. We very easily could have been pulled into a lot of stuff, and Washington managed to navigate a way to stay out of it without also alienating people to the point that, sometimes you try to stay out of messes and that really just gets you more entangled. He did a great job of navigating it, staying out of it, while also quietly and slowly building up a navy to help protect against piracy. And also an army after the failures in the Northwest Territory. When the largest military failure in the history of the American military happened, St. Clair's Army, I think it was 60-some% of the entire paid military force of the United States, when we had a tiny army, it was destroyed in one battle because we didn't really have a standing army, because we had this whole concept, which I'm going to go into in another video. It's coming out soon in Washington Guns. Those of you who are subscribed, hey members, you've already heard the audio on this. So he basically was able to convince Congress, no, we need a military, we need an army, we need a navy, and slowly build that, but do so in a way that he didn't then abuse that power and then take over. I think the Whiskey Rebellion also kind of taught Congress that, like, no, you have to have a trained military who has some things. And again, we didn't get a standing army until later. We'll get to that when we get later. We had a small standing army, I should say. We didn't have the army of significance until much later, because there were still a lot of people who believed, oh no, the conscripts, the people will rise up and it'll be fine. But he did set the foundations. And I think that's, again, might be cliche. Washington laying the foundations for what came after is the core to his presidency, and it was what was necessary. But you also have to give him full credit for that, because they hadn't been able to do that during the Articles of Confederation. They had failed. They had tried to set a foundation. They had not succeeded. So because Washington is the first president, and also because Washington was a very good president, at this point he is going to be number one on the list. So the way this is going to work is every time I do a new one of these videos, I will compare the presidents we've had before, and I will say where this next person I'm doing is on the list. So when I do John Adams tomorrow, or not tomorrow, when I do John Adams, at whatever time I do John Adams, he will then be presented, and I will say, okay, is he better or worse than Washington? And I'll put him on the chart and kind of go from there. And as we eventually get down to like 40 presidents, then the discussion is going to be, okay, where does he fall on this list of presidents? And again, I've got 4 criteria right now. We may add some more later, but I think we're going to start with that. So I hope you enjoy this series. I don't know how often I'm going to put it out. Probably weekly for now. I might do more if I'm kind of feeling it. And eventually, hopefully, we'll get through all the presidents up to at least Bill Clinton, maybe George W. Bush. Probably not going to do Obama or Trump or Biden, because I think it's too recent, even though I have very strong feelings. If you've listened to my weekly reports, I have very strong feelings about all of them. I don't think it would be fair historically, until you're at least 20 years out from their presidency, to really do an evaluation of their presidency. I might make an exception for George W. Bush, because we are 20 years out from the beginning of his presidency, and I do feel like the way his presidency ended, I think most of the impacts and effects have already kind of I think we have a clear understanding of how he's going to be judged by history, but maybe I'm being arrogant on that one. So I hope you like the series. If you do, let me know in the comments, and I will work on the second one soon. So moving on to the second president of the United States, John Adams. I am going to try again to look at 4 criteria as kind of a framework for the discussion. I may add more later, just to give a baseline of the conversation. The discussion is around comparing each president to who came before, looking at what they inherited and what they left. Adams The four factors are growth, finances, international politics, and war and security. Adams came in with a fairly stable country. Washington, as I said before, inherited a mess, left it much better than he found it. And I think that's the goal of any president, is to take what you have and leave it better than you found it. Adams, I don't think you can argue, left the country significantly better than he found it. And I think there is some debate that he left it worse than he found it. He certainly left his political party worse than he found it, but that's a separate argument, I think, than to say whether that was good for the country. Adams is one of those, when I was thinking about this project, was one of the ones I was thinking about the most, because I think most people who study American history would say John Adams was a really good founding father. He did a lot of positive things in the foundation of the country, in the American Revolution, in the early stages of setting the framework. As a framer and as a founding father, Adams is top notch. And so people think of Adams and go, okay, he was very good. But as a president, it's a different thing. And I think Adams' skill set in being able to push things and form things in a nascent country that had not existed yet didn't work as well when he had to be a politician. He just wasn't a very good politician. That might be to his credit as a moral thing. Morally, he might be a better, very good people aren't necessarily good politicians. It's a different skill set. I think Adams was very ham-handed in his negotiations with Congress. I think a lot of the things he did were overly aggressive. Looking at the four criteria, in terms of growth, I don't think the country didn't grow at a rate that was particularly exciting. Under Washington, I think there was a lot more westward expansion, or at least taking control of more westward land. I think Adams probably continued that, but I wouldn't say like he was notable, like we will talk about next week when we do Jefferson with the Louisiana Purchase, for God's sake. But I don't think it's a knock. I don't think it's a negative for him. Finances, I think he had to spend money because of things that were happening with regards to international politics, because he didn't navigate the international politics well. We'll discuss that when we get to international politics, but I think he had a situation where he needed money and he didn't handle it well. Passing a tax that was functionally a property tax, I think they called it the window tax in Pennsylvania, a horribly unpopular tax. Adding this new tax led to, protests, and then he didn't handle the protests very well. He was way too aggressive. He didn't need to go as hard as he went. It wasn't a whiskey rebellion. It didn't need to be the same situation as Washington, and he didn't read the room properly. And so I think his aggressive ham-handedness, combined with the fact that the weakness of his party was the claim by his opposition that they wanted to have too much federal power, to be too domineering, to abuse power. And then he did abuses of power. Like, you're accused of being someone who's going to abuse power, and then you give your political enemies all the evidence they need when you send when you arrest protesters and charge them with treason and threaten to kill them. Like, he just didn't navigate that particularly well. So Fry's rebellion was not handled well. I think everyone pretty much agrees on that historically. Every historian I've read agrees that was a horrible mistake, just handled poorly. Speaking of handled poorly, the Quasi-War just wasn't navigated well. The XYZ bribery thing, being caught, being caught in a bribery scheme to negotiate to get out of to kind of end the war. It's like, please, we'll pay you off to not steal our ships. It just none of it looked good. And again, maybe it was because the politics of the time forced him to have a vice president who was of the other party. That certainly can't be something that navigates well when you're trying to keep secrets and internal things, to have your vice president be literally a person who is your opposition. I'm sure that's a decision we no longer do anymore. That was a decision that was made, but Adams just didn't navigate the politics very well, and that's why he didn't win re-election. I think he did a bad job with politics. He did such a bad job that, for all intents and purposes, he killed his party. Like, yeah, they existed for a couple cycles, and they ran a couple more people for president, but like, the Federalists were done after Adams because in large part of Adams. When coming in, they won the presidency, and although Washington wasn't overtly a Federalist, I think most people agree he had Federalist leanings. He was definitely more in favor of a strong federal government, more toward the Adams side than the Jeffersonian side. At least I think that's pretty clear. And Adams squandered all that. Now, there's an argument that was not a bad thing for the country, perhaps. And I think one of the things that I would give 100% to Adams credit is, ironically, one of his abuses of power turned out to be one that added a lot of stabilization to the country, and that was the appointment of Marshall to the court and the functional creation of the Marshall Court. Yes, the midnight judges were, again, another example of Adams being ham-handed, abusing powers, pushing judges in at the last minute. It was not great as far as optics. As far as outcomes, though, I think when you think about the Marshall Court, even if you disagree with some of the decisions, foundations like Marbury versus Madison allowing judicial oversight for constitutionality are core to everything that has come after. Absent that type of federal oversight, I don't know that we would have a country that was functional. That was a necessary thing. That was a necessary check on power. And ironically, the Federalist, the pro government power person, is the one who put that check in place, or put the person who put that check in place. So Adams 100% deserves credit for Marshall. If you have any doubt about Marshall as being valuable, consider who came after Marshall in terms of Taney. And I don't know if you could have a starker contrast between a very strong court that did a lot of things that were positive for the nation versus the Taney court. So I will give that to Adams' favor. I think that probably takes him out to be like a net neutral when we're looking at coming in, going out. And that's the main thing I'm looking at, is like, did he leave the country better than he found it? As far as every president, you were handed this and you left. Was it better than you found it? I would say I would not make an argument that the country was left better by Adams than when he found it. I wouldn't make an argument that it was significantly worse than he found it. It was different. I think the foundation of the court was different, but I also think the Alien Edition Act haunts us to this day. So I would say that comes out to be a net. If you ask me if it was better or worse, I would say I'm torn and it's in the middle. I can't say that about Washington. Washington 100% left a much better country than he inherited. So this is an easy which is better president question when looking at the two. Clearly, Washington is better than Adams. And that's how we end all these segments. So I will see you all next week for Jefferson. Next up on the Ranking the President series is going to be Thomas Jefferson, the third president of the United States. Jefferson, again, we're looking at 4 criteria. I'm actually going to make it 5 criteria. The 4 criteria are growth, finances, international politics, war and security. And I'm adding something that I've already been discussing with the other 2, but I'm making it formally a 5th criteria, and that is, did you leave the country better or worse than you found it? Because I think that really is the fundamental question to ask of every president. That's the most important question, because if you come in with an absolute mess and you leave less of a mess, I think that's a more successful presidency than someone who comes in with a great option, with everything going well, and leaves it not going quite as well. So starting with growth, Jefferson knocks it out of the park. Louisiana Purchase. You cannot argue that the Louisiana Purchase was not a wonderful thing for America, for the country, in every way, shape, or form. Sure, the Native Americans actually owned the land, but having the Europeans just acknowledge that that huge amount of land is now considered to be American, for the price of, I think, $500,000 in today's terms. I think it was $15 million at the time, $500,000 then. Yes, you had to borrow money to do it, which, again, this goes back to I wouldn't even call it a problem with Jefferson. It's something that you have to deal with when you're talking about Jefferson. Jefferson is a hypocrite. Jefferson says one thing and does another. In so many instances, it's almost funny. And in this instance, he came in like, we shouldn't borrow, we shouldn't take any debt. And then he borrows to purchase Louisiana. It was the right thing to do. And that's what I also kind of circle back to with a lot of Jefferson, is he was a hypocrite, but a lot of the times his hypocrisy, not always, we're not going to get the sample him this thing, a lot of times his hypocrisy was also him going, oh, yeah, the thing I was talking about with a flowery language and writing in these flourishes and having my idealized world, I'm more of a realist. And when the opportunity comes, I'm not going to say to the French, no, I'm not going to take half of the country, doubling the size of the United States, expanding it basically out. Arguably, if you want to have the whole fight over what the Oregon Territory was, arguably all the way to the West Coast, I'm not going to concede that, because on principle, I don't think we should borrow money. So Jefferson, for growth alone, that's one of the greatest presidents in terms of growth, possibly the greatest. I think there'll be a debate later when we get to maybe Polk. but otherwise, I don't think anyone really can argue that Jefferson's expansion of the country is amazing, and full props to him. Finances. Jefferson balanced the budget, despite borrowing money for the Louisiana Purchase, despite spending on things like the Lewis Clark expedition and beginning setting the foundations for the National Road that would come later. Although I guess the National Road funding would come to later presidencies, so maybe that's something we should hold against him. I think that there's some stuff he left unfinished and some things he left broken for the past presidents that I think often gets overlooked that should be on his tab. We'll get to that in a minute. But in terms of finances, he did balance the budget. You can quibble with where he cut, and I think I will do that when I get to the war and security section. But unlike most American presidents, he did not run a significant deficit. He did also, generally speaking, with some small exceptions, invest in things appropriately. Again, he did do the Lewis and Clark expedition. He did buy Louisiana Purchase. He did set the foundations of the National Road. Again, you want to give credit to Congress? You can give credit to Congress if you like. The president is still the president during that term, and the president should always have influence over Congress. And he did. And I believe that Congress was also his party. So in those terms, again, I'm not going to say he's perfect financially. There are some things he should have invested in and spent money in, but he did balance the budget. He did not run up a deficit for the person who came after them. You got to give him credit on that. In terms of international politics, this is a little bit fuzzier. The Barbary War and the war with the Barbary pirates is interesting and a difficult conversation to have because he did build some ships to go. Basically, there had been deals with the British Navy to protect American ships until the war, and then after the war, merchant ships going through the Barbary Coast, which is going to be anybody going into the Mediterranean, more or less. You got to go through Gibraltar. So up to this point, we had been paying bribes. Jefferson constructed some frigates, blockaded, I think, Algiers. He engaged in things to deal with it, but in the end, he also did pay some bribes. So I kind of feel like that's a neutral. I also think more to the negative, and I think this is something that I would actually say he does not get enough negatives for, because I do think it's the foundation for the War of 1812 and the Embargo Acts. In 1807, I believe it was, he started putting embargoes on France and Britain because they were trying to make the Americans not be neutral in their war. So the French and British were at war, the Napoleonic Wars and all that kind of stuff. And Jefferson's antagonism was unsuccessful, and it really set the foundation for the War of 1812, which is where I'll go ahead and drift into war and security. This is the one area where I think you have to knock Jefferson. Jefferson, yeah, he did send the ships to deal with the Barbary pirates, but he did not invest nearly enough in the Army and Navy. He argued that it didn't make any sense to invest in these things in peacetime, and I think that came back to bite us all, to bite Madison, particularly during the War of 1812, and was a large part of why they were able to burn Washington to the ground. In defense of Jefferson, in a light defense, because it's his own making, there was a presumption by a lot of the founding fathers, not by Washington, which I discuss in a video. Well, I will discuss in a video that'll be coming out at some point on Washington the Second Amendment. There was an assumption by a lot of the founding fathers that the militia would be sufficient, that if the people were united, they would be strong enough to overthrow a powerful, trained military, and that just ain't so. You can't just have farmers pick up rifles and act like a military. That's not how anything works. I think that was exposed during the War of 1812, and even though the War of 1812 wasn't on Jefferson's watch, I think him defunding the army, not sufficiently investing in the Navy, was a large part of why, and also being antagonistic with the Embargo Act, was a large part of why 3 years after his presidency ended, he left office in 1809. 3 years later, Madison found himself in a whole world of hurt during the War of 1812. So I think that is something you have to put on his ledger. All that being said, the final category, was the country better or worse after Jefferson left? I think uncategorically, you can't argue that the America wasn't better off after Jefferson left than before. The Louisiana Purchase alone would certainly make that argument. You doubled the size of the country. You set the foundations for the Lewis and Clark expedition to even explore that country. You started investing in the National Road. You banned the international slave trade. So that occurred during his time. Now, obviously, people were still going around it, but the banning of the international slave trade, huge a huge thing for America and setting the foundations of us stopping to be this state that was basically dependent on international trade, dependent on people sending slaves. Jefferson was, I think everyone was at this point, more than open to having people come to America. I think one of the reasons that America was successful was because during the wars of Europe, there were a lot of refugees who came to America, and we had lots of land. And it was a great situation for people coming from other places who had skills or were just farmers. And not the farmers don't, take that back. Farmers have skills. People who had skills, including farming, who could come here and take advantage of the land that was widely open because of the unfortunate events that were happening to Native Americans since we got here, specifically the fact that every time the Native Americans were exposed to people from Europe, some like 80% and 90% of them caught diseases they'd never been exposed to before and died in great numbers. So there was a lot of open land because of the death of many, many Native Americans, plus all of the other horrible genocidal things we did. I want to make sure we acknowledge that every time we go through this. But Jefferson wasn't like we will get to later. We are going to get to some dark places in American history with regards to the Native Americans in the not too distant presidencies we have coming up. And I think Jefferson was not among the worst of those. And I definitely think Jefferson left the country better than he got it. So where does it leave us in the rankings? So the point of this video is once we discuss the president, we're going to compare them to all the presidents that came before. So we're going in order and we're going to compare them. So only two presidents have come before Jefferson, Washington and Adams. I think Washington is better than Jefferson. I think Washington left the country much, much better than he found it and inherited a situation that was far worse than Jefferson inherited. Jefferson inherited a fairly stable country. Washington inherited an absolute mess after the collapse of the Articles of Confederation. And you're just coming out of a war, just completely horrible situation. And he made a country out of that. So I'm going to put him not ahead of Washington. Washington's still going to be number one. But I am going to put him ahead of Adams. I don't think Adams moved the country forward. I think the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson largely rescinded, although they still stay on the books, but he didn't operate them. I think Jefferson was definitely better than Adams. Adams made a lot of mistakes. If you were asking me which was the better founding father, I would have a difficult time with that. I probably would take Adams over Jefferson. In terms of president, I don't think it's a contest. I think Jefferson's a better president. So the rankings are going to be Washington number 1, Jefferson number 2, Adams number 3. Moving on to number 4 in the ranking of the presidents, we have James Madison. And James Madison is a very difficult one to assess. And one of the great ones to do in this format, because since we're going in order, we can look at who came before and we can look at him in context. So again, the 5 criteria: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and did he leave the country better or worse than he found it? So Madison, the elephant in the room is the War of 1812. It's very hard to say you're a good president when your capital got burned to the ground. That seems to be kind of like asking Lincoln's wife, but otherwise, how was the play? So I think you have to have that front and center. That being said, the War of 1812 itself, while it was overly ambitiously planned, the intent was to try to, I guess the intent was, let's get Canada while the British are distracted with Napoleon back in Europe. It went horribly, but in the end, it came out to almost a neutral outcome. And it did set foundations going forward where Madison did learn quickly from his mistakes. The War of 1812 was dumb, and the way it was conducted was dumb, and the cockiness of it was a huge mistake. How much of that do you want to lay on Madison? How much do you want to lay on Jefferson for not setting a foundation for the military, for defunding the military going into expansions? That's a difficult question to have. I definitely don't think you're going to put Madison as one of the great presidents when the capital gets burned to the ground. You can't ignore that. I do think, so that's the war and security thing. I do think in terms of growth, finances, and better or worse, though, there's a different conversation to be had. In terms of growth, there was expansion into Florida. Again, the attempt to take Canada was there, but it also kind of solidified that the Louisiana Purchase was for real. Indiana came in as a state. I believe Louisiana technically became a state during this time. The country was growing despite the war. And there did need to be some sort of action done with regard to the British impressment of Americans. There was a conflict that needed to be addressed. Just the arrogance of thinking we can just simply take Canada, I think, was just a bad decision. Can't deny that. His first term, if Madison had not been reelected and it was just his first term, I would argue, very poor presidency. lots of problems. It's that second term, though. He was reelected. He was popular. And if you look what he left, and if you look at the financial situation, he learned from his mistakes. He learned that his assumptions that a citizen militia could stand up to a real army were false. He learned that he needed to reinvest in the military. He learned that he needed to invest in infrastructure. He did invest in the Cumberland Road. Um, he did increase the power of the military, and all doing this while balancing the budget. That second term was a very positive term. And I think you have to look at it and go, was the country better off after he left than when he got it? I have trouble. I don't know. I kind of think it is in a lot of ways because I think the burning down of the Capitol, the invasion by the British, the success the British had demonstrated that the country wasn't ready or wasn't as strong as I think Jefferson thought he left it. Again, I'm not going to put the War of 1812 entirely on Jefferson, although I'm not going to not put the Embargo Act and the start of the tensions there. I think the Americans overestimated their power when they tried to take Canada. It didn't work out, but again, it wasn't like America was reconquered. Yes, the capital was burned to the ground. Yes, that's a huge embarrassment, but the war ended in more or less a neutral outcome. Neither side really getting a treaty that I think either side was viewing as winning. The Americans didn't lose any real territory, and during his presidency, actually expanded and got more territory. And when we're contrasting with who came before him, I think leaving the era of good feelings, even though, as we'll talk about when we get to the next president, the era of good feelings is definitely overstated. I think the fact that Madison was able to navigate his horrible mistakes in the first term to end with things all seemingly pointing in the right direction should also be to his credit. So what I would say about Madison going through, in terms of growth, the country did grow. In terms of finances, he balanced the budget, and he also put down a lot of investments. So it wasn't just like balancing the budget and not investing, which is, I think, a knock you can possibly do toward Jefferson in terms of not investing properly so that the country was in a position where its military was stronger and strong enough that if we wanted to do the War of 1812 and engage it in a real way and possibly, be successful, we had the infrastructure in place. So I don't think you can ding him on finances. You can definitely ding him on international politics and war and security. The War of 1812 was a mistake. The capital was burned to the ground. British troops marched through into the Washington D.C. and burned the capital to the ground. You cannot give positive marks to anyone for war and politics and security when the capital is burned to the ground. But the most important marker for me is the better or worse scale. And on the better or worse scale, I do think that when Madison left, the country was in a better position than when he came in. So, that all being said, again, this is a ranking. So looking at who came before him, I definitely don't think he's obviously he's not better than Washington. I don't think he's better than Jefferson, even though, again, I think some of the War of 1812 falls on Jefferson's lap. It's not like he did anything like the Louisiana Purchase, anything on that scale that you can go, wow, that's fundamentally, centrally, foundationally changing to what America is today and to the country. So he's going to be behind Jefferson. The question is, do I put him above Adams or not? And this I had a lot of trouble with. I think that I'm going to put Madison. I think I'm going to put Madison above Adams, and here's why. When Adams left, he was a one-term president who had completely destroyed his party. For all intents and purposes, John Adams' party ceased to be relevant after his presidency because of how unpopular he was, how poorly he managed the politics of everything. And even if you want to give him credit for the midnight, for the Marshall Court, which I do think is a huge thing he should be credited for, he did not leave the country in a better position than he found it from Washington. And he also basically left his party completely in disarray. Madison did the exact opposite politically. Politically, when Madison left, there was only one party for all intents and purposes. Madison was incredibly popular, and he left incredibly popular. Should he have been as popular as he had? I wasn't there. It's hard for me to say. But it does feel like, and it does look like from reading the historical accounts and looking at the election results and just looking at the way that became a one-party system, it looked like the people who were there at the time thought everything was going in the right direction. Even if it started off horribly with a bad mistake, it seemed to be going in the correct direction. And I compare that to, let's say, a modern president like George W. Bush, who had a September 11th episode, who had a horrible tragedy that occurred early in a presidency, and then also had a horrible presidency following that ended in a governmental collapse that ended in invasions of two countries and that kind of thing. If you have something bad happen, possibly, and again, September 11th is a different discussion because I'm not going to say that George Bush is involved September 11th, but there was a failure. I would say and this is where it gets complicated. You can't really have a bigger failure than the Capitol being burned to the ground, can you? I mean, I guess the country being conquered and in the War of 1812 didn't end in conquest, but the capital was burned to the ground. So this might be controversial, but I am going to put Madison in the current ranking of third above Adams because I do think Madison left the country better than he found it. Next up, we're going to take a look at the fifth president of the United States, the last founding father president, James Monroe. And when I was opening this up, I was thinking Monroe was going to be a middle of the road president. I had not thought about James Monroe in a while. He's one that kind of comes up year of good feelings and that kind of thing. And it's one of the reasons I'm glad I'm doing the series that I'm doing and we're going in order. Because when you look at Monroe in context and what came before and came after, it's really impressive what he did for his 8-year period. Because this was not a time when it had to be as calm as it was. There were certainly a lot of things going on that could have caused a lot of things to be disruptive and problematic. And he found a way to avoid falling into a lot of messes that other presidents didn't. As an example, let's start with growth. Again, we have 5 criteria we're looking at: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and was the country better or worse when he left. In terms of growth, he had one of the largest periods of physical land growth that any president had. I think people forget how much the Adams-Honest Treaty really expanded the size of the United States. Arguably, some of this land was already part of the Louisiana Purchase, but it was also a weird gray area. And being able to negotiate that not just with the British, but also with the Russians, who at this point had Alaska and were looking at taking a lot of the West Coast and had moved down the West Coast and made some claims on the West Coast. The Spanish had always claimed the entire West Coast. So this was a point of debate and discussion. And I don't think people realize the value of the Pacific Northwest in the way that we do now. But the Adams-Honest Treaty basically gave the United States access to, although debatably whether or not it was also a British thing, but it gave us access all the way out to Washington State, Oregon, huge areas. And over time, we did eventually make clear that those were our areas, make clear that that was a U.S. area. And that you have the lines that were drawn much later where it became more clear. But the treaty itself and the negotiation, with no bloodshed, with no fighting, with no war, incredibly impressive amount of land put in our country and put under our ledger. Needs to get credit for that. Florida was a little bit messier. You had the Seminole War before. We actually were able to acquire Florida from Spain, who was at this point more or less collapsing, which we'll get to when we get to international politics. But still, that's a major acquisition. The other area where growth occurred is more in terms of the 2 states added in the Missouri Compromise, with Missouri and Maine coming in. One is slave and one is free. And this is where it gets a little bit more complicated when you're talking about his ledger. I'm almost thinking I should add a 6th criteria about internal, but I think I'll put that under better or worse. Maybe we'll talk about the Missouri Compromise later when we get to better or worse. It's a difficult discussion because something had to be decided. This was the original sin of America, having slave states and free states. The 3/5 Compromise was part of the Constitution for a reason, because this was never something we were able to easily work out. And I think this was a kick the can down the road kind of discussion, but it kicked the can down the road a long way. This really set a firm line that his predecessors had not been able or willing to set. You can argue he didn't set it where it should have been. You could argue that he really should have confronted it now, while it was possible we could have this done during the era of good feelings, where it would lead to a civil war, where we could theoretically sunset slavery as other countries tended to do. Now, those other countries also were shifting away from the type of slave-based colonialism where they were using more abusive practices toward labor and colonial powers with indigenous people. But at the same time, you can say Monroe didn't. He kicked the problem down the road a little bit with the Missouri Compromise. But I think that's not part of growth. In terms of growth, he did a really good job. In terms of finances, the Panic of 1819 is on his ledger. It's the first major economic slowdown, major recession that occurred in the new America. I'm not counting the Articles of Confederation problems. And, it's something that happened with his with his party's wishy-washy approaches to economics, but also not necessarily all his fault. Some of that was due to excessive speculation that the trade would continue when the Napoleonic Wars were going on and Europe was in need of resources, and trade was just booming in that way. I think there was over speculation. He's not the first president. He's not the only president we'll see later who's had these types of major downturns economically. But it is something that you have to count against him. During his time, the finances were not great for the country. I was reading something that I found interesting, that you can argue that the Panic of 1819 drove a large number of immigrants, as far as people leaving America, to go to Texas. And that might have been the foundation of what eventually became the Texas Revolution. I found that interesting, so I'm just saying it as a tidbit, not necessarily saying, oh, that's all Monroe's fault. But it's an interesting discussion of how bad the panic was that people were actually leaving the country, whereas up to this point, America had been a place people were escaping from Europe to get to. So that's on his ledger. But there also wasn't a huge amount of debt. He did a good job of balancing the budget while still spending on internal projects. So I'm not going to give him a huge downturn marks from there. So he's just not going to get, that's probably the one area, as I'm looking at the 5 criteria, that he had the weakness in. On the other hand, in terms of international politics, top notch. No wars, no major conflicts. The Adams-Onis Treaty, or Adams-Onis, however it's pronounced, I'm not sure, was an amazing treaty where we were able to, without bloodshed, secure rights to large pieces of land that greatly increased the country, took arguably the control of American territories now from coast to coast. That was already part of the argument for the Louisiana Purchase, but now it was formalized, and the amount of land that was now clearly either American controlled or at least American British arguable, however you want to describe that treaty as an agreement, basically saying we all had access to that land and could use that land. Huge foreign policy negotiation. And he's most famous, of course, for the Monroe Doctrine, which a lot of people will say at the time, oh, okay, the Europeans kind of like nodded at that, but never took it seriously. It stayed and worked for a very long time. The Europeans tended to trend east, didn't really want to have the conflicts for whatever reason with us. Partially because Spain was collapsing and losing all its territories and not interested in the heavy investments that would needed to stay out in Latin America. But that could have also been much messier if we had gotten into the affairs of Latin American countries and kind of tried to use what America did many times later with the proxy wars in South America to kind of help get the Spanish out. Monroe did a good job of staying out of that and not creating additional enemies and conflicts in Europe, while at the same time allowing the things to play out in such a way that South America and North America were kind of under the purview of the United States in a lot of ways with the Monroe Document, and for us to stay out of European affairs. And I think the decision for us to stay out of European affairs served us very well in many things going forward. We didn't get pulled into a lot of colonial battles, which we very easily could have been, particularly once we get to the West Coast and some of the things going on there. So I think he deserves credit for that in terms of international politics. A lot of other people who were doing a lot of other things were not able to be successful in avoiding war, conflict, and that kind of things. Moving on, war and security. There was the Seminole War. That kind of falls on his ledger. I wouldn't necessarily count that. That's not on the same scale like a War of 1812 or many of the other wars we're going to talk about later. But it was something that happened on his watch, and it was because he wasn't in control of his government. Jackson kind of did his own thing, which is something we will get to when we get to Andrew Jackson. So I don't want to go too far on that. But other than that, we stayed out of the European complexities. We stayed out of major conflicts. We were able to negotiate treaties rather than go to war. And the treaties, in the long run, if you look back, we came out ahead on all the treaties and negotiations. So where does that put us on the better or worse scale, which is the most important scale? This one, I would say we definitely came out better than we went in, but I do think there's some caveats that I would put into that. I do think the Missouri Compromise did not solve the problem. It kicked it down the road, and I think you can make that argument that it didn't improve things in the long run. I guess I would make the argument that it certainly made us not have to address the elephant in the room immediately, but it didn't solve anything, and you could say that it should have. I would say that the Panic of 1819 not really being was a negative that occurred during his watch that was problematic. I would say that in terms of political stability, and this is almost unfair to him because he came in with such a remarkable time of political stability, and during much of his time in office, he had remarkable political stability. But as he left office, The election that followed was the foundation for the splits in the American party system that proceed to this day. Um, it was the end of the single party centralized ruler, and maybe it was something that was unavoidable. Maybe Monroe shouldn't get any flack for this. As the last founding father, maybe we had just reached a point in maturity where you can't have that everybody gets along kumbaya one party system. Maybe that's just not viable in the long term. But it was on his watch, at the end of his watch, that we entered into the campaign that came after the muckraking, which we'll kind of briefly discuss. But technically, all of that occurred. The fights between John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson and all of that election occurred on his watch. So I think that's something that does fall to him, to not be able to lead his party, to not have that fight that became the foundational fight that I think eventually was the start of the road to the Civil War. Again, not putting that on Monroe. That's not something I'm putting on Monroe. But I think you also have to say the lines with regards to the Missouri Compromise and the instability of the party system that came after he left, that was the start of the path that eventually got to the Civil War. It could have been detoured many times. Many other presidents had to have huge failures for it to continue down that road. But it's not a coincidence the line the Missouri Compromise was drawn on was also the line of the Civil War. Again, not necessarily his fault, but I have difficulty arguing a very heavy better scale when such a big thing was left on him. So where does that put him? He's not above Washington, but he is definitely above Adams and Madison. So the question is he above Jefferson? I went back and forth on this. I'm going to put Jefferson second, and I'm going to put Monroe third. So it's going to be Washington number 1, Jefferson number 2, Monroe number 3, Madison number 4, and Adams number 5. Moving on to the 6th president of the United States, the first one who was not a founding father, being the son of a founding father, John Quincy Adams. Adams' presidency is difficult to put in the 5 criteria, but I do think I'm going to use the 5 criteria as the rubric. 5 criteria, again, are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and better or worse. The reason it's difficult to put Adams into those 5 rubrics is his position in history is really a major turning point and a change for America, where if you look at it, it's kind of heartbreaking because America could have gone in 2 directions. And much like his father, I think John Quincy Adams was a very good person who had an amazing career before and after his presidency, but presidency itself, not so much. And we'll get into the reasons why as we go through these criteria. But he got off to a rough start with his very first actions, even before he became president, and that was the election that brought him the presidency. It was a 4-way election for all intents and purposes. The Democratic Republican Party was the dominant party. The Federalists were not really taken seriously. At this point, I think you could even argue they ceased to exist for all intents and purposes in national politics. And so it was a 4-way race. And in the 4-way race, it came down to Adams and Jackson at the end. And Jacksonians will tell you there was a corrupt bargain made with Henry Clay, where Clay threw Quincy Adams the presidency in exchange for the Secretary of State. Both will deny that. But whether that's actually what occurred or not, that was the appearance. And at that point, the idea that you would have a one-party unified, everyone's going to work together, kumbaya situation was dead. You now had absolute factionalism. You had party infighting. You had the divisions of American politics forever founded and set. And Adams had an amazing agenda coming in. I think if he had been able to come in and accomplish the things that he wanted to put in place in terms of building a national college, building a naval academy, lots of infrastructure projects, I think we would look back at John Quincy Adams as one of the great presidents, because I do think with the hindsight of history, which is why we do these rankings and why I'm not planning on doing a ranking on anyone less than 20 years out, because imagine doing John Quincy Adams before the Civil War, before you realize how everything played out in terms of factionalism and the American division and the outcomes of Jacksonian democracy and manifest destiny and all of that. If you didn't understand the road we were going down, it would not be an accurate way to look at Quincy Adams' presidency. But looking back, not to say that Quincy Adams is to blame, but it is to say this was a fork in the road, and because of his actions, he was not, the things that he wanted to happen did not happen. And not only did they not happen, they became unpopular because of his unpopularity. So again, let's start with growth. Growth is not always going to be in terms of physical growth of the countries. I think in the earlier episodes, I may have put too much emphasis on that as far as the thought when I'm discussing it, but it was because we're discussing the huge expansion of the country. We're talking about the Louisiana Purchase and the Adams-Honest Treaty and the acquisition of entire states. Growth is also about whether or not the country is growing in population, growing in industrial power, just growing in many ways. You don't need physical land to grow. If the population of your country is growing or the strength of your country is growing, I would count that under growth. And so there are some things to his favor. I think the B&O Railroad and the C&O Canal being the two biggest, because both facilitated westward expansion in a way that wasn't possible before, particularly the B&O Railroad being the foundation for what would become the huge railroad system that was the backbone of American growth and expansion, and everything that came afterwards came from the B&O Railroad. So Quincy Adams deserves that credit, because that did happen on his watch and was funded on his watch. So credit to him for that. That being said, there wasn't much other growth in terms of economics because of things like the Tariff of Abominations, in fact, specifically the Tariff of Abominations. So he needed to fund these projects. The choice of what he did to fund these projects alienated people in the South. Perhaps his logic was, they're not going to vote for me anyway, so I might as well put that on there, and then I'll make the Northerners happy. But it didn't make the Northerners happy either. It was just a failure on all accounts. It created an even greater wedge, as if you needed a greater wedge between Northern voters and Southern voters, in terms of the South believing that Northerners were only going to focus on Northern industrial interests and never give a care about the South. So that gave even greater narrative to that, again, as if you needed it because of the slavery controversy, which is grounded in. And all of this, I'm going to say, it's not like the Civil War probably wasn't likely, given the original sin of America is slavery. It was ingrained in the Three-Fifths Compromise. It's something that they were never able to resolve without bloodshed before. There's no reason to put this on Quincy Adams. Believe me, I will be putting plenty of blame on presidents later. Quincy Adams will not be the lowest rated president in this list. But it is a turning point where before this, there seemed to be a general ability for us to have discussions and negotiate things. And after this point, there were just hard, fast party divisions. His reelection campaign was one of the most brutal. In fact, it was, up to that point, it was clearly the most brutal. Some of the stuff that his campaign was putting out about Jackson and vice versa. Jackson called Adams Czar's pimp. Quincy Adams put out broadsides about Jackson murdering American soldiers, and the coffin letters. It was brutal, and I think American politics has never fully recovered from this. Maybe it happens regardless of who's president. Maybe it had nothing to do with Adams, and maybe it was just the time for that to happen, and he happened to be the person on the watch. But if you're the person on the watch when things go sideways, it also still falls on you. So moving on to finances, again, the Tariff of Abominations, I think you have to give him a negative on that. I'm glad what he invested in, but the way he funded it and how the funding mechanism worked, that's a knock against him. International politics, I would say, is more of a neutral. I think he had ambitious goals to expand trade, particularly with the British West Indies that failed. But at the same time, he was able to work well with other countries. In terms of war and security, we kind of kept to that Monroe Doctrine, where we're going to stay in our place and you're going to stay in yours. There were no serious escalations. You can argue because everyone was very tired from the Napoleonic Wars and no one really wanted any escalations, but you still can say it didn't happen. So I think that's something positive for him. In terms of war and security, he was much more toward the assimilation side of Native American relations versus the Jacksonian approach, which we'll talk about next time. So I'm not gonna double down on that because we'll have a long conversation about that, I'm sure, in the next installment when we're discussing Jackson. All of this under the understanding we're talking about a lesser evil argument. We're not advocating for either path. Native Americans were here first. They had a right to be here. They shouldn't be forced to assimilate. But in ways that are similar to immigrant groups, even though they're native, they were a minority forced to change by a majority in some ways or be removed. You can say what you want about assimilation, and it's It's a thing that is not necessarily a positive. Obviously, we would love everyone to get along, but of the choices we had available at the time between Jacksonian approach and Quincy Adams approach, I don't think there's a question which one would have been better for Native Americans generally. And there's also a lot of things where I don't think people fully. I think people should sit down and read the history of Native American groups and understand that there was a lot more assimilation going on at this point in history than people wanted to admit, because then they have to humanize Native Americans and make them just like anyone else and say, just like other immigrant groups were able to come to America and become part of the culture and make the culture a part of them, because it is a two-way street. Every immigrant group adds to the melting pot rather than being what they were before they came, or the country being what they were after they came. And Native Americans, I remember reading about the Cherokees and John Ross wearing a suit and having a plantation, and the Cherokee having plantations with slaves. Again, I'm going to talk. The channel is called History is Awkward. We have awkward conversations. A lot of the Native Americans had become farmers and had become plantation owners, and were ready to work in that regard and to become, for better or worse, part of the American South and part of the American culture. And that simply wasn't allowed by the next administration. Quincy Adams was open to, if they wanted to join with America, they could, and making that the line. You can argue that was still too much and wrong, and forced assimilation is still bad. I'm not arguing against the perfect. I'm arguing against the available. And of the two paths that America was likely or possible to take at that time, Quincy Adams would have been the far less bloody and would have been far better for everyone involved, in my opinion. But that's not the path we took. Uh, I find Quincy Adams' presidency to be sad that way. It is a road less traveled. I could see his father also being a road less traveled with the Federalist approach versus what came from the Jeffersonians. But I also think the Jeffersonians basically did a lot of the things Federalists wanted to do, and Jefferson was a huge hypocrite. And a lot of the things that Jefferson did were accepted because Jefferson did them, because it wasn't seen as a federal overreach when Jefferson did it. It's kind of like the whole when Nixon went to China thing. If someone does the same thing from a different party or a different perspective, it's much more accepted. So his father is a little bit different. I do think John Quincy Adams was a different path we could have taken from Jacksonian approach, from what came later with Manifest Destiny. I wish the country had taken that approach. I don't know that it would have avoided civil war, but I do wonder if there was a path there where we were the country that we later became, in terms of becoming a melting pot country, or at least we were the country that we were to white people. Let's put it that way. If we had been more accepting, not that in any way, shape, or form we were accepting. If you're on my channel, I hope you've watched the videos I've done on Irish immigration, on Italian immigration, and the horrible things that were done by the know-nothings and the nativists. I'm not trying to say that we were ever nice to any immigrant group. But I am saying, if we had treated Native Americans and African Americans eventually as people who could be part of our culture rather than irreparable outsiders who were functionally too different to ever be part of the American experiment, I think everything in life would have been a lot better. And I think that is the way. And I wish more people would understand that every time we've done that in history, it's turned out for the better. But I'm drifting. Let's stay back on John Quincy Adams. I'm going to have to put John Quincy Adams in last place, in sixth place. I'm going to put him behind his father. It was close. I actually went back and forth whether John Quincy Adams would be above or below John Adams. What kind of did it for me was the Tariff of Abominations. I don't think Adams left anything as bad as that, as cancerous as that. And although Adams destroyed the Federalist Party, in the same way that Quincy Adams destroyed the Democratic Republican Party, I think the way that Adams destroyed the Federalist Party had less negative long-term ramifications than his son. So that's John Quincy Adams, sixth place. Moving on to the next president in the Ranking the President series, the seventh president of the United States, Andrew Jackson. So again, the 5 criteria we try to have as the rubric and the framework when we're having discussions: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and most importantly, did they leave the country better or worse? Before we get into growth, I want to talk about one of the things I think is under-discussed about Andrew Jackson, and that is that he was very, very, very bad at managing people. This really struck me when I was going back and doing the research and kind of refreshing my memory about Andrew Jackson, and I had forgotten how silly the Petticoat Affair was. If you don't know, for the first several years of Jackson's administration, there was controversy within his Congress where the Congress, I'm sorry, not Congress, with the cabinet, where the cabinet wasn't talking to each other. The members of the cabinet were not speaking to each other because their wives were not speaking to each other because one of the wives of one of the cabinet members was alleged to be a tavern innkeeper or a prostitute, and this was a huge scandal. They wouldn't talk to each other. And Jackson, being who Jackson was, so to understand Andrew Jackson, let's try to remove some of the myths and get down to actual facts. Andrew Jackson's father was Scotch-Irish, so Andrew Jackson's son of an immigrant. His father died when he was young. His mother died taking care of, I think, Revolutionary War soldiers. He was an orphan. He was not a dumb person. The myth of him not being able to read is just completely a bogus myth. He was, not only could he read, he actually taught reading at one point. He became a lawyer when he was very young. He was a judge. He was a senator. And then he left public office after having fights with actually George Washington, and then came back later to the Senate, and then eventually became president. So the myths of him being a man of the people were kind of true in the sense that he did come from a poor Scotch-Irish family, and he always felt that people looked down on him for that. But at the same time, he was a senator. And he was a judge and he was a lawyer. He was also an incredibly wealthy plantation owner. So his man of the people thing was kind of based in truth, but it was also kind of bogus. But his insecurity seemed to be legitimate. And so, looking at the Petticoat Affair, his entire cabinet basically resigned or was kind of forced to resign, except for one person. I think it was the Postmaster General didn't resign. He was later fired for incompetence. That means that he could not manage these people. He picked these people to be his cabinet. Again, probably for political reasons, not again, for political reasons, which you're going to get into with the spoil system. And he couldn't manage them, and they all mass resigned. Jackson, I think, gets too much credit for being organized because he was a general. And I think people want to have this myth of what he was before and after. And again, that's part of why I like doing this series is when we talk about people like the Adams, John Quincy and John Adams, they were very, very good before and after their presidencies, not so much during the presidencies. Jackson, he was probably a very organized and great general, and he was not a very organized president. The people he picked were not good at their job, and that led to the outcomes. So setting that as a baseline, getting rid of your preconceptions about, oh, is Andrew Jackson dumb or is Andrew Jackson, he was not dumb. He was an older man, and that's the other things people forget. Like Jackson was old and not in great health for a lot of period of time, and he was picking these people basically politically picking them based on grievances, based on how he thought it would help him politically, based on him resenting people who he felt were looking down on him, and they weren't particularly competent people. He was not picking the best, and it kind of reflected in his presidency. Looking at in terms of growth, let's deal with one of the elephants in the room, probably the biggest elephant in the room, and that is Jackson's role in what would become the Trail of Tears and the Native American genocide. In the last video, hopefully people didn't misinterpret what I was trying to say when I was making comparisons of Native Americans to immigrants. Obviously, the Native Americans were here. They're not an immigrant group. This land was theirs by right, and it was taken from them. It was more in terms of the Native Americans being a minority group within the country, similar to immigrants. And I think one of the reasons we need to discuss them being a minority group is because every time Native Americans came into contact with Europeans for the first time, 80 to 90% of them died of a European disease such as smallpox, measles, something of that effect. So there was no chance that they had to really make a stand against European groups coming here, not because of any failings on their part beyond the fact that they didn't happen to be immune to the diseases that had already ravaged Europe for centuries prior. The Black Death and the smallpox outbreaks and all the things that had killed Europeans for millennia had immunity had happened in Europe, didn't happen here. So every time a native group would encounter Europeans, their entire city or settlement would be ravaged, and then Native Americans would be down to like 10% of their population, and the whites and Europeans would go, hey, it's a nice piece of land you got there, and 80-90% of people are gone. We're just going to move in to the already cultivated, set up, designed land. That was the thing that kept happening, and there was no real resistance to that. By this point in history, a lot of the Native American groups in the area had either been forced out west by just physically being forced out west. They had fought the wars in the French and Indian War, and all of these different times they had tried to make stands and they had been unsuccessful. And then they had what were called the five civilized tribes in the South, who were five tribes that basically were like, we were going to stay on our land and we're going to try to adapt some European behaviors. The most notable example I can think of is John Ross, the leader of the Cherokee, who literally was a southern plantation owner with slaves. If you see pictures of John Ross, he looks like a southern plantation owner. He had a southern plantation for all intents and purposes, and that was the intention: is they were going to go, okay, we're going to replicate this. We're going to become like you in many ways. We're going to keep we're going to keep our traditions and our cultures as best we're able, but we're also going to become what is successful. We're going to sell cotton and own slaves and do the things that southern plantation owners do. And that was still not going to be acceptable because, and this is where I'm not giving Jackson any credit. I'm just having the conversation that is awkward because the name of the channel's history is awkward. We had a society at that point that wanted to rationalize evil actions and had become very successful at it. We were literally enslaving an entire race of people at that time. And so, in our minds, in the American consciousness, we've already rationalized that God must be okay with us enslaving people because we are the chosen people. The logic is obviously whites must be the chosen people. Otherwise, why would God do these horrible things to the people around us? It's not us. It's God's decision to force them into enslavement. It's not us. It's God's decision that these diseases are being spread. Under that logic and reasoning, when they wanted to do something horrible, they'd found ways to rationalize it. And they picked Jackson because Jackson was going to support them in doing it. It's not like Jackson himself was the one going out and force marching Native Americans across off of the land and across to areas where they had no knowledge of how to survive. That's what the Southern plantation owners wanted to do. That's what the Southern militia wanted to do. Particularly after Nate Turner's rebellion, there was not a lot of empathy in America anymore. And that's the reality that Jackson was living in, and that's why he was picked. So I say that not to praise Jackson in any way, shape, or form, but to condemn where America was at that time. That being said, when you're looking at growth, there was a lot of westward expansion because of these horrible acts. There was the recognition of Texas as a separate state, which eventually would become the annexation of Texas. None of these are going to put him in the same area as like a Monroe or a Jefferson or a Washington as far as expansion. But it's to say that the growth was not a negative trait. During this time, the country was growing during his years in office for the most part, with one major problem that I'll talk about when we move into finances that I think also hits growth. Moving on to finances, Jackson kept the tariff of abominations, which absolutely infuriated his Southern voting base, particularly John Calhoun, who was his vice president, led to what was called the nullification process, where South Carolina threatened to secede, and Jackson threatened to send the military down and blockade South Carolina if they tried. One thing to Jackson's credit, which I'm not going to have a lot of things to his credit, but I'll say is, I think because who Jackson was, that South Carolina was probably more likely to concede that than they would have been if somebody else had been president. So with the nullification process, South Carolina didn't secede, but Jackson left the country, even though there was prosperity while he was in office. And many people who defend Jackson will say, look, the growth of the country, he balanced the budget. He's one of the only presidents who actually balanced the budget. When he left, because of what he did with the banks and because of his lack of investment in infrastructure, but mostly with him getting rid of the second bank and allowing a bunch of state banks to just be absolutely corrupt. And again, also just picking people for office who were completely incompetent. A year after he left was the Panic of 1837, which was a 4-year-long recession, arguably a depression. So he sugar rushed the economy while he was in office and left one that was on the verge of collapsing, to the point that for an entire presidential term, the country was in financial collapse and recession. That's on Jackson's ledger. People who defend Jackson want to pretend like it wasn't. I don't buy that. I don't agree with that. It's 100%. If you're in office for 8 years and a year after you leave, the entire economy collapses. That's on your ledger, and you have to own that. International politics, I don't think Jackson's like particularly notable one way or the other. He did expand trade to Asia in some ways. He did expand the Navy to protect American merchant ships. But again, with the tariffs of abominations, the trade was not that excessive. He did get France to pay off some of its debt. But all in all, I don't think anyone's gonna cite him as being an exceptional, international leader. He kind of kept with the Monroe doctrine of we'll watch our area, you saw yours. But again, I wouldn't knock him for anything in international politics. Similarly, in terms of war and security, I wouldn't specifically knock him for anything beyond a normal presidency. The nullification process didn't erupt into war. It could have. It didn't. Or at least in a secession crisis, it didn't. The Texas situation was something that I don't think Mexico was in any place where they were going to actually have a conflict. And it's not like he invaded. It was more just his acknowledgement and kind of helped Texas stand on its own. But I wouldn't say any of that is notable. I would say he's fairly neutral on war and security. Where he's going to get very bad marks is better or worse. I can't, up to this point, we've had the presidents generally leaving the country at least as good as they found it, if not significantly better. This is an opposite situation. The country is significantly worse when Jackson leaves than it was when he got it. It is on the verge of a 4-year-long financial collapse. It is basically getting ready to commit mass genocide with the Trail of Tears. It is appointing the worst Supreme Court justice, I think. We'll go through it. I can't think of anyone who's worse off the top of my head now. You go from John Marshall to now he picks Taney, who is, I think it's Roger Taney, who wrote the Dred Scott decision, which basically was the nail in the coffin that started the Civil War. He has divided the country into just factions. He has fed into our worst and most base instincts toward our treatment to the expansion of slavery to the West, toward what we're going to be doing to the Native Americans. He has basically taught everyone that you can just pick political appointees at your whim. None of these are good things, and none of these are things that benefit the country in any way long term. And it's definitely a hard turn toward what we know is going to eventually happen, which is the Civil War. All of this is on Andrew Jackson's ledger. So obviously, based on all that, he is not going to be above any of the prior presidents we have. That puts him at number 7. Don't worry, there'll be worse presidents later, but right now, Andrew Jackson is at the bottom of our list at number 7. Moving on to the 8th president of the United States, Martin Van Buren, also known as the Little Magician. Again, we're going to look at 5 criteria. The 5 criteria are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and did they leave the country better or worse than they received it? Van Buren's presidency is one of those that people forget about a lot. I think actually there was, when I was looking into there, CNN said he was the most forgettable president or something such. And I think that's unfair. I think Van Buren's presidency actually is very interesting. I think it's just often not considered because it came immediately after Jackson, who was so much more well known, for lots of reasons we'll actually get to later. But I think Jackson actually gets too much credit, and Martin Van Buren doesn't deserve any praise. We'll go over his presidency. A lot of the things that happened that were bad during the Jackson administration were caused by Van Buren helping Jackson. Van Buren was definitely a part of the second cabinet, picking a lot of the people. There were a lot of things that Van Buren was doing under Jackson that caused a lot of the problems that he inherited as president. But much like I won't take into account positive things for the Adams when their presidency wasn't that great, I'm not going to take into account negative things Van Buren did before his presidency. I'm only looking at the presidency itself. In terms of growth, he came in getting the Panic of 1837 right away, and then a second panic or downturn of 1839, which related to cotton and overspeculation in cotton. But basically, a lot of the decisions they made with regards to just throwing away the banking system without any plan to replace it led to a very predictable collapse from overspeculation, from unregulated banks, all of the things you would expect to happen from an unregulated system. and an overly speculative system happened, and it happened on Van Buren's watch. Jackson doesn't get the blame for it. He should. But Van Buren doesn't get should also get the blame because he didn't do much to resolve it. He continued a lot of the same policies, some of which arguably were good policies in the long term. Many people would argue, and I wouldn't argue against this, that the separation of the Treasury that he basically put into law, where he basically said the federal government shouldn't be involved in banking. There should be a separation between banks and the federal government because of the potential for corruption and all of that. And I think that's legitimate. That doesn't help solve the crisis that they were in. It was probably the right decision, and so I won't hold it against him because, again, maybe it was the right decision, but it definitely made it more difficult for them to resolve the crisis, and I don't necessarily think it helped in the short term. But it might have been the right long-term decision, so I'm not going to ding him too hard on that. But his entire presidency was shrouded by the fact that they were going through a horrible economic downturn. Some have compared it to being near Great Depression level economic downturn for 4 years. That happened on his watch and wasn't resolved on his watch, which is why he was a one-term president. So in terms of growth and finances, he doesn't do very well. Growth also has hindered again, with decisions that I think were good decisions, but you also can't give him credit for growth when he did things that, were difficult to grow the country. Now, again, I'm not going to also hold against him the fact that he kind of reversed Jackson's policies with regards to Texas. Texas was on the path to annexation. Van Buren slowed that down. Yes, eventually Texas did become part of the United States, but Van Buren did nothing to encourage that to happen sooner, and that was probably a good decision because it avoided war during his time. And it's not like when the Mexican-American War eventually happened, we weren't in a better position to deal with that. This going to war during an economic downturn probably would not have been a great decision. I think Van Buren made the right call there in downturning and turning down the Texas thing. And also the Texas issue was causing huge conflicts that were with regards to the slavery issue, because Texas was going to have to come in as a slave state. There wasn't really any debate about that. Texas was coming in as a slave state. There wasn't a counter set to offset that, and him slowing that down was probably the right decision. So I'm giving him a negative generally for growth, but honestly not as big a negative as you might think, because I do think those decisions were the right decisions. The negative for growth mostly comes from the poor finances, which again, a lot of that's not necessarily because of Van Buren's presidential policies. A lot of it's because Jackson just left him in absolute horrible situation. I'm not going to blame Van Buren for being part of creating that situation as the president, because that's not what we're talking about here. If you're asking me about Van Buren and American history, he rates very low for me. But in terms of his specific presidency, I think what he did was not that bad in terms of growth and finances, but it wasn't that good. And he also didn't do anything to correct the financial situation, so that should be held against him. In terms of international politics, he avoided a war with Great Britain when a lot of people were calling for us to go to war with Great Britain to help Canada out, who was having a number of rebellions. There were also conflicts in Maine over things that were related to Canada. We very easily could have been in a war with Great Britain during this time. Van Buren managed to avoid it and navigate it and not get us entangled into things that we could have been entangled in. The little magician, he got his name for a good reason. With regards to war and security, that is slightly to his credit, but on the other hand, his inability to actually solve any problems and just can't kind of push things down the line, the gag rule, not even allowing people to talk about slavery. If you can't talk about an issue, you're not going to resolve it. I think that was another one of those things where we kept moving toward the Civil War. The question of whether it's inevitable or not always comes up. I think it was not inevitable. I think there are lots of things that could have been done to avoid war. I think the fact that no one actually addressed the issues early enough is why we eventually had to have a civil war to resolve it. Maybe that fault falls far, far earlier. Certainly by the time Jackson came in, we were definitely on that path, which is why Jackson gets such a negative mark for picking Taney. But Van Buren didn't do anything to fix it. And in fact, kind of tried to pretend like it didn't exist. And a lot of Van Buren's actions also created additional party divisions. He is, the father of the party boss system and just the corrupt system of political favors. All of that comes from Van Buren's era. Almost every negative thing we think about with regards to political corruption, if it can't be traced to Van Buren, he certainly did a lot to push it forward. And I think that is something that definitely falls on his ledger and that was happening during his time. His backroom dealings, his manipulation, it was not in service of the country. It was in service of his political ambitions, and I think it was very negative overall. In terms of leaving the country better or worse, I think Van Buren definitely left the country bad. The question is, how bad did he get it, and how much worse did he leave it? I went back and forth on this because I do think Van Buren was dealt a bad hand. But then I started thinking about other presidents we've had who got dealt a bad hand. I mean, who got dealt a worse hand than George Washington? And Washington managed it. Madison got dealt not a bad hand, but there were aspects of a bad hand. He had the Capitol burnt to the ground during his presidency. So going into his second term, he had that on his ledger, and he turned it around. Van Buren didn't turn it around. Van Buren, when he left, the economy was just as bad as when he got it. The political corruption was worse. We hadn't moved forward in resolving any of our political issues. He did not do a very good job in any of these fronts. So then you're kind of going, all right, where does he compare to Jackson? And also, to be fair to Van Buren, to his credit, he did shorten the federal workday to 10 hours. I guess I'm giving him that credit for that. And he did avoid the wars. We avoided war with Great Britain. We avoided war with Texas. Things could have been worse. So I'm not going to put Van Buren down in the bottom worst of presidents. I'm going to guess he's probably going to be in the bottom third, maybe the bottom quarter. But I know we have a lot of bad presidents coming up. But comparing to who came before him, I went back and forth as to whether I was going to put Van Buren above or below Jackson. Let me explain how the rating system works a little bit more, because you might actually see some people move around slightly. The way I'm doing this is I have a spreadsheet with two sections. And I do number scores for each of the 5 criteria. And then I also do a ranking of the 5 criteria in a separate spreadsheet. So I will give a number score based, arbitrarily when I first do it. And then as I'm going back and looking at those, I will then compare all of the number scores I've given. And if I rated someone too high or too low, I'll then say, okay, I don't think that they're better than this person, so I'm going to slightly raise their score like a 0.1 or 0.2 up so that I'll have a ranking of where they were. So there may be changes, and there may have already been changes. In fact, I'm thinking the atoms might be flipping back and forth in a couple of these videos where the scores of who is above and below someone change. But for now, as I'm looking at these scores, I am putting Martin Van Buren in 8th place behind Andrew Jackson, but it's close. It's very, very close. I think I have to give Jackson credit because his actual time in the presidency, there were a lot of things, if you were an American during that time, that were positive. The economy during that time was, for the most part, a good economy. There were things he basically, I think Jackson is the one who took a very, very good system and nearly destroyed it. But the destruction didn't happen until Van Buren's presidency, even if he is largely to blame. And Van Buren could have reversed a lot of those policies and didn't, continued almost all the same policies, and quite frankly, did some of them worse. So I think because of that, I'm going to put Van Buren at 8th right now. The 9th president in the Ranking the President series is William Henry Harrison, and this is a very difficult one to put in the rubric of 5, growth, finances, international politics, war, security, and did they leave the country better or worse, because William Henry Harrison only survived a month into his presidency. We do not look at anything before the presidency or after the presidency. There's certainly a lot of arguments that could be made that William Henry Harrison would have been a very good president. A lot of the things he said in his inaugural address were very positive and were things that I think would make someone hopeful that they would have a good presidency. I think him coming in, understanding the mistakes that Jackson and Van Buren made was certainly a positive. Jackson and Van Buren absolutely left him a total mess. But he was only there for a month. And really, there's only 3 things of consequence I think I could find that I could argue. And one of them is really a stretch. But let's go through the 3 things of consequence. The first was he was actively working the entire month he was president to replace Jackson's political flaky appointments. And he was actively looking for people who were good quality people. It was one thing that his successor said about him. Tyler said when he left that was the one thing he did, and it seemed like he was very focused on that. He worked a lot of long hours. Good for him. Don't know how that would have worked out. He was only there for a month and really didn't hire anybody. I mean, he hired some people, but that's not a significant enough change. Second thing was he decided to not listen to Clay and call an emergency session of Congress. I think that's neutral. I don't necessarily like the economy was in bad shape. Clay was trying to hold the emergency session of Congress because maybe it was a power trip. Maybe he actually was like our debt is really, really bad. We have to get Congress in to do things. He said no. I don't think it was a consequential thing one way or the other. But the third thing that he did was absolutely consequential and was something that had long lasting effects, and those effects were negative. This would be a bit of a spoiler for the next president. He picked John Tyler to be his vice president, meaning John Tyler became the president, and he was a very, very bad president. We will discuss him at length when his turn comes up, but he was a bad president, and the only thing I can look at William Henry Harrison for doing is picking a successor who was very, very bad, I cannot rate him very highly. So, on the list we have, he's going to be number 9. He is going to be below Jackson and Van Buren because at least they have some positive things I can point to offset the horrible things they did. Really, the only thing William Henry Harrison did that had a lasting impact was pick someone who turned out to be a horrible president. So that's where he falls on the list. One fun fact about William Henry Harrison, because this is going to be a very short one. It is likely, based on current science and studies, that he did not die of what the flu that they thought he died of. That he actually likely died of some sort of dysentery because the White House water source was set up downstream from the Washington, D.C. sewer system. History is awkward. Moving right along to the 10th president of the United States, John Tyler. Again, let's go over the 5 criteria before we get started. First criteria is growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and to leave the country better or worse. So starting with growth, before we even get into the 5 criteria, let's give a little background. Tyler was not elected president. He was the vice president of William Henry Harrison, who had died after about a month in office. When he became president, it wasn't even clear that he was going to be serving out the term. There was a lot of debate and discussion as to whether the vice president was just supposed to be a placeholder until an election could be held, or if the vice president, because they were on the ticket with the president, was supposed to fill out the rest of the term. Tyler was on the ticket with the famous slogan, Tippy Canoe and Tyler too. They decided the vice president does serve out the term because he's on the ticket. This went back and forth, and Congress may have regretted that. In terms of growth, Tyler was very much a minimalist in terms of government. He didn't believe in a lot of the things the Whigs believed in. He ran on the Whig Party ticket mainly because he hated Andrew Jackson and Jacksonian politics. His political philosophy, as far as aligning with the Whigs, had nothing to do with what many of the mainstream Whig politicians at the time believed. He opposed the national banks. He opposed infrastructure spending. And so when the Whig Congress came in very excited because they had won the election and they had, swept out all of the Jacksonian Democrats and had a majority in Congress, when Harrison dies, suddenly they have a person who really is in opposition to everything they say, who vetoes banking bills, who vetoes infrastructure projects, who's driving them absolutely crazy. His cabinet disliked him. I think the entire cabinet, except for one person, resigned in protest because of his vetoes. He did everything he could to minimize financial plans that the Whigs had. So when we're looking at terms of growth, there are a couple things I can give him slight credit for. He did, but it was more in solidifying things that existed rather than creating anything new. So I wouldn't say that he actually. And we'll get to this with regards to like Texas. He was in favor of the annexation, but the annexation didn't happen on his watch, partially because he was incredibly unpopular. With regards to the Oregon Territory and Maine, he negotiated treaties, but the treaties were really not able to be fully implemented. And there was some argument, at least with regards to Maine, he didn't get as much territory as he could have. I think the Oregon negotiation, it ended up being right around what he negotiated. So I don't want to give him no credit for that. I think when we talk about Polk later, as I was looking at this, I'm kind of, again, when we're looking at left better than found, in some ways he did, in terms of foreign policy, set some foundations that Polk could build on. He also had what they call the Tyler Doctrine with regards to Hawaii, similar to the Monroe Doctrine, making a claim on Hawaii that would come into play later. So you can make some arguments with regards to growth, physical growth of the country. He did some things that laid foundations. He did restabilize relations with Great Britain, which we'll get to in international politics. But he also did nothing to stop the continuing. Again, we have the Panic of 1837 still going and went on all throughout his presidency. He did little to help any type of recovery in the country that had started, under Van Buren. Again, I argue caused in large part because of the Jacksonian politics. He did little to make that change, and he just constantly fought with Congress, didn't get much done, didn't accomplish much in terms of growth, so I'm not going to give him a very good regard there. With regards to finances, same thing, if not worse. Again, he inherited a bad economy. He inherited bad policies from that had crashed the economy. Like my argument would be Jacksonian policies gave a sugar rush during Jacksonian times that became a huge crash in with the Panic of 1837 that they were still recovering from. Now we're going almost 8 years later at the end of Tyler's term, and was still had a country that was in this long of a recession, basically, arguably a depression, caused by these horrible policies, and he did nothing to correct it. He fought tooth and nail constantly to have any changes in policies that would have improved it because he didn't believe in government spending. He didn't believe in infrastructure projects. He did not work to fix the problems, and he was loathed by like he couldn't he wouldn't run for there was no point in running for the election. He wasn't going to win. His own party despised him, and the other party wasn't much a bigger fan. He couldn't get they didn't impeach him, but he wasn't a dishonest person. He was just bad at his job. In addition, he also picked, and this is where I'm going to get into growth and kind of get into the war and security, international politics. Again, going back to international politics, he was fine. I think he did a good job of de-escalating the conflict with Great Britain. The treaty negotiations seemed okay. I think he did a fair job. When you read about people who are trying to praise him, they'll usually point to international politics. I don't think he was exceptional. I think he was fine. And I also think he left a lot of things undone that Polk had to resolve. And we'll discuss that when Polk comes in. And if you want to give him credit because he kind of pushed us in a direction, I guess in theory you could give him credit. I particularly don't, because I think the way he left them was quite messy and left Polk in a situation where he was going to have a war with Mexico. Left Polk in a situation where he was going to have that 48-50 fight argument with Great Britain. I don't think he resolved anything. I think he just kind of stirred up a little bit on the pot that Polk had to come in and clean up. That leaves us with war and security. He did not do he left we were on the edge of a war with Mexico because of his Texas annexation stuff, and his picking of John Calhoun as Secretary of State. I keep saying this. John Calhoun is one of the great villains of American history. He stirred up the fight with regards to it being a slave state entry. All of the things that would eventually become the American Civil War were exacerbated and antagonized during his term, and he did little to de-escalate that, left us on the brink of a war. The Fremont expedition, I have a specific dislike of the Fremont expedition because I had to do it. I was doing a deep dive on something else and just reading how just Fremont just going around the country killing Native Americans wantonly, just basically antagonizing the Spanish, just doing all of these things, kind of stirring out the pot for war that would come with the Mexican-American War. If you want to argue, and when we get to Polk, I will kind of make this argument that the Mexican-American War, because of the outcome, was to America's benefit. I could see that. But I also think we could have just negotiated that land. I think that land was able to be taken without the war. I think Polk very nearly did, and I think it was probably something that could have been done under Tyler, and he just failed to do it. So I'm not going to be able to give Tyler credit for what came later that Polk did, because he didn't do it on his term, and he kind of put it in a situation where it was going to have to be a war because you had to proceed because he had stirred the hornet's nest so much. Given all of that, when we're having the better or worse discussion, which I think is the most important conversation you have about any of these people, I think he left the country worse than he found it. I think John Tyler basically was the first president that when he left office had diminished the presidency to the point that people just kind of looked at it with disregard in some ways. He was in some ways an embarrassment. They were willing to put papers of impeachment. They blocked his. He was the first president who could not get his cabinet officials put forth. He couldn't get a Supreme Court nominee put through. He looked weak and incompetent throughout his presidency. He failed to accomplish his goals, and he left the country as bad, if not worse, than he found it in most regards. I'm going to put him at 10th as the worst president so far. He will. I don't think he'll end up being the worst president overall, but I think his presidency was an utter failure. I'm even putting him below William Henry Harrison because at least Harrison during his 1 month, the only thing Harrison did that I can say is a significant flaw is picking John Tyler to be his vice president. John Tyler basically left the country on the brink of war, still in the same financial distressful situation that they had, did little to expand infrastructure. The only things I can give him credit for are some of the negotiations he had with Great Britain with regards to the Oregon Territory and Maine, but even that was left in a dangerous position when Polk took office, and I don't want to give Tyler credit for what Polk was able to pull off. So again, that's where he's going to fall. Next up, we're going to take a look at the 11th President of the United States, James Polk. Again, the 5 criteria: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and most importantly, did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? So let's start with something that we need to get just out there with Polk. At this point, America was running on manifest destiny. People voted for manifest destiny. Manifest destiny, in my opinion, is something that was kind of an evil concept. I'm not a big fan of manifest destiny, but this isn't a conversation about whether or not manifest destiny was right or wrong. In the same way that when we discussed some of the founding fathers like Washington and Jefferson, we acknowledged the fact that they were slaveholders and that they were often very hypocritical in their views because of these things. And I think we're trying to, as we do these, the reason we're going in order and the reason we're having the conversation about better or worse is we're looking at people in context of their time and in context of what was expected, what the country wanted, and whether or not what they did was good for the country as a whole, not necessarily the world or the people that they did things to. So I think when we're talking about Polk, understand that when I'm talking about him in positive ways, I understand that framework. That being said, and that being the rubric and framework, Polk is one of the most underrated presidents in history. He was a single-term president by choice. He ran on being a single-term president, and part of why he won, and part of why I think he was able to get the nomination, was he was running for to be a single-term president in a time when there were incredibly ambitious people on all sides seeking the presidency. One of the things that he was given, a piece of advice he was given, was to not select anyone for the cabinet who had personal presidential ambitions, and the only person he did select that did have personal presidential ambitions was James Buchanan, who was the one he kind of struggled with the most during his presidency. Although I think Buchanan in that role did a very good job. We'll be talking about Buchanan later. It will not be favorable. But looking at Polk from that point of view, Polk navigated politics incredibly well for his time, much better than anyone before or after him for some time. So let's look at growth. Polk for growth, you have to put him right up there with Jefferson. Tyler kind of left a mess. So when I just did Tyler, and now I'm coming back to it, and I remember when I was doing Tyler going, all right, how much of this do I give credit for Tyler for setting up or for Polk for knocking down? And the more I'm looking at it going, no, Tyler set up a bunch of messes. And then Polk really, really strategically navigated those messes incredibly well. 54-40 fight, again, if I get the number wrong, I'll put it on the screen as I did for Polk last time, on the Oregon border could have been a war with Great Britain. All of the Oregon negotiations could have gone very badly, and the country was itching for war at this point on many, many levels. We did have a war during Polk's term, and we'll get to that in a second. But Polk was elected because of a desire to fight, a desire for the country to expand west, a desire of the country. Again, manifest destiny was something that was a belief. It was something that, if all the negatives about the economy that was going on, all the things that have been going wrong, the one thing people seem to be clinging to was, manifest destiny. We're going to go westward expansion. We have a God-given right to take the rest of this country all the way to the Pacific, and this is our land, and we're going to expand. Constrained somewhat by the Monroe Doctrine, we weren't going to be colonial powers outside of our sphere, but we were willing to expand our sphere. And Tyler took that, declaring control over the Hawaiian Islands. Polk did embrace manifest destiny, but he did it very strategically. So he did manage to negotiate the Oregon Territory, which was a huge chunk of land. Yes, we had people there, but this made clear where the lines were. It did so without having a war. That was a very impressive negotiation. The Mexican-American War is much messier, but I think if you take a step back and look at what he inherited and the way that he tried to proceed and what actually happened, it's actually also very impressive. In addition to how the war was executed, how quickly it was won. I did a little bit of deep dive in Mexican history for another video I did about how so much of Mexico ended up in America. And what Polk was walking into at the time was a Mexican government that was completely dysfunctional. Polk actually tried to negotiate rather than have a war to take the land. He wanted California and he wanted Nevada. And both of these turned out to be hugely very good decisions, particularly California, because the gold rush happens right around, 40, for the 49ers, 48, 49. So Polk's acquisition of California was a huge boon, and his acquisition of Texas, even though the annexation was set up by Tyler, the way that he did it and navigated it in such a way that, yes, there was a Mexican-American War, but by the time the Mexican-American War happened, America pretty much, just rolled. Um, Setting all that up, being prepared, having a plan, and the way it was executed, very impressive. Those are the two largest economic states, I believe. Maybe New York might be above. I think it is Mexico. I think it's California and Texas in the country. Those both come in during Polk's term, as far as the land. Um, We'll go to statehood later, but those are both acquired under Polk. You can give Tyler some credit for the annexation of Texas because he did set that up, but I think that was coming either way, and Polk was able to navigate it in such a way that we not only annexed Texas, we set the precedent, and then when the war happened, it was a Mexico was destroyed. It was we were able to like march on Mexico City, completely alienate the country there, take this land, which at that time was occupied primarily by native peoples rather than the Mexicans, and the native peoples. Still at this time were having the same problems they had, which is every time they encountered Europeans at any volume, they had outbreaks of disease. And much of this area had been largely unexplored, at least in detail, by Europeans. So we were still having a lot of first contacts in this area. If you look into Californian history, you'll learn about the California mission systems and how many of those native peoples had been uncontacted. And then when smallpox came, the same effects it had there as it had everywhere else where they were been. When 80 to 90% of your people die of disease, there's not really much you can do to stand up for them. And I don't think he had a choice but to proceed to war because of what Tyler had done with the Fremont expedition. Really, going at the Mexicans, completely ignoring rights. The way the annexation of Texas went, completely ignoring the Mexicans. And I think again, he did send someone down to try to negotiate. They were not able to negotiate it primarily because the president of Mexico was deposed. I think he was deposed. I know he was unable to negotiate. I believe he actually wanted to do the deal, knowing that they really couldn't stop the war because everything, the failures of Santa Anna and all the other stuff, and he was not able to make a deal. So he wasn't able to make a deal. He had a war. It was a brief war. It was a successful war. Morally, you can question all these things. Again, we're going to start from the premise that, yes, if manifest destiny is evil and all this expansion was evil and all this colonial expansion was evil, 100%. I'm not saying Polk was a good person. I'm evaluating him as a president, and I'm evaluating the effectiveness of his presidency in making America a stronger country in terms of growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and did he leave the country better or worse? In terms of finances, Polk came in with that long panic of 1837 still continuing on. I mean, the recession and the economic strain was still there. You can say he got lucky with the California gold rush really breaking the depression, and you might be accurate, but the acquisition of California came on his watch. Sometimes presidents are given credit for things that happened that were not something that were conscious decisions, but you're still going to say that was a very successful presidency. Again, I'm not evaluating the person, I'm evaluating the presidency. If I was evaluating the person, the atoms would be much higher than they are, and people like Jefferson would be much lower. I'm not doing that. The intent of this is to evaluate the presidency. So in terms of growth, he's right up there with Jefferson. In terms of finances, you got to give him positive marks. He turned around what had been a Great Depression and really set up the foundation for economic expansion. He was not big into spending projects, as was kind of the infrastructure thing. He did resist infrastructure bills. So I'm not going to put him very high as far as finances. He'll probably be middle of the pack there, but he was successful there. In terms of international politics, there was a Mexican-American War, but it was a blowout. The Americans won that war handily, probably almost too handily. Maybe made them cocky eventually for when the Civil War came about how wars actually went, and then when the actual war came, they had a different understanding. And then the negotiations with The British, in terms of settling where the lands were, I think that was just a very impressive navigation. I'm not going to say he's one of the great international policy people of all time, but he's definitely probably above average. And in terms of leaving the country better or worse, I'm not. There are some things that he did not fix, and so I'm not going to say he's up there with like a Washington or anybody who really left the country in great shape. The slavery issue was not only still not resolved, but now had additional complexities because you had all this new land in the South um, that was going to be slave or free. I think eventually those things were worked out with California, um, kind of being the free state, and but that still left messiness. And then he also pricked a Supreme Court pick who went along with Taney on Dred Scott. So I think those things have to be taken into the calculus. He was a Jeffersonian. He continued, I'm sorry, not a Jeffersonian, he was a Jacksonian. So he continued on a lot of the ideas of Andrew Jackson that I think were setting the foundation for what eventually would be the Civil War. But on the whole, I think Polk's brief presidency was a very good presidency. Given the 11 people have, I would say it's an exceptional presidency. I'm going to put him at number 3. So just below Jefferson. So you have Washington, Jefferson, and then Polk, and he's just above Monroe. I could see that changing as we do further evaluations, as I discussed in earlier videos. I'm doing this all on a spreadsheet. I'm giving everyone scores on these 5 criteria, and then I'm also using those scores as kind of a rating system as to where they rank among other presidents. So if you see some changing in the chart, that's why. I am going by the scoring, and when I do the evaluations, I'm also doing comparisons. So when I'm saying, let's say I gave him an 8 for growth, I'll then look at the other presidents, go, okay, really, was he above or below this person? And then I'll kind of adjust the scores to put above or below to have that criteria. But I think Polk is a very underrated president. I think it was a very good presidency. So I'm going to leave James Polk at number 3. Next up, we're going to do the 12th President of the United States, Zachary Taylor. Again, 5 criteria are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and most importantly, did they leave the country better or worse than when they found it? Dealing with the first elephant in the room was Zachary Taylor. He died 16 months into office, so he didn't even fulfill a full term, little over a quarter of a term. But I think he came in at a time that was a lot of things going on. I think his year in office had a lot that happened. So I think we can have a more full discussion of his presidency than we did with William Henry Harrison. We're really just talking about a month where he was in office, really only 3 decisions in total that he had that were of any real significance. A lot of things were decided under Taylor, and Taylor did a lot during his time. Talking about growth, when he comes in, he has to make a lot of decisions almost immediately because Polk has left office shortly after the end of the Mexican-American War with this huge amount of territory that we have to decide what are we going to do with this territory. And I think a lot of the election going in was the discussion of what are we going to do with this territory. There was a lot of discussion of the slavery issue. In fact, I believe this was in Martin Van Buren ran an entire Free Soil Party discussing that we should be making this land free, and this is an opportunity for us to finally end slavery. Taylor was a slave owner, and I think he had a lot of support coming from places that he wouldn't have gotten support from before, running as a Whig. Jacksonians generally were the Democrats, the Jacksonian Democrats, because he was a slave owner. And I think slave owners thought that he'd be more sympathetic to their cause, even though he was a Whig. And I think he kind of got to navigate the middle ground there, where he got support in the North because he was a Whig, or at least on the Northeast. But he also was seen by the Southerners as someone that they could live with because he was a slave owner and he thought to be sympathetic. He was the last slave owner to be president. He was not as sympathetic as the Southerners thought he would be. He came in, and I think the way I would describe Taylor from what I've read about him is he just wanted things to be calm. He wanted to bring the temperature down on all of these issues while also making clear that if there was going to be threats to secession, if there were going to be threats to destabilization, he wasn't going to take that. He was a military man. He wanted stability, kind of like Washington in that way. Again, we're not saying Zachary Taylor was George Washington. Trust me, we're not going to end up there. But I think the military mindset of someone who's like, I want things to be calm and stable, and if they're not, I will use force. And I think that was how Taylor approached a lot of things. So in terms of growth, when Texas was threatening to send militia in to occupy areas so they could take additional claim to areas of New Mexico, Taylor said, I will send federal troops and I will regulate. I will take care of this. You want to fight, we can have that fight. And I think his being a military person and that threat being viable helped stabilize that. I think in a lot of the secession talks, when the Southerners were making threats of leaving the Union or over the free states, when they were getting upset and demanding that slavery exists in the new territories, he made clear he's not going to cater to threats. He said, if somebody puts on my desk something saying that there's no slavery in the new territories, I will sign it. And I think is his way of saying, we're not having this fight. We're not going to have these arguments. I'm not going to cater to this. And I think there's a curious counter question: if he had stayed in office, if things could have been worked out in a way that either, possibly in a negative way, where we're kicking the can down the line and we don't have the Civil War happen in in the next 10 to 15 years, or if something could have been worked out where it would have been slowly phased out, and over time something can work out. Again, he's a slave owner. He's not opposed to slavery. He doesn't have a moral qualm with it. But I think everyone was surprised at his approach, that he was willing to say, we need to figure out a solution so we can all work together. We're not going to separate. And I think that was a positive, but I'm not going to give him much credit for growth because, again, 16 months, and it wasn't like it was a growth thing. It was more of a stabilization thing. In terms of finances, he disappointed the Whigs. The Whigs were a party that was running on bringing back the national banking system and getting rid of the independent treasury, to have a national bank, and also to have protective tariffs put in place to protect northern industry. And he was opposed to both of those things. He wasn't running as a Whig because he believed in the Whig ideology on finance. He was running as a Whig because he was opposed to a lot of the ideas of manifest destiny and Jacksonian ideology. So I would say he was probably neutral. I don't disagree with his stance, and I think at that point bringing back a national bank didn't make a lot of sense, even if you think it would have been a good idea. The country was also doing much better because of the California gold rush and because of the expansion. We had all this new land, and so I think I would put him as neutral, but he certainly wasn't someone who did a lot of new things on finance or created a lot of new opportunities. Again, fairly neutral. In terms of international politics, one of the things he's probably best known for is negotiating the treaties that kind of set the framework for when they eventually built the Panama Canal. I think at the time they were looking more in Nicaragua, but the idea that we were going to build a canal and it was going to be an international canal, that we weren't just going to go down and take the land and occupy the land and basically make Central America America and have all these wars. Part of the fear of manifest destiny, that people didn't like it, is like, we keep having all these expansions and it destabilizes everything, and then we're going to have all these wars. Are we going to take over Mexico, or where do we draw the line? And there were a lot of people who were pushing for us to invade Cuba, or at least destabilize Cuba and make Cuba the another state, so we'd have another slave state. A lot of people in the South really were in favor of making Cuba a state because Cuba was one of the few places left where slavery was still legal. And a lot of people in the South were not just in favor of maintaining the process of slavery. They thought slavery was appropriate and good and should be expanded. I think there's this entire misunderstanding of the philosophy of a lot of the South, where they were like, they just wanted to keep their place and do things that they always done. They wanted to expand slavery. They thought slavery was good. They thought white supremacy was natural and good, and anyone opposed to it was opposed to the nature of the world, and they wanted to expand slavery wherever they could, including into the North. And they were very angry that the North was not going to enforce the fugitive slave laws, and they were, very, very upset at Taylor for not making them enforce it. And that was one of the reasons that Taylor was like, enough. If you really believe in freedom, that people can do what they want in their own areas, you have to accept that the North does not agree with slavery and does not want to send slaves back, and doesn't want your slave catchers coming up here and running around and trying to enforce law in states where they don't belong. So all of that international politics, I would say, fairly positive. I'm not going to say like one of the great international scholars of all time, but I think he was someone who was looking for peaceful solutions, for cooperation, for us to work together, that it didn't have to be the my way or the highway, or starting conflicts that were unnecessary. In terms of war and security, again, we could have very easily been pulled into conflicts where there could have been a secession crisis, where the Texas militia could have had a little bleeding Kansas situation happen in New Mexico. Didn't happen. Could have had a conflict, honestly, with Utah. At this point, the Mormons had moved into Utah before the Mexican-American War and occupied all this land out in Deseret. They were calling it. This is before it was Utah. This is back when they were trying to set up Deseret territory. That could have become a conflict. It did become a conflict later. We'll get to the Utah Wars. And he more took the approach of like, live and let live. You guys are out there. There was actually talk for a while that Utah might be pulled into California. He kept that separate and kind of divided things so that they would be able to live autonomously away without being under state control, and kind of live how they wanted to live. I think Taylor was more of a, look, I don't want to fight. I don't want to conflict. I want to de-escalate. I want to just let things be as they are. And I think that was a lot of his mindset on a lot of things. Some people say to a negative detriment. Some people say he wasn't working with Congress enough. Nobody knew what he was doing. He kind of went on his own way. But I think probably at this time that was not a bad course of action because there were so many ambitious people who were trying to force agendas. God knows John Calhoun was trying to pick a fight, and honestly Henry Clay also was trying to pick a fight on the banking things. You call him the great compromiser because he worked out things later, but I think you have to understand the ambitions of all these men. And the compromise of 1850, even though it didn't happen on his watch, I think it was kind of because of the way he was pushing things that it did eventually happen. So in terms of better or worse, 16 months isn't enough time. I'm very curious, and I wish we had a counter history where we could figure out what would happen if he got a full term or even 2 terms, and how things would have been fundamentally different. Whether this strategy would have worked or whether the strategy would have just accelerated the war, and eventually him being so, we're not going to decide these things, or being willing to sign off on things that would really upset the South would have accelerated the war, or possibly would it have delayed it, possibly could have de-escalated it. We'll never know. But what I can say is, looking at the list, I'm going to put him ahead of Jackson because he didn't leave the country in a complete dire strait financially and heading toward a death spiral to the Civil War. So that puts him at number 8. So Zachary Taylor, number 8. And to finish this off, let's continue something we discussed about with William Henry Harrison. Taylor is one of the 2 Whig presidents who died in office after less than 2 years. But what I think people don't always realize is, yes, Harrison died in office of a stomach disease. Polk actually died just after leaving office of a stomach disease. And then Taylor dies in office of a stomach disease. It means 3 out of the 4 presidents in that cycle get sick from a stomach disease and die either in office or shortly after leaving office. Tyler was famously not in Washington that much and hated being in Washington, was in and out a lot. Again, the Washington sewer system was upstream from the White House water supply until this time. I believe it was Millard Fillmore was the first president where they moved the White House water either to I don't remember if they moved the White House water so it was no longer downstream from the Washington sewage system. History is quite awkward. At number 13, we're going to have Millard Fillmore. Again, let's look at the criteria: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important criteria: did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? Fillmore came in after Taylor's death and got rid of the entire cabinet. He wanted to have a fresh start. And when I talked about the compromise of 1850 not really being on Taylor's ledger, but being something that he kind of pushed toward, or at least was guiding in a direction, I hope that I was clear, and maybe I wasn't in that video, that I'm not giving a responsibility because I don't think the compromise of 1850 would have looked anything like it actually did had Taylor remained president. Taylor had made clear he wanted to sign, or was willing to sign at least, the Wilmot Proviso, which would have made slavery illegal in the federal territories. He didn't believe in the expansion of territory to the new states, even though he himself was a slave owner. He did not believe in the expansion of it. He understood that this was all going to push towards something that needed to be resolved. And I think he was intent on having an actual resolution of this issue. And I think there would have had been some compromise met, but I don't think it would have been along the same lines. I don't think he would have agreed to what the kind of baseline that created the ability to have the Kansas-Nebraska Act later that was really just set everything on fire. I think he would have called the Texans either bluff or had the fight over New Mexico and their wish to expand in that territory, and they're trying to leverage that as a blackmail to force them to do the Missouri Compromise extended all the way to the Pacific Ocean. I think he would have just said, slavery exists in the South. I'm a slave owner. I get it. But no, you don't get to have the whole country be slave. We're not doing that. Part of the states' rights is also the states' rights to not have to follow the rules of slavery. Part of the states' rights is also not having to follow and engage in the Fugitive Slave Act if they don't. I think he was an actual states' rights person. I don't think he was a person who was a slavery at all cost person, which is what the South really was and what the Confederacy was really about. And we'll get there when we get there. Fillmore was not that person. Fillmore was very weak and Fillmore didn't make any decisions. He kicked everything down the line. He was willing to make unreasonable compromises, not thinking about any long-term plans, and he just did a horrible job, quite frankly. In terms of growth, yes, technically, I think California came under his watch, and with the Missouri Compromise, you can make some argument, but like nothing that he did grew the country in any significant way, and everything he did kind of left the country in a more dangerous and precarious situation, even down to the appointment of Brigham Young in Utah, basically allowing that area to become an ethno-state, which I think when like I believe the Utah war was only like like 4 years right after he left the presidency. We have a war with Utah because we allowed an ethno-state without establishing any federal control or what the ground rules are. I don't think Taylor would have done that. I don't think Taylor would have, I think Taylor understood, not as much as a full federalist, but understood the federal government has to be in charge. Decisions have to be made. We can't just push things down the line. Yes, he would like Congress to make the decision, but he was kind of pushing Congress to make the decision. He was not going to accept a compromise that didn't address the issues directly, even if it made somebody mad. He wanted clear lines drawn. He wanted this to be the opportunity where we made those decisions, whereas Fillmore just pushed everything down the line, made it worse. And I think maybe if Taylor had been able to do this, maybe the Civil War starts now. People will argue, well, if Taylor had stayed on and Fillmore hadn't made the compromises that he made, maybe the Civil War happens now. I kind of tend to look at this as this was a transition point potentially. Calhoun had just died. I think he died in March of 1850. Clay was sick and would die 2 years later in 52. Even though he's given credit as being the great compromiser who came up with this agreement, the old guard was dying. We were ready to transition to a new group of people. In fact, Franklin Pierce coming in was a young president. This was a time where there was an opportunity to transition. After the passage of the Compromise of 1850 and the next round of elections, in the South, a lot of Unionists won in the way they were describing Unionists as people who wanted to stay in the Union because there was a push for secessionism. I think had the Compromise of 1850 been less agreeable but more final, something to the effect of, yes, we're going to agree that these new states are not going to be slave states, but we'll put something in writing where the southern states' right to keep slaves will be enshrined. Maybe even I don't think it would have constitutional amendment, but something like that to that effect. I think that's what Taylor would have negotiated. Not necessarily a good thing that extends slavery, but perhaps that the Civil War could have been avoided or delayed. We'll never know. What we do know is Fillmore didn't do any of those things. Fillmore basically agreed to a compromise that was, and the Congress also agreed to a compromise that forced the North to accept Fugitive Slave Act provisions, forced them to accept slave catchers coming into their territory, something that basically made it impossible for Fillmore to run for re-election, while also making the South upset because they had all these ambitions and dreams about their version of manifest destiny, including expanding slavery all the way out west, including basically taking over Cuba. He didn't take care of any of those things. In terms of finances, I'm going to put him fairly neutral. He did invest in infrastructure, but not very much, and he was only there for 2 years. And his Congress just kind of walked all over him, which we'll get to, I guess, when we get to other things. International politics, this is okay, I guess. Apparently, he convinced the French to not take over Hawaii, and he made some overtures to opening up Japan to trade, which are all whatever. They're fine. None of those are major significant changes that I would say were on his watch that he gets major credit for. So I'm going to put him at neutral to not particularly bad. War and security, he made everything worse. The country was less secure because of this compromise. The country was now really on a rocket sled towards civil war. He did not resolve the problem. He set the groundwork that would create bleeding Kansas and all the other problems we're going to have going over and discussing with the future presidents. And he did that by just being weak and unable to make decisions and afraid to make anything final. Very pathetic presidency in that regard. And I think he absolutely left the country worse than he found it as a result. So I'm going to put Millard Fillmore at, let's see, 11th. I'm going to put him above Henry Harrison and Tyler because I do think that they were worse. I'm actually going to put him behind Jackson and Van Buren because although Jackson and Van Buren started this train, I would argue, and they were going to be ranked very low as a whole, I think, because I think that the path that led us down towards civil war started with Jackson. A lot of the ideas that Jackson put in place that led to the collapsed economy that Van Buren inherited, all of that starts there. But Fillmore could have turned the train or did nothing to turn the train, and also did nothing positive in other regards. There are things you can give Jackson credit for and Van Buren credit for. There are very few things. As I was going through the list, I'm like, what did Fillmore accomplish? I don't think he accomplished anything of significance, but he did set the framework for the complete collapse of the United States, going towards civil war. When he had been handed something with regards to, again, Polk handed a stabilizing country to Taylor. Taylor was basically making clear, okay, there's still a lot of stuff we got to work out, but the plan going forward is if you want to fight, we're going to fight. We're going to set clear boundaries and lines. And then Fillmore was like, I don't really want to do this, and everything fell apart. So that's Millard Fillmore, number 11. Now we're going to take a look at the 14th President of the United States, Franklin Pierce. Again, the 5 criteria are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important one, did they leave the country better or worse? First, I want to start off by saying I do not buy into the argument that Pierce's presidency struggled so much because of the tragedy that it began. Pierce and his wife were involved in a train derailment that ended up killing their son. His wife was in mourning for, I think, almost a year. And some scholars have argued that that had distracted Pierce and that he would have made different decisions. I don't buy any of that. Pierce ran on basically what he did and what he agreed with. Pierce seemed to believe that appeasing the South was the way to go. He ran on blaming the abolitionists for stirring up trouble, and he didn't understand the dynamics. He didn't understand the country. He didn't understand that manifest destiny was not going to be able to be appeased by its nature. Manifest destiny, by its nature, was constant expansion. The argument that we should be able to do whatever we want, whenever we want, because we're white. And they were already pushing to expand into Cuba. They were pushing to expand into New Mexico from Texas before. There was no point where they were ready to go, okay, we have enough, just leave us alone. That myth is completely wrong. It was never one that you should believe. The states' rights arguments are just frankly false. If there was a states' rights argument, you wouldn't need the Fugitive Slave Act. And what happened during this time period with Bleeding Kansas, where the slave owners sent huge numbers of people in to occupy this land aggressively and violently. And don't get me wrong, there's violence on both sides. John Brown certainly got to start in Bleeding Kansas. But that made clear that there was not going to be a time where it's like, oh, okay, you can have Kansas, and no, they wanted to not only have slavery, but have slavery be the norm so that they could expand slavery wherever they want. They resented not being able to have slaves in the North, even if it wasn't economically viable. They felt it was their right. They weren't going to capitulate. Pierce didn't understand that. The only thing I can give him credit for in terms of growth, and I'll also give him credit for this on international politics, is the Gadsden Purchase and the Transcontinental Railroad being able to be expanded down on the southern route because of the Gadsden Purchase. But he also vetoed a lot of infrastructure acts and a lot of infrastructure planning. And the fact that Bleeding Kansas went the way it was, that could have been a clean expansion. That could have been, we've got all of this land and we can bring all these people in and just settle it peacefully. And we just didn't, because we decided to not make a decision, to allow things to fester and get worse, and eventually the civilian conflict became a military conflict with the Civil War. But that'll be the next couple presidents. In terms of finances, I'm going to leave it fairly neutral. I can't think of anything, and I didn't see anything that made me think he was particularly good or bad with finances. Obviously, he wasn't investing a lot in infrastructure, so I'm not going to give him very high marks because I don't think he left a country that was doing a huge amount of growth. But I also don't think he left a recession or major problems. That certainly wasn't the issue of the day, was finances. It was a secondary issue. International politics, I will give him slightly above average. Well, maybe not above average. I'll give him some credit for the Gadsden Purchase. I'll give him some credit for his negotiations with, I believe, Great Britain. There were some positives there. The Austin Manifesto was obviously an embarrassment. The Austin Manifesto was basically a letter leaked where he was attempting to, where some of the people in his cabinet, I should say, were attempting to bring Cuba, the Spanish island of Cuba, into the United States, and just kind of working through all that. Again, the Manifest Destiny thing, the idea that it wasn't looking for expansion is ridiculous. Southern slave states had been pushing for Cuba to become a state, to occupy Cuba, possibly even with another war with Spain, as they had a war with Mexico, to have more land. Because again, there was never going to be a shortage of a lust for land. The Manifest Destiny was never going to be sated, and that was part of the problem with Pierce, is he never understood that. So I'll give him neutral marks on that. There are certainly people who were worse at international politics than he was, and he was neutral. Now we get to the two things that I'm going to give an incredibly low marks for. War and security. You have a war taking place in Kansas for all intents and purposes because of the decisions that you made, because you decided to say, okay, whoever moves here can suddenly vote and decide whether it's slave or free. That was just an incredibly stupid decision. And it was following another dumb decision in the compromise of 1850, or the acquiescence of 1850, I almost want to call it, but where it was kind of making it clear it was a free for all and it was going to be a might makes right situation. But that didn't have to happen. It could have been keep the Missouri Compromise, let Kansas is above the line, therefore, and then below the line. Although again, it never should have had a discussion anyway. Taylor was probably right, and maybe we end up having a civil war earlier if we go with Taylor and we make New Mexico and California into free states, but it shouldn't have been a left to a state's decision, particularly a left to a state's decision when it's not actually left to a state, it's left to whoever moves into the state. Bleeding Kansas is ridiculously bad. And because of that, I don't think there's any debate or discussion that Franklin Pierce left the country significantly worse than he found it. His aggressive enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act, as if he could appease the Southerners, his bleeding Kansas advocacy that we'll just have a vote, whoever's living there, not understanding that, there's no wall around Kansas. People are just going to move in and vote quickly. The leak about the Cuban letter, making it clear to Northerners that he was never going to support them. He destroyed his party, which was impressive. The Democratic Party fractured deeply over that, so badly that no one who was a Democrat could run for president. That's part of why Buchanan ran, because he wasn't in the country when Bleeding Kansas happened. Just awful, awful presidency. So, taking all that consideration, where does it fall? I went back and forth on this, and I may change my mind. I'm going to put him 13th, just above John Tyler, and I'm really on the fence about that. The only thing I can say to Pierce's credit is the Gadsden Purchase was good, and I do want to say that Pierce was handed such a bad hand, whereas Tyler really was handed something that he could have done something with. He could have had a good presidency and didn't. I think there is a fair argument that you can make that no matter what Pierce did, he wasn't going to have a good presidency. That being said, Bleeding Kansas is so bad. So again, I may change my mind later and make the adjustment. For now, by a hair, he's 13th and Tyler is 14th. So now we're going to take a look at the 15th president of the United States, James Buchanan. Again, we have a rubric that we look at as a guidepost just to make sure we hit all the key points when we're covering presidencies. 5 criteria: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and to leave the country better or worse. For Buchanan, I'm going to use this, but I think there are some major overarching things that are like elephants in the room when you're talking about Buchanan. And probably the biggest one was the Dred Scott decision. You wouldn't say normally that a Supreme Court decision falls to the president. A lot of times the people who are on the Supreme Court prior are the ones making the decisions are appointed by other people. And that's one of the reasons I took a shot at Jackson for picking Taney. But in this instance, in Buchanan's inaugural address, he more or less made clear that he had been talking to the Supreme Court. He kind of knew what the decision was, and he thought it was going to solve everything. And there's a lot of information we have now that he was working behind the scenes to try to, lobby Supreme Court justices to go along with the decision, so it would seem like it was a more overwhelming decision, and to expand it, and a lot of this was seen as untoward, and some Supreme Court justices resigned over it. So I think it's fair to put a lot of that on Buchanan because it seemed like he legitimately thought he was going to be able to solve the slavery crisis with the Dred Scott decision when in fact he just poured gasoline on the fire. It was a horrible Supreme Court decision. Again, probably one of the worst, if not the worst. The only reason I don't say it as the worst is there are so many bad Supreme Court decisions. Maybe there's one worse. I can't think of one. Closest I can think of off the top of my head right now is Cruikshank, but even that I don't think was worse. It basically destroyed any of the states' rights arguments you might make about the Civil War. You basically had with this decision saying to the northern states, we don't care what you want. We don't care if you don't want slavery. You have to accept slavery in your territories, at least as if people come here to escape, you have to send them back to the fugitive slave laws. And quite frankly, the way it was written and worded, it sounded like if Southerners wanted to bring slaves up to the North, there really wasn't much the North could do about it. have to understand the states' rights argument's ridiculousness in the context of states' rights for who, and states' rights to do what, and which states' rights. And Buchanan and Pierce and many of the Jacksonian Democrats seem to just think that the North was going to acquiesce to the South. And the South was, and maybe they also thought the South, once it was given what it wanted in terms of, hey, we're never going to, we'll promise you can keep slavery, that's all the South wanted, not understanding the fundamental concept of the Southern Manifest Destiny mindset was we need to keep expanding. It was always about expanding to the West, and then it was talking about expanding to Cuba. There was not a point where the Southern Democratic Jacksonian mindset was going to go, yeah, we got enough, we're good, we can stop here, and we believe you guys will leave us alone, and we're just going to occupy this area and have this little slave area, and you guys can do what you want. It was never going to be you guys can do what you want. It was never about states' rights, unless you want to argue it was the Southern states' rights to expand and impose their belief systems and their economic systems and the concept of slavery and white supremacy upon others. That was the right they wanted to expand, the rights of the Southern states toward the Northern states. Buchanan never understood that. And again, that's why I also didn't give Pierce a pass. Pierce didn't understand it. The Dred Scott decision meant that the Civil War was now inevitable. There was no path forward for anyone who wanted to have a legal discussion, who maybe wanted to de-escalate this through slowly phasing out slavery. It fundamentally it made it a legal doctrine that slavery was going to continue on. It's not a shock that John Brown's raid comes in the years after. At that point, we can no longer negotiate. If you're a Northern abolitionist, there's no longer negotiation. The Supreme Court has made clear we're not negotiating, and that's when it became functionally war. So growth, when half of the country secedes under your administration, you don't get a lot of points toward growth. Finances. Sometimes people forget Buchanan was not just bad in one area, he was bad in many areas. There was an economic panic, the Panic of 1857, so an economic recession caused by a banking run and panic. In 1857, his response was to do basically nothing. I believe the exact quote was he was advocated for reform, not relief. He had a banking run, led to a 2-year recession. He did nothing to fix it. He did nothing to ameliorate it. He just did nothing. And believed that was the right course of action. Do nothing on economics seems to be a recurring theme for Jacksonians, and it will be something we see again with other administrations later. Again, he gets very low marks on finances. International politics, I mean, he didn't get involved in the Second Opium War, I guess, is something you can say to his benefit. He was a better Secretary of State than he was as a president. But in looking at the international matters, I don't know if it was because there was so much going on domestically that international politics just wasn't really something focused on. I'm not going to say he was bad at the international politics of the day. I didn't see anything that made me go gasp, but it also might just be I was looking at comparing it to the other five. So I'm going to give him a fairly neutral rating on international politics. War and security. Before we even get to the Civil War, let's put aside the fact that half of the country seceded from the Union during his administration and that he left the office on the precipice of the Civil War. Let's put that to the side. Even if we didn't have that giving him an incredibly low score for war and security, on his watch, he sent federal troops to Utah to remove Brigham Young. You can argue whether that was necessary, justified, all sorts of other things. He sent federal troops and got into an more or less open war with the state of Utah during his presidency. I have a whole video on that if you want to know the history of the formation of the state of Utah. It's a very complicated thing, so I'm not going to go deep into details, but he was unable to negotiate a way out of that until it had already become bloody and things had already gone quite sideways. Eventually, it didn't turn into something, I guess, as bad as it could have been, but the fact that it became a war on his watch is still just a black mark on his name that I would have put against him in terms of war and security, even if, again, elephant in the room, he left the country on the verge of civil war. Better or worse? Again, putting aside the elephant in the room that would already put him at the very bottom of leaving it better or worse, because it's very hard to leave a country worse than on the verge of civil war. He also had an incredibly corrupt administration full of bribery, just so many scandals that came up during his administration. Again, and that's all putting aside the fact that he left the country on the brink of civil war. There is a reason many people call James Buchanan the worst president of the United States. I think when we read most historian lists, he's either at the bottom or near the bottom. It is very fair to put him there. He did a horrible job with his presidency in nearly every aspect, and I am going to obviously put him currently 15th and expect him to remain at the bottom slot for some time to come. So now we're going to take a look at the 16th president of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. Again, the rubric we try to follow is 5 criteria of growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important, did they leave the country better or worse? I'm going to try to go in order, although the better or worse, I think, is the key to Lincoln. But let's start with growth. And we're not just going to do the cop-out in terms of discussing growth of he came into a country where half of the country has seceded, and he left a country that was united. That is true, and that should count to his credit. But one of the things that's really impressive about Lincoln when you're looking at it, and I thought about this, but it struck me, the man could walk and chew gum at the same time. As he was conducting a war, he was finding creative ways to fund the war and also promoting westward expansion and also passing bills and laws that would start the Transcontinental Railroad, which would be foundational going forward. He was able to put into place a number of things that would eventually create the infrastructure that made the country successful and prosperous later. In addition to the Homestead Act, which really promoted westward expansion, gave people a reason to move west because they were able to purchase this land very cheap, and in exchange also give the federal government a source of income suddenly, which was needed during the war. He also had the land grants. The Congress issued a number of land grants to universities, both agricultural universities and standard universities, basically creating a higher education system that largely hadn't existed outside of New England, all across the country. And again, giving more reasons for people to move out west and to spread out across the country and to expand and grow. And that these land grants would then become many of the state universities we have across the country. That's huge. And I think it's overlooked how many things he was doing to grow the country in the midst of the Civil War. So I think he rates very highly in that regard. Again, growth is not just about physical growth. It's also about setting up the infrastructure that would become the increased power, economic stature, everything of the country. And I think Lincoln, in the midst of a war, accomplished more than most of his predecessors had when they had peaceful economies. In terms of finances, he had to fund that war. Now, did we go into debt? We did, but not as far as you would think, given the fact that we were engaged in total war. The ways that they found to finance things were quite creative and quite successful. Whatever you feel about the income tax, it came in during this time. And the way that it was created, it largely impacted the wealthy, who were also the ones who needed the war to end for them to be economically prosperous, or were prospering from conducting war efforts, funding things, those type of things. It's pretty impressive. I'm not going to say he's going to be one of the top finance. Certainly, there was a lot of debt, the creation of the greenbacks. But I think his Treasury Secretary was very creative in finding ways to fund the war. And I think the funding mechanisms he put in place a lot of them stood the test of time, becoming long-term sources of income and revenue for the federal government, which led to the expansion of the United States. I think he deserves credit for that. In terms of international politics, again, you have to look at what didn't happen, but I think it's rather impressive what didn't happen specifically in the United States when you consider France was at this point invading Mexico. France had an incentive to come in and possibly the Confederacy could have worked out something with them because France was already in Mexico. And there were deals that could have been made, perhaps. The British, same thing. The British did some things where they were, running blockades, where they did sell some ships to the Confederacy. But in the volume it could have been during the time, the Southern belief that King Cotton was going to rule and they were going to be able to use that to become successful really just never happened. And that is, to his credit, and very impressive. A lot of times I don't think we give enough credit to the the presidents that are boring, where nothing bad happens. And I think one of the things I've enjoyed doing this video series on, and one of the things I think is important to do these kind of video series, is the context of the time, to realize that the people before and after Lincoln managed it so poorly. It's almost like a shining star how well he was able to navigate all these things. So again, very impressive in terms of international politics, that in the midst of a war, when his enemies were certain that King Cotton was going to be the thing, that they would be able to work these deals with Europe, where they were actively trying to find ways to work deals with Europe in any way, shape, or form, he was able to mitigate that a great deal. Now we move to war and security. The Civil War starts before Lincoln takes office. The southern states have already seceded before Lincoln takes office. Yes, the first shots of Fort Sumter were shortly after he took office, but all of that falls on his predecessors, largely on Buchanan and Pierce and Fillmore, who, in trying to placate the South, basically emboldened the South. And the whole myth of the states' rights that has come in the revisionist history is completely bogus when you understand the demands of the South. The demands of the South that slavery should be expanded to the new states out west, should be allowed in states that have decided not to make it legal, should force the northern states to enforce fugitive slave laws and allow transportation of slaves through their states where, again, they have decided that slavery should not be allowed. The South was not asking for states' rights. The South was asking for states' exceptions for slavery. They were asking that the southern states be given priority and grandfather claused in to be able to have slavery wherever they went, however they went, whenever they went, and to be able to send law enforcement into other states to capture and bring back slaves. It was not a war about states' rights. It was a war about slavery and, I would argue, white supremacy. And I think that was said very clearly in the Cornerstone speech. And if you don't know what the Cornerstone speech is, I suggest you go look it up, read it, and then try to convince yourself that after that speech given by the Vice President of the Confederacy, that the war was not about slavery, when he explicitly explains it was the cornerstone. White supremacy was the cornerstone of the Confederacy. But I'm digressing a little bit. Let's get back to Lincoln. In terms of war and security, it is almost amazing what he pulled off, considering where Washington, D.C. was. When Lincoln took office, he had to get on a train going through Maryland where there was assassination attempts because Maryland was a slave state. The border states not seceding was not something that was known. That was not something that people were sure of. D.C. was surrounded on all sides by slave states, and Maryland was actively rioting. The suspension of habeas corpus, which people look back on and critically of Lincoln, has to be seen in the context of the capital was surrounded on all sides by people who were not only either sympathetic to the Confederacy in terms of Maryland or actively participating in the Confederacy in terms of Virginia. Lincoln was able to convince the border states to hold, to go along. And then eventually, and again, the border states were where all the battles, many of the battles were taking place. You were asking slaveholding states to accept the battle, their land was going to become battlefields and support the Union. Incredibly impressive that he pulled it off. Lincoln's forming his cabinet full of people who were his rivals. I was thinking of this in contrast to Jackson, who the first 2 years of Jackson's presidency we talked about was him trying to get his cabinet to not fight over one of the cabinet members' wives. Lincoln is basically saying, look, I know we fought a hard-fought battle to see who would be the nominee, but I know you're smart. I know you're good. I'm basically picking you, and I'm empowering you to do the job well because we need to put any of our personal petty squabbles aside for the good of the Union. And Lincoln was constantly, actively going out of his way to tell everyone he was focused on the Union, even as someone who was an abolitionist, who didn't believe in slavery. He was just going out there and saying, I will do whatever need be done. His inaugural address is basically saying, look, if you guys want to keep slavery, I promise you guys can keep slavery. He was willing to make any concession to his own personal beliefs to keep the Union in place. But at the same time, he constantly applied pressure to move what was possible forward. And as he was able to successfully grow in power, as the plans they put in place, like as I discussed earlier, with regards to how they funded the war, and being able to keep the Europeans out of the war, and being able to just make sure that the war was won. There's a lot of arguments over his generals and whether they did a good job or not, McClellan and all that. The fact that he held everyone together was not a foregone conclusion. In fact, that was the South was betting that the North would tire of the war and just let them go. And there was an entire world where they would have just let him go. I think Buchanan was all for just letting them go for all intents and purposes. I think the Pierce and Fillmore approach was basically, let's just give the South what they want so we don't have a fight. And Lincoln didn't do that. And he convinced everyone to go along with him when he had a lot of rivals who actively were not in favor of his decision making. It's incredibly impressive. So, taking all that into consideration, we're going to go to the better or worse scale. Obviously, the country was left far better than when he found it, if only because the country was in such a mess when he found it. And there's an entire game of what if you can play with regards to what would have happened if he hadn't been assassinated just a few days after the signing of the treaty at Antietam, and how he would have approached Reconstruction. We know with his work on the 13th Amendment, the direction that he was going. But this is why, and this is the flaw that has to be dealt with regards to Lincoln. He picked Andrew Johnson. Now, you can argue that he felt he had to because he was worried that McClellan might actually win. I don't think, based on the results of how it came out, I think he won 55%. It was about landslide in presidential terms. I don't necessarily buy that. And then you also have to have the question of his management of McClellan, and that McClellan was then running for president on a platform of ending the war. There were times where Lincoln's decision-making in terms of people wasn't always stellar. Now, it was so much better than the people who came before or after him, so I want to be clear about that. But I do think you have to consider Andrew Johnson vice president, and that with Lincoln's assassination, Andrew Johnson becoming president, as a major mistake. And because of that, I am going to put him second behind George Washington rather than first. I don't think it's particularly close with anyone after him. I think there's a clear Washington and Lincoln well above everyone else, well above Jefferson. But I do think I have to put Lincoln second because of Andrew Johnson, and I'll get to that when we get to Andrew Johnson in the next video. Now we're going to take a look at the 17th President of the United States, Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson, of course, becoming president when Lincoln was assassinated, as he was Lincoln's vice president. But he was not Lincoln's first vice president. He was not vice president during Lincoln's first term. Lincoln's first vice president was Hannibal Hamlin. And Lincoln, I believe, thought when he was running for re-election against McClellan that in order for him to win, he had to show that he was going to be more conciliatory. McClellan was a former general who had run on a campaign that he could quickly end the war, that he was willing to make compromises with the South most likely to end things, and that was kind of his campaign. Lincoln, perhaps trying to show that he also was willing to be conciliatory, was looking at other candidates. He was looking at a number of war Democrats. He was also looking at, apparently, at one point, a guy named Benjamin Butler, which would have been very interesting considering what he did in New Orleans. But that's a topic for another discussion. If you want to look up Benjamin Butler in New Orleans, I believe he went by Spoons, or derogatorily went by Spoons. I think Reconstruction would have gone very differently had that been the pick. But he did not. He went with a war Democrat, Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson, I believe, was a senator from Tennessee, who was one of the few senators who did not leave Congress to go join the Confederacy. But Andrew Johnson was not a great person in many ways, which we'll kind of get into. He had an alcohol problem. Reportedly, during the inauguration for vice presidency, he was drunk and gave a long, incoherent speech. At least that's what many reports say. It's hard to tell if that's 100% true because many reports of Johnson after the fact were very negative for reasons that we'll get into. Let's start with growth. So let's do the positives first, then we'll do the rest. Under his watch, they did acquire Alaska. It was called Seward's Folly, but it was definitely not Seward's Folly. It's a huge state, many valuable natural resources, not a lot of downside to its acquisition. So that's a physical growth, large amount of land. Now let's talk about the rest. Andrew Johnson likely killed any hope of Reconstruction being successful. Maybe it could have been salvaged later on by some later decisions we'll get to. But coming in, there was a lot of hope for Reconstruction. There was a lot of understanding that the South had been very, very defeated and would have to accept terms and conditions put upon it. We had a Congress willing to pass amendments, not just laws, but constitutional amendments to give rights to the freedmen and to pass laws to protect the freedmen. There were laws in place around treason. And in fact, the Constitution itself made clear that those who were treasonous against the United States would lose their rights. And so voting in the South very likely could have been and should have been something that was controlled for a long period of time that would theoretically have been earned back by former Confederates. Johnson's first amnesty toward the Confederates is arguably understandable. It was a general amnesty for the common soldier and the common person. It did not include officers for the most part. It did not include the planter class. It was specifically just a general amnesty toward the common man who might have been a soldier in the war. And you can argue against it, but from the concept of truth and reconciliation, it made sense. Johnson's second amnesty is completely, in my opinion, unforgivable. Forgiving the political class, the planter class, basically reestablishing all of the old government that was the government that agreed to the Confederacy being created in the first place. And that amnesty basically created a situation where you would have on the ballot the people who were there before, you would have everyone able to vote for them, and you returned to power the people who had oppressed the black voters, the black people, the slaves, for centuries. It was an unforgivable decision. You combine that with his active undermining of the Reconstruction implementation as laws were passed to the point that when he tried to fire the person handling Reconstruction, he was impeached, although not removed. He did everything in his power to undermine Reconstruction. And when you read about what was happening at the time, and you read about particularly in places like Louisiana, where it was successful, where black political leaders were gaining power and creating infrastructure and creating the opportunity for there to be a multiracial society down there and for them to really take control of their own destiny, only to have Johnson pull the rug out from under them and functionally create all the conditions that would allow the Ku Klux Klan and similar groups to rise and terrorize and do all the horrors that we know came with later stages of Reconstruction. That's all on Johnson. And it's unforgivable, and it's stagnated the growth of the South to this day. It was unforgivable. It was cruel, it was evil, and it falls on his plate. So for growth, we're going to give him a low grade even though we got Alaska. For finances, it's a tough one. You have to be amazed at how quickly the United States recovered, particularly in terms of hyperinflation. There had been a lot of debt taken out by the North to fund the war. And in the South, the currency of the South was completely tossed aside. There was hyperinflation. It was a horrible economy, but it recovered remarkably quickly. Now, a lot of that, I think, falls to Lincoln and the Congress setting up the infrastructure around the Homestead Act, around all of the various creation of infrastructure that would then come to fruition at the end of the war. And I think that was very impressive. I don't know if that falls on Johnson, but you can't take it away from Johnson. It occurred during his time, and he didn't do much to undermine it. Not that he really had the ability to. He and Congress were constantly fighting with each other, but he did allow things to succeed, and to his credit, some of the things were successful. Economically, the country went from what should have been a complete collapse after the war to a booming post-war economy. Now, you also might say that tends to happen when you have an entire class of people trained in military structure and discipline returning to a place where a lot of people have died. So there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of repairs. That can, that is a stimulus to the economy, but it's still impressive. And I do think you can't knock him too badly for that one. Similarly, in international politics, there was an incident at this time where France had seized much of Mexico. In fact, I think France had seized all of Mexico. And there was a threat that France might expand or do all sorts of other things. And he sent troops to the border of France and Mexico. And that pressure actually weakened the French regime and allowed Mexico to take back control of Mexico. That's positives. Those are all positives on his record. And again, acquiring Alaska is a positive on his record. So I can't give him a major knock for international politics. But the last two, war and security, and did they leave the country better or worse? War and security, he basically allowed for a paramilitary force to terrorize the Southern black population. He allowed for the creation of the Ku Klux Klan. He allowed for the creation of all of the paramilitary groups down there that led to decades and decades of mass murders and violence in the South, and he did very little to stop it. And so when anybody came in afterwards, it was already too well established. And by giving amnesty to the former Confederate leaders, they were just able to reorganize their same battalions, taking back many of the weapons they took home with them and turning them against the black population. That is not a recipe for improving the security of a country, and it's a black mark on his name. Better or worse? Again, same thing. He inherited an opportunity for the country to move forward and for the South to finally become a part of the world, to not be completely dependent on agricultural slavery. And instead, he created a situation where Jim Crow was going to be coming 20 years down the road. And in the meantime, there was just going to be bloody massacres and insecurity and lack of trust for the government. That all falls on his ledger. So where does that put him? I thought about this for a while, because he's a horrible president. And I think when you read historical accounts, unless you're reading from that, I can't remember what it's group. There's the Confederate revisionists, basically, for all intents and purposes. I know that's not what they're called. Who make arguments that Johnson did what was necessary. The incredibly racist history. Aside from them, any serious historian gives Johnson incredibly bad marks and either puts him. He's usually in the debate for worst president of all time. But then you have Buchanan, and my God, was Buchanan a horrible president? So given that, I'm going to put Andrew Johnson at 16, and James Buchanan will remain the worst president at 17. So the next president on the list is the 18th president of the United States, Ulysses S. Grant. So again, the 5 criteria we look at to have as a rubric just to kind of guide our conversation are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important of all, do they leave the country better or worse than they found it? I'm going to start with growth, but Grant is a very difficult president to look at for many reasons, which I'll get into. And a lot of his presidency I kind of view as what ifs. He had not inherited what he inherited. What if the global situation had not been what it is? I find Grant to be someone who, with some exceptions, but for the most part, particularly when you compare him to his time, which, again, part of the reason we're doing this entire video is to look at them in the context of their time, compare them to who came before and after, so we can discuss them in context. For his time, Grant tried to do a lot of the right things. And so in discussing his presidency, I had a lot of trouble deciding in my own mind how many things that failed because he didn't do it properly, and how many things failed because they were simply impossible, at least for him. And it left me kind of, we've been doing this roller coaster where we go from Buchanan, who was who probably is going to be the worst president. I'm not sure if anyone's going to be worse. We'll see when we get there. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm trying to look at each one of these as I come to them, even though I've studied history before. I'm still trying to approach each one as fresh as I can. So you go from Buchanan to Lincoln, who did things, as you're looking back on the history, it's amazing what he accomplished during his presidency. While a war was going on, he was also able to expand the country, set up infrastructure that would come and rebuild the economy after he died, and in just 5 years. And then to Andrew Johnson, who just completely collapsed any hope for Reconstruction. So Grant comes in and he tries to do things that I think should contribute to the future growth of America, and arguably did. The 15th Amendment, giving blacks voting rights in a constitutional way, to get that passed, huge. He did pass a number of laws and push a number of laws. He created the Department of Justice almost entirely to fight the Klan, but it was too late. When you give a terrorist group 3 or 4 years to build up when they already are a paramilitary group coming out of war. So again, think of the South this way. You have the Confederacy, who were defeated on the battlefield, but only by complete mobilization and focus on war. They're all sent home with their guns. They still exist. They still have the same mission. They were just defeated. That paramilitary group is allowed to return to power and oppress a minority that had no access to wealth, guns, power prior. And the federal government, for the entire Johnson administration, just looked the other way. Whatever laws were passed, they weren't actively doing anything to enforce them. And so by the time Grant comes in, could he have done more? Probably. Was there political will to do more? I don't know. So I can't put upon Grant the failures that came from Jim Crow later. We'll have a long discussion about that with the corrupt bargain of Rutherford Hayes. But I want to give Grant credit for making the effort. He did create the Department of Justice. He did try to prosecute the Klan. And then eventually his own courts basically said they were not going to enforce any of the laws that were passed. Some of that does fall on Grant because some of the appointments were Grant appointments, but some of them were also Lincoln appointments. Another reason Lincoln is second and not first. So in terms of growth, I would say that he's positive in his intentions, but what were the outcomes? That's part of the question. He did bring a lot of the South back in. A lot of the southern states were allowed to reintegrate. The laws were there. He created the national park system, Yellowstone becoming the first park under his watch. He tried to do additional things, like he tried to annex Santo Domingo. He was secretly allowing aid to the Cuban uprising. But I think I'll discuss that more in international politics. But in terms of growth, I'm not going to give him a negative, and I'm not going to give him a positive. I think he did what he thought he could to try to bring the South through Reconstruction, to try to create the opportunity for Reconstruction to take hold. That it didn't take hold, I cannot lay completely on him. And I don't know if anyone could have, given what was left to him. So I can't give him high ranks, but I have to respect his effort. In terms of finances, there's his first term and his second term, but again, the major thing people will point to for Grant as far as his failures would be the Panic of 1873, which the United States did so much better than Europe, where the Great Depression, what they had called the Great Depression at that point until the actual Great Depression came later. There was a huge depression, there was a huge economic collapse in Europe that lasted for decades in Europe. In America, it lasted for about 3 years, give or take. There's some argument and debate. But starting in 1873, there was a financial panic. Again, where it originated and the focus of power in Europe, far worse. I don't think that Grant could do anything to stop it. And the fact that the United States had seemingly less effects than other countries should be to his credit, but it still occurred on his watch. Could he have done anything about it? That's a historical debate, similar to the Reconstruction debate. I think Grant did what he thought was right. I think historically, I'm looking back going, I think he made a lot of the right decisions. There were a lot of things that he did with regards to reducing debt before that put them in a position where they were able to be ready, and perhaps that's why they didn't collapse as much as 1873. But you can't say that the financial situation was good when you have a major recession on your watch. So something to think about. International politics, I will rate him fairly highly here because many historians argue he created the concept of international arbitration using the Treaty of Washington. This idea of negotiations and third-party arbitration was something that really didn't exist. It was mostly we fought wars to make these kind of decisions. And the modernization of diplomacy and having international arbitrators was huge and new, and I think is a very much a positive thing that happened during Grant's administration. He didn't engage in many international wars and conflicts. There was, again, as I mentioned, he tried to annex Santo Domingo but didn't. He probably was conspiring with Cubans to overthrow the Spanish, but he didn't entrench the United States into any major international wars, and there were many opportunities for that to happen. He avoided it. In terms of war and security, this is a tough one because, again, is it his fault that he inherited a terrorist state? By state, I mean not like an individual state. I mean the state of the South being full of the Ku Klux Klan terrorist forces. Was it his fault that the Colfax Massacre led the Supreme Court to functionally tie the hands of the federal government to even enforce basic law against state wishes? If the state was able to rig the elections to elect white supremacists who then passed Jim Crow laws, and the federal government and the Supreme Court ordered that there should be no interaction, there's some fault because he picked some of the justices who wrote that law, but that was the will of the country at the time. They were tired of trying to help others, particularly when the recession came in 1873. Empathy goes away when economics are in peril. The Native American issues at the time. Custer's Last Stand occurs during Grant's time. But relative to what came before, he was probably more moderate. He appointed the first Native American to run, or the first Native American in the Indian Affairs Department. He was empathetic to the ideals for his time. For now, if you look at him now, obviously all of this is horribly racist and he didn't do nearly enough. If you look at him in our context, looking back, going, wish we'd done more. But for his time, it's remarkable. But it didn't work. It wasn't successful. Do I give him credit for trying? I think I kind of do, even if it didn't work. Similarly, some of the earliest women's rights acts passed, women earning property rights. That was something that was completely new. Doesn't really fall under war and security, but that's again, the rubric is loose because we're having these discussions. But the country was also unstable during this time. There was unrest in the South. There was unrest in Native American territories. That happened on his watch. You can't forget that happened on his watch. And that brings us to the final item, better or worse. Passing the 15th Amendment, to his credit. Attempting to have some more normalcy with women's rights. Attempting to restrain the military somewhat. Again, he condemned a lot of the Native American massacres, but he couldn't control them. The Colfax Massacre, with the Supreme Court tying the hands, making the Civil Rights Act of 1875 functionally moot, because even if it was passed by Congress, the federal courts basically said there was no constitutional ability for the federal government to enforce it. How much do you blame Grant for what other people in the states and in the courts refused to do? At the same time, I don't think you can give him a huge amount of credit because it didn't happen. But imagine any of the other presidents we have in the same situation. Do they even make the effort? Do they even slow the slide into the chaos of Jim Crow? Do they give in to the impulses to commit more bloody massacres with regards to Native Americans, to repress women's rights. The public school system arguably is beginning to grow during this time around black leaders trying to get mass education. That's a foundation that Grant helped to build. So where does that leave us? I think it leaves us looking at a president who I think, for the most part, had instincts ahead of his time, whose inclinations were positive, and his actions were overall positive, but he didn't do enough, and perhaps he couldn't do enough to get the country to not slide into what would happen in the next presidency with the corrupt bargain, to what would happen with the ever collapsing of the Native American rights. Perhaps no one could have done it, but at least he tried. So, looking at it that way, where do I put him on the list? He's not going to be in the top 5. Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, Polk, and Monroe, I think, all left the country clearly better than they found it. There's quibbles about in Monroe and Polk on specific things, but I think they're above Grant. I think he's definitely above the Adams, Quincy, and John, because I can't comfortably say with 100% certainty that either left the country better or worse, better than they found it. And I think I can argue Grant left it better than Andrew Johnson gave it to him. So do I put him above James Madison? I think I do. So I'm going to put him at number 6. And I really think the only reason I'm doing it is because James Madison, I think, had a better second term. But on James Madison's first term, the British burned the Capitol to the ground, and that never happened on Grant's watch. So I'm going to put Ulysses S. Grant right now at number 6. Now we're going to take a look at the 19th President of the United States, Rutherford B. Hayes. Again, our rubric is 5 criteria that we kind of have as a framework: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and to leave the country better or worse. But I think with Hayes, you have to start with the beginning, and you have to have a discussion as to how much blame you put on him for what I would call the corrupt bargain of 1876. Hayes's election, Hayes versus Tilden, was probably the most corrupt election in American history. In fact, I don't think there's much debate about it. Because of the outcome of the Supreme Court decision in Cruikshanks, there was no federal authority to enforce law in the South against the Ku Klux Klan and the terrorist groups that were violently murdering anyone who's black who tried to vote or run for office or be involved in civil politics in any way, shape, or form. And in addition, a new state had been brought into the Union in Oregon that was formed around white supremacy. I did a whole video on this, the history of Oregon. You can watch that video. There was no path forward for black voters to have representation. And there was incredible violence to oppress them, to murder them, to assure that the ballot boxes were fraudulent. In some places, there were literally more votes cast than existed voters in the county, despite the black suppression. In the South, it was clearly corrupt. But by the numbers, Hayes got less votes. Now, in America, the number of votes is not the requiring factor. It's the electoral votes. So the fraudulent votes in the South, as far as the outcome and wins, Tilden got more votes. But by electoral, it was still in debate and discussion. There were many contested electoral votes. The electors in Oregon, it was down to one vote. So an elector, I believe it was in Oregon, they were trying to make him not eligible, claiming he had some federal connection. In Louisiana and Florida, there was just outright corruption. And so there was a lot of debate and discussion as to who would be president. And I don't think Hayes would have the power to just assert that he was president. And I don't know what would have happened if he tried. Because having an honest conversation about America is having an honest conversation that at this point, the people who had the power to enforce law, those who had the guns, did not believe in anything but manifest destiny. They did believe in white supremacy. They were willing to assert that power. And we'll kind of talk about this when we get into Hayes later as an example of how racist America was at this time. And I don't think there's any way to describe it. Hayes was nearly impeached at one point when he vetoed a law that was just saying you can't restrict how many Chinese immigrants can be in a passenger. Like, it was a 15 passenger law. It wasn't even like restricting. It wasn't anything around even actual immigration. It was just how many Chinese could be in a location at a time. Him trying to veto that almost led to his impeachment. This is how racist the legislature was. This is how racist the country was. So do I blame Hayes for that? I have to give him some blame. It was his presidency. And as I said, the whole thing of this entire series is looking at each one in context. What came before and what came after and what they were walking into and what they did with their time. So perhaps there's a world where a different person can have a different outcome. I have to assume that. But am I going to throw Hayes deep under the bus like I would Andrew Johnson? I don't think I am. I think after Andrew Johnson failed to act in the first 3 years and allowed the Ku Klux Klan to form and reform and the former Confederates to go back with their guns and their arms and amnesty and ability to run, to let them reform as paramilitary groups in the South. And then once the Supreme Court indicated there was nothing the federal government could do legally to restrict them, that protecting the citizens of states fell entirely to the state. I don't know what Hayes could have done. You can argue there may have been more things that Grant could have done, and I did in the last video. Although, again, noting I don't know what Grant could have done short of issuing the entire federal army reconvene to go back and refight the Civil War, which would not have been popular and would not likely have happened, and he likely would have led to him not being reelected or just been ignored generally. I don't know. But he failed to do it. And so because he failed to do it, the South fell into Jim Crow for the next 80 years. I did a video on the Solid South. Feel free to watch that if you want a more detailed explanation. But that falls on his ledger because it happened on his watch. It also happened on Grant's watch, and it most definitely falls on Andrew Johnson's watch, which is why he's currently second from the bottom. But it is part of what occurred during his time, and that waste of an entire multiple generations and generations, 80 years of people over and over being repressed and forced into subjugation, and the South just being backwards as a result. That all falls on his ledger. So for growth, I believe all of that hindered the growth of the South. I believe all that hindered the growth of America. So that's not going to be a positive for him. In terms of finances, I look at Hayes' presidency as generally a better than average one. He did have a surplus, but he didn't waste that surplus. He used that surplus to create the Pensions Act. He was coming out of the panic of 1873. He managed a lot of complicated discussions around coinage, around currency debates. Things could have gone very differently, and I think he did a good job navigating that. I'm not going to say his presidency was, full of wealth, but I do like that he did have a surplus, and he utilized that surplus to put things in place for the long term. I also like that he continued the professionalization of the civil service. A lot of people will talk about Grant having a really corrupt presidency, and I think that's unfair to Grant, and it's definitely unfair to Hayes to talk about the corruption during this time because you have to compare it to what came before. You're going back to when Jackson started basically the spoils system, where he's basically giving away things for political favors, and Grant and Hayes are starting the reform process, and as part of the reform process, you're finding about a lot of corruption and grift, and people are being caught for it. Do you blame them for people who are being caught and say that their administration was corrupt, or do you say what was not caught before because we weren't even looking? So the Civil Service Acts, a lot of the reform there, I think was very positive. I think those are things that went on to create a more professional government. And again, the pension system, I think, is as an outstanding precursor for the Civil War veterans. I think that was something that was necessary. You can imagine how many people were disabled, how many people were, widowed coming out of that war. And, we're about 20 years out. Those impacts are still relevant. And I think that was very, very necessary, and I think it was the appropriate thing to do. With regards to international politics, I would say he's kind of middle of the road. There were some conflicts around the Panama Canal that kind of went to nothing. There were some issues with Mexican groups coming across the border to raid Texas. He sent the army down there to deal with it. I think it was the appropriate response. On Chinese immigration, I think I talked about this a little bit earlier with regards to the racism. I think he tried, but I think, again, the country wanted to be what it wanted to be. It did not. It wanted to be a white supremacist country. Just call it what it is. And so the idea of the Chinese being able to come in and take advantage of the gold rush, to work on the railroads, we were willing to have immigrants come in and do the work. We weren't willing to have them be part of our country, and that's just the reality of what was going on. So again, I would put him fairly neutral on international politics, but not in a negative. Nothing happened on his watch. No one burned down the Capitol. No wars were started. There was no major scandals, and that in and of itself should be something that you acknowledge, because it doesn't have to go that way. You can easily have many conflicts during a 4-year presidency. War and security, again, I would say similarly. There was the conflict around the Mexican border. He dealt with it. There were no major wars, but you did have the railroad strike. And I would say that's something that does hit it as a knock. The railroad strike of 1877 that led to riots all across the country, and led to Hayes, and I think this is something I do give him credit for, but he didn't control the riots. The Posse Comitatus Act, which basically said you can't bring out military troops to act as police force. I think this is a great thing that he should get credit for, because I think we could have gone down a dark, dark path if the federal government kept being the group that enforced as strike breakers and those type of things. I do think doing the Posse Comitatus Act and making that clear line and distinction between military and police was very necessary and very helpful, and something that has been, I was thinking about this today in regards to the Posse Comitatus Act being discussed when there were troops deployed to Los Angeles for the immigration, and the limits that were put upon them in their ability to act because of that act. That comes from Hayes. So I give him some credit for that, but I also need to acknowledge that the railroad strikes were mass riots across the country. They're also followed by the Chinese riots, anti-Chinese riots in San Francisco. There was a lot of unrest within the country during his time. It's also why, again, from the beginning, I'm kind of giving him a little more grace as to how the compromise of 1876 transpired, because I can imagine a world where the violence and anger that you saw during his presidency with the strikes and the riots against Chinese and the mass murders in some cases against Chinese immigrants would have exploded if it had become a full-on race war with the South. Not, again, I perhaps another president could have gotten everyone to calm down and do things differently, but I don't know. It's wishes and fishes, we'd all eat well. Last one, did he leave the country better or worse? And this is always the most important one, and I can't say that he left the country better. Again, I'm not saying it's entirely his fault that he was the one who was on the watch when Jim Crow became codified and just solidified and irremovable. That falls to the Supreme Court and Cruikshanks. Cruikshanks is why, when I was discussing the Dred Scott decision before, I said I'm not sure 100% that Dred Scott's the worst or Cruikshanks the worst. They're pretty close. They're very, very close decisions. I still say Dred Scott's worst led to the Civil War, but Civil War versus 80 years of an entire race of people being repressed and set, tough call on that one. But I can't say that's entirely his fault, but it did happen on his watch. And because it happened on his watch, I'm not going to say he left the country better. I have to say he left the country significantly worse. So where does that put him on the chart? Where does that put him on the 1 to 10 scale? I mean, on the 1 to 19 scale we have right now. I went back and forth on this for a couple times. I'm going to put him, he's below Adams, both of them. I kind of am looking at this point going, there's at the top you have the Washington and Lincoln are the very two top. Then I think you have Jefferson and Polk pretty close together. Monroe, Grant, and Madison are flawed, but overall positives. Each of them has significant flaws that are knocks against them. More Grant and Madison than Monroe. And then you have the two Adams, who I think you can argue left the country worse than they found it. Even if they had good intentions, they weren't successful. And then Hayes has to fall somewhere below that. I'm going to put him at number 10, just above Zachary Taylor, and I tell you why. I think I'm putting him above Taylor because Taylor left behind Millard Fillmore. So I think Taylor's year was probably better, but he left behind Millard Fillmore. Even though he retired after 4 years, even though I like Hayes when I read about him, his presidency, I would say probably just in the average range, number 10. So the next up on the list is the 20th President of the United States, James Garfield. Again, the criteria we look at are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and to leave the country better or worse. Garfield was president for less than 200 days, 199 actually, I think by my count, less than a year. And so we've had this happen a couple of times. We had William Henry Harrison, we had Zachary Taylor, and I think Garfield's a little bit different. And I'll discuss that at the end. But let's go step by step through the criteria, because I think this is going to be a little bit of a controversial when I get to the end. In terms of growth, I would say neutral. He's neither nothing spectacular in growth, nor did he do a bad job on growth. I don't think he was around long enough to make a substantial difference with regards to growth. So I would say that he was neutral, neither positive nor negative. In terms of finances, he actually passed laws that refinanced the debt and saved billions of dollars by doing the refinancing. So I got to give him a positive in terms of finances. That was a very intelligent thing to do. Positives. In terms of international politics, this was a very precarious time in Europe. There were a lot of things going on in the world, and he kind of kept us out of it. He also still kept involvement with regards to the Panama Canal, while also asserting American positioning there. He did a good job of choosing his cabinet. So I don't think there's anything negative to say about him. That, again, not a long enough presidency to give him a lot of positives, but not a lot of negatives. Similarly, I would kind of go the same way with, again, war and security. Nothing that he did put us in a bad situation going forward. And so on the better or worse scale, I'm going to put him as neutral. So what occurred during his presidency? I think he set a good path for his successor, Chester A. Arthur, and he also picked someone who turned out to be a good successor, which surprised a lot of people. We'll cover Arthur later, but when you compare his picks to when Lincoln picked Andrew Johnson, or when they picked Millard Fillmore or John Tyler, in the past, every time we've had someone who was assassinated, the person they picked to be their vice president turned out to be pretty horrible. When the best of the options you've had so far were Millard Fillmore, I mean, John Tyler and Andrew Johnson are just factually bad vice presidents. And so, as I said with, I think, Harrison, he had few decisions, but I have to look at the decisions that he made. And picking Chester Arthur was objectively a good decision. He turned out to be a good president, not a great president. And maybe this is me, having the blinders on and comparing him to how horrible, John Tyler, Andrew Johnson, and Millard Fillmore were. And maybe as time passes, he will move down the list. But I can't think of anything that he did during his time that was bad, and I can think quite of a few things that he did that was good. He was involved in picking African Americans to positions within government, which was controversial, but he still did it. He started civil service reforms, which he actually seemed to be implementing and seemed to be focused on it. Again, the refinancing of the national debt. He was smart enough to pick people who were smarter than him about international politics, even though he came in with some political conflicts with Blaine. He understood his weaknesses and strengths and seemed to put things in a strong position. I think his presidency would have been a very good presidency. Not necessarily like a Lincoln, Washington, maybe even not a Jefferson level, but he was doing a good job when he was assassinated. And the assassination was seemingly random. It was someone who seemingly had a mental health disorder and believed that he deserved to be given a position in office, to be given a political position, and didn't. So what this does to me is I'm looking at the list, and where do I put him? And I think one of the things that I've been doing throughout this whole thing is, again, the better or worse scale. And I would say Garfield did not leave the country worse than he found it. He probably left it slightly better. I'm not going to give him high scores because he didn't do anything exceptional. But I'm in a difficult spot. I think I'm going to put him above both of the Adams and Rutherford B. Hayes, because I do think he did. I think you could argue that things that occurred during their presidency did harm to the country. So that puts him already up into the top 10 area. I went back and forth if I'm going to put him above Madison. If Madison's second term, I think would put him in third. If we were just looking at Madison's second term, he had one of the best presidencies we've had so far. Again, I think if we were just looking at Madison's second term, we would put him in third. But then you have to remember Madison's first term, where the Capitol got burned to the ground. You can't really look away from that. So, as a surprise to myself, just looking at the rating scale, I am going to put him at seventh. And I think he will not end up in the top 10 as all things go forward. But I think we also have to remember, as we've been going through, we had a long string of very bad presidents leading up to the Civil War. Not surprisingly, because the outcome was the Civil War. So perhaps you're thinking Garfield at 7 is way too high. I think you have to look at it in the context of where we are in history. We have more than 20 presidents left to go. I don't think Garfield will end up near the top. And Madison actually might rise in some ways as we do the score adjustments. As again, I'm doing this by scoring everyone relative to everyone before. But in so many of these categories, I think he was better because some of the people before him were just bad. And they did bad things and they were not very good presidents. And I think Garfield was fine. And I think most importantly, unlike the other short-term presidents who I gave lower grades, I also think he left a vice president who was perfectly capable of doing the job. And so I'm kind of also viewing the remainder of his term as also falling to Chester Arthur. So again, surprisingly to me when I did this, but I'm ranking honestly as I go. Again, the intention is let's just go as they come up. I'm going to put James Garfield at 7. Now we're going to take a look at the 21st President of the United States, Chester A. Arthur. Again, the 5 criteria: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and most importantly, do they leave the country better or worse than they found it? Arthur takes over after Garfield's assassination, and I don't think a lot of people had a lot of optimism for Arthur. From what I was reading, it seemed like the assumption was that Arthur was going to be a typical corrupt politician, one of the party boss members. He had been someone who had been part of the party boss system for the longest time. He was going to do favors for his political allies, and he was exactly what they kind of voted for Garfield over him for, over those type of politicians, because Garfield was seen as a reformer and Arthur was seen as more of the same. And I think Arthur surprised some people because a lot of the things that he did were more reform oriented than people thought they were going to be. Maybe this was because of Arthur's health. Arthur had a disease that he believed was fatal, and it was fatal. He died a year after he left office. How early he knew he was sick, how early he knew that this was going to be his legacy, I don't know. But it does seem to be a shock to a lot of people who were watching his presidency that he wasn't corrupt or as corrupt as they expected him to be, that he did pass a lot of reform acts. The Pendleton Act, which created civil service exams in a lot of ways, was huge. We looked at the Gilded Age, and we're talking the Gilded Age, and often I think Grant and Garfield and Arthur and other Gilded Age presidents often get painted with this, oh, it's a horrible, corrupt time brush. And one of the reasons I'm glad I'm doing this series and that this series reminds me of is, yes, this was a very corrupt time relative to our perspective, but relative to what came before, these were the reformers. These were the people who were saying, hey, the spoils system that Jackson put in place was horrible. Hey, the party boss system that Van Buren created, we need to get rid of that. This is all bad. These things were created, and these were the people who were reforming them. And we know about the corruption, and we know about the things. We have all the newspaper articles and reporting on it because they were being investigated, whereas before it was just accepted as a norm. This was reform in a lot of ways, not to excuse things, but just to kind of put it in perspective. So I think you have to give Arthur some credit for being a reformer. Maybe he wasn't the reformer Garfield would have been, and we'll talk about that as we get to the end and we do final ratings. But the Pendleton Act was huge, and I think that's something he should be given credit for. In terms of growth, how that affected it, I think it was a big growth period of time, and I do think professionalization of the government in the United States and also in the rest of the world was a large part of why industrialization started to work. I think the idea of just putting people who knew what the hell they were doing in power rather than your uncle or your nephew or someone who was just related, but actually finding people who are competent and also educating your people, creating an educated workforce was just a huge change. And I think he doesn't get credit for that because he didn't come up with the idea, but that's what was going on in the world. So I also temper his growth numbers by saying the entire world was growing this time. He kind of came in at a time when growth was there. He had a surplus. We'll get to that in finances. But I also have to give him a knock for doing some things that I think slowed growth, particularly with regards to immigration. I think the Chinese Exclusion Act is nearly unforgivable. And yes, he attempted to he attempted to veto it the first time, and he got it to be less strong than it would have been. And yes, it was an incredibly popular thing at the time because America was, basically the only people who were voting were white men who did not want Chinese people coming here and getting jobs, despite the fact that they built the railroads in a lot of ways and that they were clearly a net benefit to the country. They wanted theirs, and so I will give him slight. I'm not going to give him a huge knock on growth, but I can't give him a huge bonus either. In terms of finances, there was a budget surplus that he inherited. He and Garfield both inherited because the taxes were so high to pay for the Civil War and never really got reduced quickly enough. But at the same time, they weren't killing the economy. There was not a major recession during his watch. Things were going well. He did reduce taxes on pretty much everything but liquor as far as excise taxes. There were some reductions in tariffs, but not nearly as much as I think there probably should have been, and not as much as people called for at the time. So I think that's a knock against him in terms of finances, but I also think things went fairly well with regards to finances during time. So I'd give him a net moderate positive, nothing substantial. In terms of international politics, I was thinking about this a lot because I'm looking at the rest of the world. I'm looking at the Boer War with the British in South Africa, which I just did a video on for the apartheid video. I'm thinking about the French getting into the Sino-Japanese War. I'm thinking about the wars between Germany and France that are going on around this time. I'm thinking about the complexities of Europe and colonization and how America was able to stay out of that mess. And as that mess blew up into World War One, we were able to be on the outside, still getting the benefits of industrialization, still gaining things and becoming a major industrialized power, which would propel us into the 20th century as the primary power in a lot of ways. We'll get into all the discussions when we get into World War One and World War Two, but I think him staying out of that was also to his benefit. I also think, again, the Chinese Exclusion Act, I keep bringing it back up, but I think it's important. Our nativism, I think we had an opportunity. We had an opportunity to continue our growth and not be as a nativist a state. And I think every time America has grown and been successful is when we had waves of immigrants coming in, and we're basically taking everyone's best and letting our country grow. I've done many videos on the Irish, the Chinese, the Polish, the Germans, the Italians, all of these waves of immigrants, and they came over and how they were treated poorly when they got here, but then ended up being absolutely critical to the growth and success of the United States. And I think him not understanding that, or at least the country not understanding that, and him not fully being able to convince them is something you have to hold against him slightly. But again, I still think in the context of the time, I'm not going to give him a major knock against. We kind of talked about this. Jackson is like, you can be mad at Andrew Jackson, but you have to understand the electorate. He did what the electorate said wanted to do. Arthur actually fought against it a little bit. So I have to give him, again, lukewarm. In terms of in terms of war and security, he identified that we needed a Navy and that we needed to expand the Navy, we needed to grow the Navy, and he invested appropriately. And I think that was a major thing that showed to be a good decision. I'm going to give him credit on war and security. Again, we weren't involved in any of these international wars. We weren't doing the expansion. We were staying out of trouble, and I think that is sometimes underrated. I think boring presidencies sometimes get overlooked because people just assume that presidencies will be, that boring presidents were bad presidents, and I think the opposite sometimes. I think when nothing bad happens in a time when the world is going crazy, and countries all around the world are industrializing and getting into wars of resources, being able to stay out of those things, maybe because we had a country that had so many natural resources that we didn't have to get so deep and entrenched, but still staying out of it is something we need to identify and understand and create credit for. Some of his things on Native Americans weren't that great, but again, we have to do comparisons to what came before and what came after, and I think he was fine. I think a lot of things I'm saying about Chester Arthur really come around to he's fine. He wasn't exceptional. He wasn't poor. And maybe I'm also giving him extra credit because I'm thinking about the last time we had vice presidents come to power. Let's go through John Tyler, who was a horrible president. Millard Fillmore, who I don't think was a very good president in any way, shape, or form. And Andrew Johnson, who is one of the second, is arguably the worst president. I have him currently second behind Buchanan, but only because Buchanan was incredibly bad. That's what happened the last 3 times someone was assassinated. And Arthur, I think, did a decent job. I don't necessarily think that he did a better job than Garfield would have, but he did a decent job. Which brings us to the better or worse scale. Um, Arthur did not leave anything that I look back on going, wow, he was an amazing president. I think I have a little bit a tinge of sadness in realizing I think Arthur might be the last president we had that actively tried to even end Jim Crow in any real way. But I can't really knock him for the fact that he was unable to. The Supreme Court had ruled in Cruikshanks that the federal government couldn't enforce the Civil Rights Act of 1875 for all intents and purposes. So that's not on him. I think he tried to do some outreach in Virginia. Didn't work out. He still had black appointees. He made an effort. It just wasn't successful. I also think that the Chinese Exclusion Act and his not reducing tariffs sufficiently when there were good opportunities at that point for the U.S. to grow and really become an international power. Like, I think there's a missed opportunity throughout the Gilded Age when Europe is shooting itself in the foot. We do take a step forward, but I think we could have taken even more. So with that in mind, I think he falls into what I would say are not a president who left the country better than he found it. So that means he's not going to be in our top 5, certainly. But not a president who left the country significantly worse than he found it. I don't think. I think the line probably is. I think if Garfield had stayed, the presidency. I think Garfield would have been a better president if he stayed on. So obviously he's not going to be ahead of Garfield. I think I'm going to slide him in at 9th, just past James Madison. And here's my logic. I think James Madison, in the end, left the country better than he found it, which is shocking considering the Capitol burned to the ground in his first term. But I think James Madison's second term was amazing. And I think he left a country that was in really good shape because he learned the lessons that he learned from the mistakes of the first term in terms of overextension, in terms of engaging in a war with Europe, in terms of not really. He set the foundation that would become the Monroe document, I guess you would say. But understanding, like, we needed to take care of our situation. We don't need to be getting involved in these international things. And so I think he left the country better than he found it. I don't think Chester A. Arthur left the country better than he found it. I don't know that he left it worse than he found it. I think he left it okay. I think he did a replacement level job at his job. And I think the 2 Adams who would come after him left the country worse than they found it. So that means he falls in at 9th, which I think is appropriate. That's we have done 21 presidents, and 9 is basically middle of the road. So Chester A. Arthur, he's going to be number 9, 21st president of the United States. Now we're going to take a look at the 22nd person to be president and the person who messes up my numbering system because they were also the 24th president, Grover Cleveland. Cleveland is very difficult to assess. Using these 5 criteria: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and of course the most important, to leave the country better or worse, because he had 2 separate presidencies with Harrison's presidency in between. So when you're evaluating Cleveland, it's very difficult to determine what was him, what was his interim, what was on Harrison, whether his decisions would have continued had Harrison not been in the middle, whether the outcomes would have been different had Harrison not been in the middle. It just makes things very complicated. And so I'm trying to evaluate all of this fairly, but I think this is one of those presidencies where there are going to be people who can easily debate where the blame should lie outside of Cleveland. In terms of growth, I'm not going to give him particularly good marks, not just because of his complete disassembling of what little civil rights protections, the fact that Plessy v. Ferguson was on his watch, all of that, obviously with civil rights, he was a Democrat of that time, and Democrats of that time had no interest in the black vote. I think the only person who maintained office that was African American was Frederick Douglass, and then I think when Frederick Douglass resigned, he replaced that specific position with someone who was black, and there were no other political appointments that were black anymore. That just wasn't a thing that happened. The separate but equal segregation. I think Cleveland was a firm believer in the separation of races. There were many times where white supremacists were picked by him to do specific jobs, including Hawaii, which we'll get to later in terms of international politics. And I think that's a major strike against him. But that's not, I think, the only reason I wouldn't give him particularly high marks in terms of growth. His vetoes are often pointed to by his fans as him, exerting executive power and limiting government, but it also didn't seem to work in the long run. If the end of your term, when you're president for 8 of 12 years, is the largest financial collapse in the history of the country at the end of your term, maybe you can point to Harrison's 4-year period as being more causal because, again, it did happen right as Cleveland took office the second time. But some of the laws that were passed and lacked to be enforced, some of the people put in place, and also your second 4 years not remedying the problem, that does have to fall on you. And I know that may fall more to finances, but there was a major regression in the country economically. There were a lot of things done that caused long-term harm. Again, Plessy versus Ferguson on his watch. I think looking at all of that, you have to say that he did not grow the country. In terms of finances, I would again, there was a lot of fighting and there's a lot of debate even to this day over whether he should have done more with silver versus gold. All I can say is this. I don't think I'm necessarily going to blame him entirely for the Panic of 1893. I'm giving you spoilers for the next episode with Benjamin Harrison. I do think that was unfairly put on him initially because he took office, and I think it was less than a month after he took office, the stock market completely collapsed. He wasn't in power for the 4 years before. Some of the blame has to fall on the person who was in power prior to him coming in. He didn't magically make the stock market collapse just with his appearance. However, he also didn't help recover the stock market. He is famous for, during his first term, his vetoes being for things like pensions to Civil War soldiers. When there was a huge drought in Texas, he refused to send them seeds as replacement, even though the Congress passed it. This lack of investment will have long-term consequences whenever it happens. We see it over and over again. There is a period of basically pulling back, not taking care of things, not investing in infrastructure, not caring for people and systems effectively, that leads to financial collapse in the long run. How much of that is Harrison, how much of that is Cleveland is debatable, but I think the lack of recovery on a second term does definitely fall on Cleveland. And so I think that hits him majorly in terms of finances, putting him fairly low down. I would say we're in the Van Buren-ish range of just badly run. Even though the first term went well, if I'm going to give him credit for the first term and then not look at the second term and what he failed to do, I also could say that he inherited an economy that was growing and doing well in the first term. So again, I think the Panic of 1893, the subsequent functional depression that followed, and then followed by a Panic of 1896 with another collapse, all, you can say that the Panic of 1893 shouldn't be his to blame, but the lack of recovery over his entire second term, that does fall on his plate. International politics, I actually give him very good notes. This was a time of a lot of chaos going on all around the world, and even a lot of things we could have gotten entangled and embroiled in, and his wanting to not be imperial, I think was very, very helpful. We will see in upcoming presidents, and even with Harrison, who we'll have to circle back to, which is, again, the frustration of doing this is that we're going to be talking about things after the next president, but we are where we are. The fact that he disentangled us from the Hawaiian situation, even though we became re-entangled. Similarly, we didn't get hugely entangled in the Cuban situation, even though we would later get fully entangled. We stayed largely out of international politics and wars, but also expanded the scope of the Monroe Doctrine to now say it was the entire Western Hemisphere, not just the limited sphere of influence, which had been up to that point less focused on South America. Having a standoff over Venezuela, and having the political muscle to even win that standoff, to make it clear it's not worth the fight. I think you have to give credit to that. So I think in terms of international politics, I actually think he did a very good job. He's going to get high marks there. Again, sometimes I think we don't give enough credit when nothing bad happens. Um, and in this instance, nothing bad happened. He did some things that I think were mistakes. Even if those mistakes were then reinstated after his presidency, he can't be blamed for that. I'm not sure where to put the Dawes Act. Because again, with Native Americans, they're technically a another country, the nation. And some of his Native American stuff was interesting. There were times where he honored treaties that his predecessors did not. And I think the Dawes Act probably had noble intention, even if it had horrible effects on the Native American community long term. The Dawes Act basically reestablished the law of the reservations so that rather than land being tribal, a lot of land became personal ownership of individual Native Americans. And this led to a massive sell off of Native American lands. I believe it went from like 150 million acres to 77 million acres in a rapid amount of time because individuals who were destitute and in poverty began selling off Native American lands as it was no longer under tribal leadership. I don't know how much that can be blamed on him. I don't know. I have a lot of conflicting feelings about the Dawes Act. I do think it ended up not being beneficial to Native Americans, but I also wonder about the benefits of tribal ownership versus individual ownership generally. I've just got done doing a video on apartheid, which will be posted very soon. Well, by the time if you're watching this as public, it's been posted for months now. If you're watching this and you're a subscriber, it'll be posted probably the end of this week. And so maybe that's why I'm having trouble with the Dawes Act. Is in my mind, I can see a lot of parallels to what happened in South Africa, where the using tribal ownership can negatively impact the value of the land and cause other problems. So that's something I wanted to mention the Dawes Act because I do think it's an incredibly consequential thing, but I honestly don't know how I feel about it being as a positive or a negative. In terms of war and security, again, internationally, I think he did a job of avoiding conflicts, of avoiding getting entrenched in a lot of international issues that were going on. Didn't involve himself in the Cuban things. Again, internationally, I think he did fine. Internally, I think there's a lot of concerns that I have with regards to how he handled the railroad strike, specifically the use of federal troops. In contrast to prior administrations saying posse comitatus, this shouldn't involve the federal troops. I don't know how, again, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this because the strikes were problematic and they were causing huge issues economically at a time when we were in an economic depression. And so, on the one hand, I do think a response was needed, but the federal troops and the violence of the federal troops and the failure to manage this in such a way that we didn't have violence, I think that has to fall against him. And I kind of look at this as his do less approach left it to a point where when things got out of hand, there were less tools at his disposal. And that's part of why the reaction was the way that it was. So I think that's problematic. Did he leave the country better or worse? I think he left the country worse than he found it. I don't think he left it worse in a way like an Andrew Jackson or Martin Van Buren. I do think fundamentally there are things that were worse. Obviously, in terms of civil rights, the country was left in a worse space. I think his decision to veto so many things may have made sense from a budgetary point of view. And I can understand and sympathize with people who make the argument that he was for limited government and that the spending was out of hand and needed some limitations. But at the same time, I can't not notice that at the end of his term, when he had managed 8 of 12 years, we were in the worst financial collapse up to that point in American history. And he was so unpopular that his party didn't win re-election for, I think, another 16 years after he left office because he didn't meet the needs of the people. So, and again, the infrastructure thing, I also want to say, that included pulling out of things like the Nicaraguan Canal, like things that later on we know clearly would improve the economy. He wasn't in support of. So where does that leave him? I think he is clearly below, the Adams, the Rutherford B. Hayes area. And I think he's above Andrew Jackson. So that's going to put him at 14. So Grover Cleveland, his split presidency, right now is going to be 14th. So next on the list is the 23rd President of the United States, Benjamin Harrison. We always try to look at 5 criteria, specifically growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important criteria of all, do they leave the country better or worse? In terms of growth, I have a hard time right now with the Gilded Age president, and I think Harrison represents a turning point from where we've had a number of presidents up to this point that I would argue were trying to do the right thing in terms of reform. Perhaps they were people who were trying to do things to make things better in terms of the spoils system, in terms of not getting entrenched in what was a very dirty general political environment with the party boss systems and corruption just being rampant, and that they themselves were in general trying to make efforts to reform that system. Harrison, I think, goes the other direction. I think Harrison was very much supporting political corruption in a number of ways. Not saying that he specifically himself was corrupt, but saying that some of his actions were clearly for political gain above any actual improvement of the country generally. The best example of this I can think of is there were more states created under Harrison than I think any other president. Under Harrison, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Wyoming all became states. That's, I guess, something you could argue in terms of growth. They met thresholds, but I think they had already met thresholds before. Perhaps they didn't. Argument, debate. All 12 of those then became GOP Senate seats. That was blatant and nakedly political in an attempt. And I think what I noticed about Harrison more than anyone I've seen since Van Buren, is just the brazen, open political acts that he committed throughout. And I mention that in terms of growth because I think this is a pivot point for America's conception of itself. Up to, I think you can break it down in kind of 5, we'll figure out how many it is when I count them off. The first 5 presidents or so, I would say, are the founding fathers. They're just trying to get the country to exist and to be considered a valid country, to not have what happened to Mexico happen to them, where basically they're a redheaded stepchild who is barely able to survive and is constantly harassed by European powers. We have the War of 1812, where we get to a point where we are now an established country who no longer has to worry about Europe coming in. We are going to stand on our own. And then the next set of presidents, I would say, is the Jacksonians up to the Civil War, where we're having a fight over what kind of country this is going to be, whether it's going to be a slave plantation, caste system kind of country with manifest destiny on its mind of the expansion, of westward expansion and taking control of the whole continent, perhaps. Or we're going to be what we eventually came. Well, maybe not became, you could argue that too. Or we're going to be a country that is more industrial, isn't worried about expansion. It's more about taking care of who we are in our time and kind of expanding industrially. Maybe that's overly flowery. But there was certainly a conflict that had to happen that resolved at the Civil War, and we were no longer a slave plantation country as an endorsement. Manifest destiny was still a debate going forward, but because of the Monroe Doctrine, it was still focused on North America primarily. There was some discussion of South America, more of a just leave this alone, Europe, don't come mess with this. This is our territory. And we definitely expanded into Mexico. But I think in terms of international overseas colonialism, that wasn't the direction we were going. You can argue Manifest Destiny is perhaps more cruel in some ways than colonialism because it required the genocide of the Native American people to just occupy and take the land. But I think colonialism is equally cruel in the terms of you're simply dehumanizing a group of people in a given area and saying you are subservient, you produce goods and services for the betterment of my country. Excuse me. And not for anything. Your country is now a servile state, a vassal of my country. And that's not something the United States up to this point had really engaged in. It was more territorial acquisition on borders to expand the territory itself of America, with the discussion of an expansion into Cuba, which I presume would have been an expansion into Cuba to remove the Cuban people and occupy the land. And in the intention of the South, we would keep the slaves, but the secondary discussion. Harrison is the first small pivot that'll become a big pivot under McKinley toward actually engaging in colonialism and actually getting into the same type of mindset that the Europeans were, which is overseas expansion. And that included whether or not the United States was actively involved in the coup that took control of Hawaii, the tacit approval of it, and the planning to annex it. That falls on Harrison. How that fits for growth is difficult for me. One of the things that I've been doing this entire time is comparing it higher or lower than people before. I do think the country grew under Harrison in a lot of ways because of these ambitions. I think it also grew because of things like the Homestead Act, again, cruelly just basically having a race to get land. If you've seen the movie Far and Away, I think it's depicted in that movie where they have a line and everybody lines up and they race to get land. And it was a very weird way to do things, very competitive. The Gilded Age was a weird time. But I think it's one of those, I will say that you probably are going to give him some credit for growth, but at what cost is what I would ask. Speaking of cost, let's move on to finances. Finances are going to be horrible. First, even before we get into the Panic of 1893, he lost the midterms because of the $1 billion Congress. And basically the tariffs were very high, and then McKinley's act, who we'll talk about later as president, but when he's in this Congress, he passes these tariffs, which up to this point, most of the tariffs have been kind of reciprocal tariffs, where it was more, oh, you're going to tariff me, I'll tariff you back. There were some exceptions for protectionism, but it wasn't like an overwhelming protectionism, and most countries were using tariffs as their primary financing source. So even though tariffs are not great in terms of economic growth and prosperity, if everybody's making the same mistake, the effects of the mistake are more muted. This was different, and passing the McKinley tariffs really were fully protectionist tariffs and would lead in large part, there were other factors, but were a major cause of the Panic of 1893, which, as we discussed during Cleveland, is one of the biggest financial collapses in American history up to this point. And even now that we're in it, at this point in history, it's still one of the worst financial collapses. That falls on Harrison's lap. As I said, with Cleveland, you can make a strong argument that it wouldn't have lasted long had Cleveland done things differently, and that the extent and depth of the crisis does still fall on Cleveland in a lot of ways. But the creation of it falls on Harrison, and the wasteful the wasteful spending of the $1 billion Congress is why he lost the midterm election. I mean, why the midterm elections were lost, and arguably why he lost the re-election to Cleveland, although there were other factors. So in terms of finances, very low marks, doing an awful job. In terms of international politics, I think it's a kind of a mixed bag. I've already made my complaint with regards to the drift toward imperialism, the Hawaii situation, but I do think he had a very effective Secretary of State in some ways by the name of Blaine, who was doing a lot of very effective negotiations to keep us out of things that could have escalated a lot more. There were some embargo situations. There were definitely some conflicts where other countries were definitely trying to pull us in, where we were able to navigate and avoid it. So I think in those terms, I will actually give him not necessarily positive marks in international politics. I would say of the 23 we have, he's middle of the road to slightly above middle of the road. War and security gets a little bit messy. Again, he did avoid the international stuff. But the national stuff, less so. The Homestead strike, which was basically the Pinkertons going to war with the iron workers in Pittsburgh. I've done a video on the history of unions that kind of goes over this, was on his watch. There was a lot of union infighting. The GOP was not interested or receptive to labor. One of the reasons he lost re-election was a third party emerged called the Populist Party that won states that probably would have traditionally gone to the GOP, and that was the difference. Cleveland did not get a majority in his re-election campaign. I think he only got 46% of the vote, but a third party took 5 states. Third party was never really a viable alternative that was going to be able to win the presidency, but it did operate in a spoiler capacity. I'm not saying that it would have shifted it one way or the other, but it's interesting that some of the states that were brought in to be Republican strongholds didn't actually go Republican because of the indifference to labor in part. There were other issues, but there was a real big discussion about the gold standard. I think there was a lot of inflationary problems, whether it should be gold standard, silver standard, or something in between. There's a lot of talk about that going around that probably also contributed to the financial collapse. I was reading into it, and I think it was something that at the time was much more fascinating to the people then. But looking back, I think it's pretty clear the tariffs were a bigger problem. But I think in terms of war and security, that's something that you have to I don't think he was able to balance that well. I also Wounded Knee also falls on his watch. Him not either by intention or not intention. There's an argument made by I think it's Heather Richardson Cox that Harrison intentionally put people who are incompetent in positions of power so that they would have a pretext for the Homestead Act, to have a pretext to go to war with the Sioux. I think it's the Sioux. Over Wounded Knee, and then use that pretext to seize the land, which he then gave to the settlers, which he then hoped would vote for him. In reading about Harrison, I would not put it past him. I don't know enough about the history to say that it was 100% that horribly cynical, but in everything else I'm reading with regards to Harrison, even if he personally wasn't that cynical, he certainly didn't seem to be invested that much in preventing anyone that cynical from being around him. On the flip side, you can make the argument that there needed to be reinvestment in the Navy and the Army, particularly in the Navy. I think we were down to 2 effective warships, and he did invest the money that would later continue to be invested in warships that gave the U.S. an actual effective military, an actual effective Navy. How that Navy was used later, I think, is not something you can blame Harrison for, although perhaps the discussion of the expansion being for purposes of trying to compete with the Europeans in imperialist goals and colonial goals, I think that's outside of the scope of what we're going to judge Harrison for. I'm going to say he probably ends up fairly neutral in terms of war and security. But in terms of better or worse, I would say you have to argue that he was worse based on everything I've said and a couple of other things. I don't want to attack Harrison with regards to civil rights as a specific, because I think if you look at him and compare him, particularly if you compare him to Cleveland, he really did make efforts to change some civil rights laws to get blacks more access to voting. He was completely unsuccessful, and the reasoning was almost certainly cynical because blacks were more likely to vote for the GOP than whites. There had been an attempt for some time I think it was called the Lily White movement, to convince some white Southerners to vote for the GOP that had been unsuccessful. And I think he was just trying to say, well, if we're going to win any Southern states at all, we're going to have to get get blacks greater access to voting. But he utterly failed at accomplishing that task, so I can't even give him credit because it was an utter failure. On the other hand, he also appointed the Supreme Court justice who wrote Plessy v. Ferguson. And that's going to be number 3 on our worst Supreme Court decisions of all time, or certainly in the running. We got Dred Scott so far in Cruikshanks, and I think Plessy is equally bad. The separate but equal standard really just crushing a lot of things. And again, Harrison didn't specifically do that, but he did pick the person who wrote it. The only things that I would say that kind of take him from being a complete awful presidency. 1, there were presidents who were worse, and 2, the Sherman antitrust laws were passed under his administration, but they weren't enforced. And so I'm not even giving him that much credit for that other than passing it. They really weren't enforced until Teddy Roosevelt comes into power. But they were passed. They are things that could, in theory, be used to could have been used to temper some of the excesses of the Gilded Age. In reading all of this, I'm really reminded how bad the Gilded Age was, how consistently there were riots all the time. I knew about this from the labor video I did, which if you're watching this, you hopefully have watched the rest of my channel. The Breaking the President series is probably the least watched thing on my channel. It's something I'm doing as kind of aside for fun. But the video I did on labor breaks down the entire Gilded Age. Just had incredibly rich people who were creating these ridiculous monopolies and hiring private police forces to do horrible things to their workers. And that was going on under Cleveland and under Harrison. So during this entire time, and then under McKinley, that's really what was happening. And so both of them, I have a lot of negative views toward them, just acquiescing to so many horrible things being done on their watch while claiming everything is wonderful because some small numbers of people were becoming very rich, thanks to industrialization and thanks to a lot of the processes then. So I'm looking at it that way, but I also then have to compare them to the other presidents. And so I'm looking at this. I would think Harrison and Cleveland are basically going to be in the same area, which is certainly below your John Adams, your Rutherford Hayes, your John Quincy Adams, who were, I think, presidents who didn't necessarily have great presidencies, but had good intentions and didn't have horrible presidencies. I think both Harrison and Cleveland had bad presidencies, and the country was worse for them being in office and in power. But I don't think it was worse to the point of like an Andrew Jackson or a Martin Van Buren. So the question is, do I put Harrison at 14 or 15? Cleveland being 15. If I put Harrison at 14, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Harrison at 14 now. You might notice some changes in the sheet as I've been going through this. I have been not really adjusting scores that much, but one of the criteria that I'm working on is there are raw scores that I'm giving for each of the 5 criteria, but then there are also comparative scores. So as we're moving along, there are certain people who are moving up, not because their presidencies I'm viewing as better, but because they're still better relative to the other presidents that have come. So as you see the numbers adjust, that's probably the main reason why. As always, thanks for watching. Moving on to the 24th President of the United States, William McKinley. We're going to look at 5 criteria as always: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important criteria: did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? McKinley comes in, and when we're looking at growth, we have to acknowledge that there was growth. At what cost will be the question we'll kind of be discussing as we proceed. But in terms of growth, McKinley kind of turned toward American imperialism. And we talked about this under Harrison with regards to Hawaii, when he kind of looked the other way as Dole had the coup against the Hawaiian monarchy that eventually led to them being annexed under McKinley. That was the first kind of test drive, I think, for the idea of America trying to replicate the European colonial model. McKinley took that to 11, ironically, against the Spanish, who were the model, kind of demonstrating, if anyone was paying attention, the failure of colonialism, the problem of colonialism. The fundamental problem of colonialism is if you occupy a place, but you do not allow that place to become part of your country, to be integrated into your culture, not forced, but to simply say, you are now part of our country, you are an equal to our country, we are now we, not separate. Colonialism is basically taking advantage of other people, making vassal states. Vassal states never are going to be satisfied with being vassal states. They're always going to want to overcome whoever is vassalizing them. They have their own identification, at least in the modern time, once we get to the point where nation states view themselves as nation states. When you're viewing yourself as a nation state, you're never going to want to be subservient to another country. And so that's the failure of colonialism. The idea that you can simply force another country to send you good services without expecting an exchange, an equal exchange, without them eventually overthrowing you and revolting. That's never going to happen. But McKinley wanted to dip his toe into that, and he had an opportunity because the Spanish were collapsing, because colonialism was failing. And so there were opportunities to go to war with the Spanish, to take Cuba, and to take the Philippines. I do not in any way, shape, or form buy the humanitarian argument. I find it completely bogus. If you want to buy the humanitarian argument, you will probably disagree with my assessment of McKinley. All I can say is 200,000 Filipinos died of starvation and cholera because of the Philippine-American War. Don't tell me that the expansion had anything to do with our caring deeply about their wants and needs. Cuba is more arguable, but even that, I don't buy it. America, particularly the American South, had been long calling to conquer Cuba as part of Manifest Destiny. Which brings me to a great comment that was left. And I'm not just saying it's a great comment because it's one of my subscribers, but it was a great comment. And it was challenging me on why I was so harsh on Harrison, but less harsh on Polk. Polk currently, I think, is fourth in the presidential rankings. And what it basically comes down to is this is not a discussion of who is a good person. It's not even a discussion of who is good for the world generally. I maybe when I do at the end, I plan on doing a retrospective where I re-look at all of the numbers, maybe move some people around. So the very last video in this series is me going back to the chart, going, really, does this person belong here or not? And so Polk might get moved down a little bit as I do a retrospective. It's a very good argument that Polk, probably at the time I'm doing Polk, there have been so many bad presidents on either end that maybe he just felt like a breath of fresh air, and maybe I did give him too much. On the other hand, if you think about what Polk did for America, not for the world, for America, California, Texas, and negotiating with Great Britain to get the lines that eventually gave us Washington State, like Oregon, all of that was in dispute when he took office, and 4 years later, it was all cleanly resolved. The Mexican-American War, he attempted to purchase the land because Mexico was completely in disarray at that point. They didn't even have a president to negotiate with. Their president was being impeached because he was considering selling the land, if I remember correctly the details. Polk was elected running on the 54-40 fight. I got it wrong before. Maybe I got it right this time. And the Mexican-American War. That was what the American people voted for. That's what they got. I kind of made the same argument about Andrew Jackson. I'm not mad at Andrew Jackson. I'm mad at America. But again, this video series is about the American presidency. And I think that commenter is 1,000% correct that if you're looking at it from that perspective, and that is a valid way to assess presidencies as far as, was this person a good person, a bad person? Did they make America, were they a good moral guidance for America? I think if you did that, then many presidents, both of the Adams, Rutherford B. Hayes, as he mentioned in another comment, would be significantly higher because they were good people with good intentions. But I hate to tell you this, because history is awkward. The voters do not always vote for people who are good. They vote for people who they think meet their best interests. And Polk, they believed, would take care of America by conquering to the shore, by conquering the West and taking the West. And he did that. And not only did he do that, luckily for him, California had a ton of gold. So when he took California, the gold rush shortly followed thereafter, and his economy boomed. Was Polk very fortunate in all of these things? Absolutely. Would Polk be a horrible president in other contexts and other times? Absolutely. But for that time and place, that benefited America greatly. It did not benefit the Native American population there. It did not benefit Mexico. It did not benefit anyone else in the world, but it did benefit America. McKinley, on the other hand, I don't see the benefit that came out of many of these decisions on a grand scale, certainly not on the scale of a Polk. But there is growth, so he'll get a little bit of a bonus on terms of growth. The country did grow because we acquired more territory. In terms of finances, I'm not going to be as positive on this as I think other people who are looking at it have been, because I don't think the economy was spectacular. I think it was just so much better than what came before under Cleveland and caused by Harrison with the complete financial collapse in 1893, followed by a second reversion collapse kind of thing stock market collapse in 1896. I think McKinley came in during a recovery. I don't think his tariff policies in any way benefited. From what I've read, cost of living went up significantly. But because there were some returning jobs because we had been in a recession for so long, and because of some things that were not anything to do with him, specifically the Yukon Gold Rush brought a lot of gold into the economy and brought a lot of things that helped. The electrical grid was being created. There was a lot of research going on during this time. Industrialization was coming. I don't know how much that falls on McKinley. I'm not going to give him a knock on that. He's going to get somewhat positive regards on finances, probably slightly above average in finances, because there was a recovery during his time, but it wasn't a spectacular recovery. It wasn't a boom during his time. And I also wonder how long it would have continued had Roosevelt not come in later, and we'll get to that in a second. In terms of international politics, I'm going to give him not very good marks. I think we ended up we ended up going to wars which we didn't need to go into. Spain, while a declining great power, was still a major European power at the time, and these actions entangled us in these international fights that eventually would devolve into World War I. We had been following the Monroe Doctrine successfully, where we were minding our business and keeping Europe out of it. And I think that was the correct approach. We failed to do that for McKinley. The thing I will give him slight credit for is he was negotiating toward getting the Panama Canal finally built. And that did come to fruition under Roosevelt, so I will give him some credit for that. But I think that the Spanish-American War, even though we won it swiftly, at what cost and in what gain? We acquired we acquired no states. The Hawaii thing occurred before him, and he just finalized the treaty. The Philippines, again, as I said, 200,000 people died of dysentery and cholera and violence because they were trying to resist our occupation after resisting the Spanish occupation. Cuba similarly was probably happy to have us, but I think if McKinley stayed, I don't know that we would have given him independence. I don't know what would have happened had McKinley stuck around rather than Roosevelt, because McKinley did seem intent on this whole colonialism thing. Guam and Puerto Rico are both still territories to this day, not states. Puerto Rican independence and statehood go back and forth, but the lack of desire to have these countries integrated, I think for racist reasons, is something that needs to be discussed. Similarly, and I should have mentioned this under growth probably, but McKinley was a huge disappointment with regards to civil rights. He came in with, a lot of blacks were optimistic that after Cleveland had pretty much abandoned any pretense, as the Democrats at that time had no interest in doing anything to support blacks, because they were not going to be voting in the South thanks to Jim Crow and mass violence. There was just not any opportunity for them to vote. There was hope when McKinley came in he would try to change that. And instead, McKinley was willing to embrace a lot of lost cause narratives and really started down the trend that would eventually lead to a number of presidents coming after him who simply let the lost cause narrative be the narrative, who completely abandoned any pretext of ever having restoring civil rights that caused race relations to become far worse. I can't condemn that enough. Was it better than Cleveland? Probably, but the bar is low. So he started an unnecessary war that led to mass casualties and deaths. I don't buy the pretext that it was for humanitarian reasons. Again, Spain had been in decline. The revolutions could have happened. We could have supported them without, I just don't buy that. So he gets low marks in terms of international politics and war and security for me. The last one is better or worse. I think if McKinley had not been assassinated and Roosevelt had not replaced him and gone in a very different direction, the country would be in a very different place. I guess you could argue because McKinley picked Roosevelt to be his vice president, you should give McKinley some credit for that. I would say McKinley picked him because his first vice president died of a heart attack, and everything that I've been reading, McKinley was not really excited about picking Roosevelt. It was almost as if by picking Roosevelt, he was doing a favor for the New York delegation to get Roosevelt out of the Senate because he was causing problems there, and they would put him in this position where the vice president was considered as someone who really didn't do anything. Roosevelt kind of felt like, oh, this is annoying. I'm going to go to the vice president thing. Maybe I can use it as a stepping stone, but honestly, I have more power where I'm in New York. It just happened McKinley got assassinated, so I'm not even giving him that much credit for that. And I think had Roosevelt not followed him and gone in a completely different direction, we really could have gone down a dark path very quickly. And it's very fortunate that who followed McKinley was Roosevelt. Spoilers, who was a very, very good president in a lot of ways. Not a perfect president, but I think he will be probably rating very highly when I review these. Some inside baseball, whenever I do these rankings, I'm always doing one ahead and then I go back because I think it's very important when you're looking at a president to look at what they left and how that proceeded before you evaluate them. And McKinley left a mess, and Roosevelt did a remarkable job cleaning up that mess. But he absolutely left a mess. So where does that leave him overall? I think we're looking at the closest parallel so far, I would say, is Andrew Jackson. You have a president who his term itself wasn't that bad because he kind of inherited a situation that was on the upswing at the time he came in, or at least not on a significant downswing. But he did a lot of things to turn the country in a direction toward its worst instincts. But I'm going to put him slightly below Jackson at number 17, and this is why. At least Andrew Jackson, I think, was selected to do the horrible things that he did. I think McKinley, no one asked him to be an imperialist when he was elected. That's not what he ran on. That was a decision he made in kind of the same way he was reverting back to the spoils system. He was trying to undo a lot of the reforms that came before him. I think McKinley is remembered probably more favorably because of his assassination. People don't want to, people, and because Roosevelt did well after him. But I think 17 between Jackson and Van Buren is a perfect place for him right now. Let's move on to the 25th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt, or Teddy Roosevelt. The 5 criteria we always look at are the same: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? Roosevelt came in with a lot of people thinking he was going to continue on a lot of McKinley's imperialist ideas as far as not just making America a world power or a very important great nation, but I think McKinley was even pushing toward really getting into the competition with the European powers, really entangling us in a lot of places, really getting into expansionism in a very dangerous way. He was also a president who I believe was more working for the good of the businesses than the country itself. And I think if we're going to look at growth, there are many different ways to look at growth. We've discussed in the past with regards to Jefferson and Polk, physical land expansion and the value of that land. We've talked with other presidents with regards to population growth, with regards to protecting certain segments of the population so that the economy could expand. In terms of Roosevelt really completely changed American conception of itself. He was very much a person who was incredibly America positive. He had a lot of conversations about things like hyphenated Americans and saying, whatever country you came from, you're now American here. And I think part of his view was that America was a specific thing in his mind and that other countries were specific things in their mind. And he was not, in the way that McKinley was, as interested in expansion of the physical American state as he was building great relationships and making America a very powerful, important country in a very well-balanced world, which is a very different concept than I think anyone else had before him. I don't want to overstate Teddy Roosevelt. I don't want to make him sound like some sort of superhuman. He had many, many flaws, and we'll touch on them as we get to various things. In fact, I think even with regards to growth, we can have a lot of discussions of his flaws. But what I think Roosevelt did is we had the Gilded Age going on where business was doing quite well. Industrialization was happening all over the world. And everywhere that industrialization was happening, you had the major industrial centers, and then you had the raw materials being brought from colonies in different places all over the world. And that wasn't going to last forever. Eventually, your dependence on countries that were viewing themselves as separate from you was going to lead to a conflict and a problem, and that is kind of what happened with regards to World War One eventually. Roosevelt's conception was more of I want allies, I want friends, I want people we can work with, I want to speak softly and carry a big stick, as he would say, in terms of we are going to be the most powerful nation in the world, and we're going to ask for things. And if we can be friends, you will give us the things, and if you can't, we will take them. The best example of this probably is Panama, where Panama was a part of Colombia. And then there were some difficulties in the negotiations, and suddenly we were going to support Panama for independence. I say all this to say I'm not overly praising Roosevelt in the current mindset. In the current mindset, a lot of what he did would 100% be imperialist and looked on negatively. I think we need to look in the framework of his time, though, in that these types of actions would have been different. We simply would have, other European countries would simply have sent in huge armies and occupied the area and not had any discussion about local rule or local rights. We would have annexed Cuba immediately and made it similar to what we did in Puerto Rico. But there was discussion and determination about the rights of self-rule in various places. Even in the Philippines, where Roosevelt continued the war and put down a lot of the Philippine resistance movements, it was still understood that eventually the Philippines would be their own independent country. So I don't want to overstate what he did. There are lots of ways to criticize it, but I think in the context of the time, it was remarkable that he was at least viewing these places as having rights and independence. He was often brought in to negotiate treaties between other countries. I believe he won a Nobel Peace Prize for negotiations between Japan and Russia. He was involved in negotiations with France and England and Germany around Morocco. He was considered someone who other parties would think would be fair. He was not considered someone who was going to arbitrarily force his interests in the way that his predecessors had. He was not as directly selfish and self-serving. He certainly was pro-America, and he would support America, and he did things for America, but he didn't view America's role as dominating and conquering the rest of the world in the way that Europeans kind of did with their colonial ambitions. And that shift, I think, was a huge positive shift for America and, arguably for the world. But I'm only focused on America and the American presidency. I think his disentangling from the things that would eventually lead to Europe collapsing into World War I could have gone a completely different direction, and we're on a trajectory to go that direction. And his focus on America and focus on taking care of our own, which I'll get to later. Well, actually, I'll get to here. He created the first inclinations of a social safety net with his Square Deal. He began putting protections in place for things like food. Was it because of Upton Sinclair's novel, The Jungle? Probably. That was certainly, I think it was Upton Sinclair. That was certainly a part of it. But he was interested in helping people. He wasn't interested in just hiding things or sweeping things under the rug. He was interested in reforms. He was interested in making sure that businesses also served the people. He was not a socialist by any means. I'm not going to stretch it to that point. But again, he was interested in fairness. He correctly identified the bankers' crisis as being something that was the fault of the rich, and adjusted accordingly. Which moves us on to finances. So in terms of growth, I'm going to give him fairly high marks. Not incredibly high marks, not like top of all time, but I think he did a lot to grow America, make America more powerful as a nation generally, and to help the people of America. So I think he gets positive marks there. In terms of finances, I think he also gets positive marks. I think the economy did well under him. And I think his implementation of the antitrust laws that had been on the books for a long time but largely ignored was done in such a way that it didn't impede growth economically. Again, I think he was viewed as a fair broker, and I think he acted in that way as a fair broker. When he had interventions, he leaned toward neither side, but more toward whatever the most positive overall outcome was. He was not always right, but I think that was something that was different than what had come before, where Cleveland and McKinley both were very much sending out, very much in favor of the business class. Cleveland actively sending out federal troops to break strikes, those types of things. McKinley looking the other way through all sorts of corruption. Roosevelt went back to the idea of reform and also had the type of personality where it was popular and he was able to get it through and he was able to get it done and he was able to negotiate with both sides in a way that others who came before him couldn't. He was the youngest president ever elected. He was I'm sorry, he wasn't elected. He came to office. He wasn't initially elected, I should say. He came to office after the death of McKinley. But he did a remarkable job of negotiating everything around him, which is a lot of what a politician is supposed to do, particularly in the presidency. And so I give him relatively high marks. I'm not going to give him exceptionally high marks. I would say, above average, because there was a financial panic under his watch, but I would say not one that was excessive. And when you consider the fact that he did things like having major tax reforms planned, having an 8-hour workday added for, I think the federal government specifically, many banking, pushing the banking reforms after 1907, and putting so many new laws in place that had not existed. Again, far less oversight than we would consider acceptable today, but we're going from the Gilded Age to this step forward, and there was no prior inclination by the other political parties on either side to go this direction. There were certainly calls by third parties, populist movements of like let's watch out for the workers, such and such, but they weren't winning elections, and that was an impressive feat. In terms of international politics, again, we were trending toward an imperialist agenda where we were trying to do the same things that that were kind of failing the great powers, to outsource our natural resources. And we were blessed that we didn't need to, because we have such a huge country that has so many abundant natural resources, as opposed to the classic Western powers in Europe, France, England, Germany. They're not physically as large. They were dependent on getting natural resources from other places and through conquest, and they were never willing to allow those other places to become part of their country. I think one of the underappreciated aspects of American history is, as we acquired states, the states then became part of our country, whereas in European conquest, you would conquer an area, but it would never really become part of your country. And so it would be simply a few generations before the people there, because they were never part of your culture, simply revolted and wanted to have their own country. And as the concept of nationalism came into play, the various groups remained separated. But he didn't push beyond America like McKinley did. He came in with the Philippines occupied, with Cuba occupied, with Puerto Rico occupied, with Guam occupied, and he left basically in the same type of situation, but with a clear path for the Philippines and Cuba to eventually, in theory, become their own independent nations. There were many, many hiccups along the way. Again, don't want to give him too much credit, but for the time, that was not the norm. The norm was you were going to be under the yoke of the European occupying force for as long as we can. And the idea of allowing independence was more something that was going to happen against will rather than as part of the plan. And I think a lot of the mythology of the altruism of the invasions that is ascribed to McKinley really come from what happened when Roosevelt took power and his actions toward that. I don't think McKinley was actually inclined in that direction. I think that was just the myth that was fed to justify and rationalize the war, in the same way that many Europeans would claim they were, civilizing the savages. But I think Roosevelt coming in understood that these countries were separate from America and that we should build a relationship with them, not just conquer them, because if you just conquer people, eventually you're begging for them to overthrow you. And again, also in international politics, he was amazing at his ability to get other countries to look to America as a broker. He really started that process of being a broker. There are some arguments that happened before with McKinley and some other presidents. Again, I could see someone coming back and criticizing me of being too negative with regards to McKinley and giving Roosevelt too much credit. But I really think McKinley's actions versus his words demonstrate what his intents were. Whereas I think Roosevelt, after the negotiations, after his actions, people would say he was an honest broker. Again, he got the Nobel Peace Prize for his negotiations with Japan and Russia, and people asked him to do it again and again because he was viewed as someone who was not there just to do what was in America's specific best interest or to pick a side in an ally. He was trying to build relationships in a large scale. In terms of war security, again, I go with that. I wish he had unwound the war in the Philippines more quickly. I wish that the Cuban situation had unfolded better, but I also look at how it was and how doing comparisons to other countries who had similar colonial occupations and how those things worked out, I'm giving him credit on a relative scale because it could have gone so much worse. And that was something that was handed to him. You could make the argument that he argued in favor of the Philippine occupation when he was vice president, but I'm only looking at his presidency and what he did during his time. And in that term, I think he did well. He also understood the importance of expanding the United States military, of growing the military in strength. That was the big stick that came as part of, speak softly, but carry the big stick. And I think he should get credit. Again, not an exceptional rating, but he should get credit. Where I do think I'm going to give him very high marks is in terms of better or worse, because Roosevelt comes in at the height of the corrupt Gilded Age. At the moment, America is dipping its toe deeply into imperialism following the Spanish-American War. At a point, we were about to go down a very dark path of, occupation of other nations for exploitive reasons, while also exploiting workers at home, giving no protections, income inequality to the nth degree, eventually leading to discontent and political unrest. His predecessor was assassinated, after all. And he left a country with worker protections that had not existed prior, with an understanding that the people of America, the workers and the citizens, were also people that needed to be taken care of, with food safety and basic oversight and needs, that business needed to be managed and trusts needed to be broke. Monopolies were negative, and those powers had previously had so much hold over the country that they could so influence politics that we had to send federal troops to protect the railroads from striking, rather than ask the railroads, why don't you just pay the workers more? I think that the country he left was fundamentally better than the country he received because of the changes he made, and he did them in such a way that they were popular, so that he could be reelected and continue those. He is the only president I can think of off the top of my head who both conservatives and progressives point to it and go, other than the big ones. Let me go back. Obviously, Jefferson, Washington are at the top, but most conservatives and most progressives who seriously look at Roosevelt can both agree that he did things that they're in favor of. The conservatives like the America focus and like the American exceptionalism arguments and the big stick. And progressives like the fact that he actually reformed governments. He broke up large businesses. He instituted reforms that had not really been considered seriously before. So because of all that, where do I put him? Well, as I just said, there's the big two, Washington and Lincoln. He's not going to pass Washington and Lincoln. But before I did this, I started going through all the presidents we've had before and really looking at my list again, because I don't think I'm going to make any major adjustments up or down. But as I was reconsidering in the past, there were some times where I was like, I gave them a lot of credit for the time, but now we have a larger pool and we need to look at it while still respecting the context of their time, asking a bigger question of where they fall. And I do think that I'm going to put Theodore Roosevelt above Thomas Jefferson at number 3. My reasoning is this. I think Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase acquisition was a huge positive for the United States, one of the greatest decisions in the history in American history. But I also think I undersold Jefferson's failure with regards to leaving his successor the the War of 1812 on his lap coming. And so in that reconsideration, I slightly lowered my opinion of Jefferson and I compared it to what Roosevelt left behind. And I think the most important thing we're looking at is whether he left the country better or worse. And while I'll still say Jefferson absolutely left the country better or worse, he left a mess that needed to be cleaned up, and I don't think Roosevelt did. So again, the rankings, he's going to be number third, just ahead of Thomas Jefferson. Now we're going to take a look at the 26th President of the United States, William Taft. Again, the five criteria we always look at are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important one, did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? Taft came in, I think it's fair to say, as a result of a lot of Roosevelt's influence and Roosevelt's popularity. Roosevelt, as I discussed last time, had really changed the direction of the country. He came in after McKinley's assassination, used the moment to really change the direction of the country in a lot of ways, not in all ways. Roosevelt certainly wasn't a perfect president. I put him at third, but I think you also have to understand third in relation to Washington and Lincoln are way above everybody else, and then everyone below that has some sort of flaw. So Roosevelt came in and changed the direction of the country that had suddenly drifted and lurched toward imperialist goals with conquest of, with the Spanish-American War, had occupied the Philippines, had occupied a number of Spanish territories, and Roosevelt hadn't continued that trend, and it also changed a lot of philosophical things in the United States with regards to progressivism and coming up with less focus on making sure the wealthy were doing well, and also discussions about taking care of the poor in some ways, the square deal. This was a major change in direction. And so Roosevelt leaving, one of the slogans for Taft was, Roosevelt cut a lot of hay, it's time for Taft to put it in the barn. And the idea was Taft would be a good administrator. Taft was a very intelligent man, he was a very respected man. Some argue that he didn't even want to be president. He preferred to be Chief Justice because he was really interested in the law. And so when Taft came in, there was a lot of optimism that he would continue Roosevelt's ways and honestly maybe even do it better because Roosevelt was kind of a bombastic, bigger than life figure. And having someone who understood the law, understood the technicalities, could maybe get things done more effectively. And the thing that they first thought he was going to do, and the thing that he kind of ran on, was I'm going to reduce tariffs and replace those tariffs with income taxes that would be more fair. So we'll get rid of these tariffs, which affect everybody, and seem to more affect the poor, farmers, people at the lower end, whereas the rich weren't as affected by tariffs, was the understanding, and implement an income tax that could be targeted, a progressive tax that could be targeted to focus more on the rich so that the rich would pay their quote unquote fair share. And so he ran on this, and this was the expectation. But then when they passed the laws, they were able to pass the 16th Amendment to modify the income tax or to allow them to modify the income tax, and they were sent out. That was sent out to the states. Some argue it was sent out to the states because it was expected to never pass in the state legislatures, but that's a separate issue. It did pass. But when he passed the Payne-Aldrich Tariff Act, again, it wasn't that he advocated for this act. He certainly wanted the act to lower tariffs more. He just wasn't a very effective politician. And that's one of the reasons why I give Roosevelt credit is he was an effective politician. He was able to use the bully pulpit to pressure Congress to do things that they didn't want to do, to pressure business to do things they didn't want to do. His popularity was able to be leveraged, and his relationship with the press was able to be leveraged. Taft didn't have any of that. Taft did not have a very good relationship with the press. Taft didn't have a strong ability to influence people to change things. And so this Payne-Aldrich tariff comes out, and although maybe technically, and I think if you look at it and really parse it, it did technically lower some tariffs, it also raised other tariffs and was seen across the country as an increase in tariffs and destroyed the unity of the GOP. The Republican Party fractured deeply over this. He then followed it up where he was doing things that he was doing antitrust. And again, he was probably doing more antitrust than Roosevelt. But when he was doing it, through the discussion of it, his people were criticizing Roosevelt and saying that Roosevelt at times got duped by U.S. Steel, which again angered Roosevelt, not understanding that Roosevelt's popularity was even more important than the policy. The man was very charismatic, and he was able to convince people to do things, or at least just push it through. And Taft didn't have that. And now he had an enemy in Roosevelt. So you go from having a GOP that comes in, a Republican Party that comes in, able to basically argue that they were a moderate approach to progressivism, because you still also at this time you have Eugene Debs running on a socialist agenda. The left is starting to realize that there's a populist path, and they're shifting in that direction, and they're arguing for these reforms. They've kind of, their party has shifted as they've tried to find ways to become relevant again on a national scale. And he just doesn't accomplish the thing he was supposed to accomplish. The tariff thing that was supposed to lower tariffs and make everybody's taxes less, and then shift the burdens to the rich, doesn't happen. He does pass a corporate income tax, but it's only for 1%. So it really has no major effect. I'm saying this under growth and finances because I think the two are combined. Like, I mean, under growth, you could say we added Arizona and New Mexico, but I don't really think that really grew the country. But in terms of finances, these things didn't do what he promised. I think the finances of the country were good under his administration. I don't think that there was a problem with finances under his administration because he did slightly lower tariffs, and he did pass the income tax amendment, and the amendment did get through, and he did create corporate income taxes, and those things would later be used to shift away from tariffs and to shift more toward an income tax that was able to get the income from the rich who were consolidating wealth and power. An income tax is, in a way, kind of an antitrust move in and of itself. In other words, too much wealth consolidated is too much power. When you can literally buy, the newspapers and the radios of the time, and buy the stations and control the media, it's very difficult to overcome that unless you have a personality like Teddy Roosevelt did, which is, again, why I gave him so much credit, even if he was flawed in many ways. So, in terms of growth, I would say he did not do particularly well. The country didn't grow that much because he was not able to accomplish the things he wanted to accomplish and navigate it, because he's not a particularly good politician, but the finances are pretty good. In terms of international politics, he shifted the Roosevelt approach, the old speak softly and carry a big stick, to something that was a little bit more patronizing. It's been referred to as dollar diplomacy. Not to say that Roosevelt himself wasn't patronizing, not to say that speak softly and carry a big stick wasn't a patronizing approach, but it's even more patronizing when you're basically telling businesses to go in and manipulate the markets in places, and then you're going to come in and support them in the U.S. and just kind of like we already had the banana wars, but it got to the point with the dollar diplomacy where business owners were going in and trying to buy businesses and expecting the U.S. military to come in and support them. And if they didn't, then they would make deals. It became very, very corrupt, very, very quick. Again, not that before it wasn't bad, not before that Roosevelt's big speak softly and carry a big stick wasn't corrupt. I mean, the Panama. The Panamanian rebels and Colombia thing was very, very sketchy on many levels, but that was also a clear goal and a conflict. It wasn't a way of doing colonialism by economic means. There was still an understanding that the countries were separate and that we were having a kind of a conflict over a specific issue, but we weren't trying to buy the country. We weren't trying to use our financial leverage to force the country into debt, or to openly and brazenly try to take over the markets of the country. And so that was what dollar diplomacy kind of morphed into, even if that wasn't Taft's intention. And it just failed on every level. It did not succeed in terms of economics, and it also didn't succeed in terms of building relationships with people willing to work with us. It destroyed a lot of trust. It was very ineffective foreign policy. We also had Mexico at this point collapse. The Mexican government collapsed. And Taft really didn't do anything other than send 20,000 troops to the border to make sure it didn't continue to have the overflow that was starting. There were a number of cross-border skirmishes. People died. And his response was to send 20,000 troops to the border, but to not in any way intervene in the conflict itself. You can argue that was probably the right approach, but I think it's also reflective of Taft's policy generally, which is he was letting other people do the dirty work and just kind of standing on the sidelines. Like, dollar diplomacy was not a directed diplomat, I have a specific goal. It's more like, oh, businesses, you want to try something? Sure, you guys go negotiate something, and then I'll back you up as the U.S. I don't know I don't know if you're actually going to be the good guy, the bad guy. I don't know what you're negotiating. It was very messy. Again, outsourcing the actual decision making in a way that Roosevelt didn't. Roosevelt made the decisions, right, wrong, or indifferent. It was clear who was making the decisions, and if things needed to be discussed, they they were discussed. I think he was the one who said the buck stops here, and he was pretty fair about that. Again, not defending many of his decisions. I keep circling back to that because I think it's an important distinction. But more with Roosevelt's leadership, it was clear what he was doing, where he was doing it. You could get clear direction and answers. There would be finality on decisions. Taft was very fuzzy on a lot of things in international politics, and because of that, you couldn't really build trust with him. You could not have assurances that anything would happen one way or the other, similar to how the tariff went down, because he was not the one making the decisions. He was deferring, he was allowing others, and then kind of coming in and trying to clean up the mess afterwards. That also was kind of how I reflect on him with the war and security. Again, Mexico collapses. We have to send 20,000 troops to the border, but we don't intervene. But there's still some cross-border conflicts. We're having not a lot of resolution with regards to the issues in the Philippines. It's indecisiveness, it's deference, it's kind of a symptom of his entire presidency. In terms of better or worse, this was a difficult question for me, and I think it's because I'm looking at what came before and after. I don't think that the country is significantly worse because of Taft, but I definitely don't think it's significantly better. His party was completely decimated. Um, Taft finished third in his own reelection, only getting 23.2% of the vote, finishing behind Roosevelt, who ran and who created the Progressive Party and ran completely independently of Taft because the party had been split so much. And this led to Wilson winning with only 41% of the vote. He was not successful at many of the things he wanted to accomplish. And I honestly think I'm going to give him a slightly worse grade because I think a lot of things were lined up for him to do. I think it was lined up for him to be able to get tariffs lowered and the income tax passed. I think it was lined up for him to do things like have more free trade agreements and to be able to continue the diplomacy that Roosevelt had set up, where America might be a country you're afraid of, but they're an honest broker if you make a deal. If you don't make a deal, then America's going to do things again, not defending it, but it's gonna use the big stick. But it would love to negotiate, and once the negotiation is done, it's not necessarily to your detriment. We're not necessarily doing things specifically to harm you. We have interests. We're going in to get our interests, and we would like to negotiate a deal. And if you won't negotiate a deal, we're going to have a problem. Again, the biggest negative example of this was Colombia, but other than the Colombia and Panama thing, and the Colombia Panama thing was basically we wanted the Isthmus of Panama, and we were going to build a canal there, and that was going to happen, and that wasn't a negotiation point. But I do think, generally speaking, relative to the rest of the European world, the colonial powers, and relative to McKinley before him, Roosevelt was trying to have more direct engagement and I don't want to say equal, but I do want to say fair dealings with other countries as other countries. And I think Taft was more interested in staying on the sidelines and then coming in to try to figure out how to solve a problem rather than having a clear goal and really taking a leadership position. So, because of all that, where am I going to put Taft? In some ways, he reminds me of John Adams in the terms that he kind of broke his party apart, but I don't think he did as good a job as John Adams, even if I was critical of John Adams. Um, in looking at the list, I think I'm going to put him at 15, just ahead of Benjamin Harrison and below Zachary Taylor. That's a weird spot, but I found that to be the spot that I'm kind of thinking of as neutral. Benjamin Harrison only served for a month, so I can't say he was good or bad, but he had a slight knock against him because I don't like Millard Fillmore's presidency. And Zachary Taylor only served for 16 months, but I think he did a good job in those 16 months. So putting Taft between him kind of puts Taft at a very neutral presidency. I think you could have someone else come in and do a better job, and I think you could have someone come in and do a worse job, but I'm not really impressed with his presidency in any way, shape, or form. Now we're going to take a look at the 27th President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson. Again, there's 5 criteria we look at every time: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and to leave the country better or worse, that last one being by far the most important. Let's start with growth. Wilson had one of the greatest accomplishments any president has ever had with the passage of women's suffrage. A constitutional amendment happened on his watch. Very difficult to achieve. Huge positive Nothing but good things to say about that. It's an embarrassment it didn't happen to the 1900s. But that was the second constitutional amendment he passed during his administration. The first was prohibition. This is kind of what you'll see as a running theme for a lot of Wilson. He does things that are very, very impactful. If we're talking about most impactful presidents, I think Wilson's very close to the top. But some of the impacts were incredibly positive, women's suffrage. Some of them were incredibly negative, prohibition. Wilson also had a lot of actions in terms of increasing segregation. The Democrats were very aligned with the South, and Wilson was very open to a lot of racist ideas. He screened Birth of a Nation at the White House and came out talking about how it was a very accurate portrayal of history. And he knows better. We should have known better. I hope he knew better. He was a history, I think, PhD. And the ideas that he spread, the creation of the lost cause, not the creation, the expansion of the lost cause narrative, the real embrace of the lost cause narrative by the presidency, set back the country immeasurably in terms of race relations. And I think we saw that play out in some ways in 1990 when black soldiers came back and you had the bloody summer with riots and all across the country as these soldiers who had gone overseas, had gone to Europe, had gone to fight, seen themselves treated as not second-class citizens, as human beings, as soldiers fighting on the battlefield, coming home and expecting things were going to be different and seeing that they weren't, and the active repression of their ability to just be treated like humans was all throughout that summer. Lynchings were widespread, and that was something that Wilson not only permitted, but kind of advocated in terms of making the arguments that he made. If you've never seen Birth of a Nation, the entire argument is the lost cause narrative and him endorsing it, that being the most popular movie of time. I think up until I think it was like until Star Wars, it had the highest box office per as a percentage. That's something that also falls on Wilson's watch. So in terms of growth, it's very difficult to score him because you do have the incredible positive women's suffrage. Then you have all of the other things, not even getting into his whole hyphenated Americans speech beliefs, the internment of German Americans during World War I. The divisiveness that he brought to the country was such a negative, only counterbalanced by women's suffrage, that he's not near the bottom in terms of growth. In terms of finances, again, incredibly positive things mixed with incredibly negative things. The incredibly positive things, he did the tax reform that Taft failed to do. He was able to get tariffs lowered. He was able to pass a more progressive income tax that spread the tax burden to the wealthy and less on the poor. The creation of the Federal Reserve and the Federal Trade Commission were both very positive things that helped regulate the economy. However, you do have to acknowledge the end of his term had a massive recession, one of the largest instances of deflation in American history. You can make the argument it was because of the contraction of the economy post-World War I, because of the Spanish flu outbreak that had ravaged the entire world from 1918 to 1920. There are reasons you can rationalize that it wasn't Wilson's fault, but I would also point out that it happened right after Wilson had the stroke and was still trying to hold on to the presidency. In fact, his ego was such that even though he had the stroke, and by most accounts, he was clearly in physical and mental decline, in no condition to continue the presidency, he was still trying to convince people to allow him to run for a third term, an unprecedented third term, breaking the tradition. Because again, at this point, there was no actual law saying you couldn't run for more than 2 terms, just the tradition. His ego was such that I don't give him as much grace as I might for another person, because I do think if you're going to be the all-knowing totalitarian, you have to take the responsibility when things go bad on your watch. In terms of international politics, this is where it gets much more complicated. I think you can look at what he said and the idea of the League of Nations, the 14 points, Wilsonian democracy, and these were all positive shifts. Wilsonian democracy, I know you can look at it as just imperialism by another name. I don't think that's quite fair. I do think it's definitely a very patronizing, very paternal mindset that I would not advocate in a modern world. But again, we're comparing it to what came before. In contrast to colonialism in the terms of occupation and abuse and just taking control of a country and taking resources and giving people their no rights. I think it is significantly better to advocate projecting democracy to various countries. I think that's a better process. Again, still very patronizing, still probably not a great approach in modern sense. There's a lot of things you can say bad about Wilsonian democracy, but I think it's a bigger step. I think it's a big step forward. The problem is these are all the things that he said, not necessarily the things that he did. And he has one of the biggest knocks against him that I think any president has for a decision, and that was the failure of the Treaty of Versailles at the end of World War One, which left the German-Austrian area in such a condition that you did have the rise of Nazism. I don't think I can complete. I did a whole video on the rise of fascism, and I don't think it's entirely fair to put it all upon the economic conditions, because I think everyone was having the difficult economic conditions. But I do think Wilsonian racism is an understated thing that was also part of the discussion. And I think that's something that really spread in America, not just in terms of racist ideology, also the eugenics movement, which I did another video on eugenics, and how these ideas from America really did spread to Germany. And I think a lot of these ideas do originate in, not entirely with Wilson, but certainly were expanded and endorsed by Wilson from the presidency, the lost cause narrative kind of being a kind of fascism, if you could argue. But in terms of international politics, he was able to make America a very important negotiator of the peace, but I don't think he did a good job of negotiating the peace because of the long-term outcome. This is another reason why I'm hesitant to do videos on presidents until we're at least like 20 years out. If you would look at Wilson prior to World War II, you might be viewing his performance differently. But with the outcome of World War II in knowledge and how it all shook out and how much of a failure that treaty became because of the long-term ramifications, I look at Wilson less favorably. I'm still going to probably give him a generally positive international politics argument. We did win World War One, and I'll talk about that a little more when we get to war and politics, war and security. But I'm not going to give him full marks as a great international leader than I think some people do when they point to the 14 points. I would say point to the 14 points and tell me how many of them actually were implemented versus idealized. War and security. This is where I'm probably going to be a little controversial. I am not going to make a full-throated argument that World War I was a war of choice, because I don't think I believe that full-throated argument that it was completely a war of choice. But I am going to say that World War I is not World War II. And I am going to say that in the sense that World War II, there was clearly a bad guy, quote unquote, a good guy, quote unquote. There was clearly an evil that had to be stopped. World War I was a lot of people who were bad. It was a buffet of bad options. It was a number of very bad actors, all at war with each other because they had made horrible decisions and alliances and were trying to hold on to their colonial interests and powers, and that had become incredibly entangled. One of the reasons I gave Roosevelt so much credit was detouring away from that bomb and that minefield of becoming entrenched in colonial things that made World War I more of a war of choice for Wilson than it would have been otherwise, because we weren't entangled in such a way that we had to protect our colonial interests. We were able to stay out of the war for a long time. But his execution of the war, specifically on the home front, and this is where security is more of what I'm looking at than the war, I think is underreported in terms of history and under-discussed. He literally put Germans in internment camps, German Americans, not German citizens, although he did put German citizens as well. German Americans were placed in internment camps. He ran entire campaigns about German as being hyphenated Americans and how all Americans needed to stop their alliances with Europeans and stop thinking themselves as hyphenated Americans and start being Americans. He had huge repression of the freedom of press, and he ruled with an iron fist and abused a lot of war powers in what was not an invasionary war, in what was a war where we were sending troops overseas and we were not directly at risk. I know the Lusitania, I know the U-boat argument. I don't think that is sufficient to the things that he did to really damage the core of the American system in significant ways. The more I read about how Wilson abused his power, Wilson started the second Red. I mean, actually, the first Red Scare was started by Wilson following the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. Say what you will about communism, I still think we can all agree that the Red Scares were abuses of government power in ways that we should be regretful of and look back on with sincere regret. I regret twice. Sorry about that. And I think also, even beyond that, in terms of war and security, people have forgotten about the Pancho Villa raids during the Mexican Civil War and how we didn't really protect our home front in a lot of ways. I think Wilson gets way too much credit for quote unquote winning World War I when you have to ask the question of, was it a necessary war in the capacity that we went into it? Did we fight that war well? Were we protecting ourselves? And how did we take care of our citizens during that war? Did we divided our country in ways where, again, even aside from the internment camps and the Germans, when the black soldiers came back and we had the riots through 1919, I think all of that falls on security. And so I don't give Wilson very good marks. I don't feel like the country was very safe during his time period, not just because we went to war, but we also went to war with each other, and we created a division within our country, not just with African Americans, but also with German Americans. And we made clear, as I think that, as we all know the poem, First They Came For, I think Wilson was a great demonstration of that, as anyone who was not on his side was an enemy and was treated as such. And I think that's why when we get to the better or worse score, I feel like I want to give Wilson better scores because he did a lot of things that I think were very positive. I think that it was very positive that obviously women's suffrage is very positive, but also that we did reforms to the federal government, that we did have federal powers to regulate in ways that we hadn't before. But I think his abuses of power and his demonstration that we could abuse those powers was a dangerous precedent. And the way he abused those powers and the way that he, again, German citizens in internment camps, not for doing anything wrong, but for just being German, and in a country that had a huge German population, in addition to expanding segregation, basically openly praising neo-Confederate ideas in the Lost Cause narrative. All of those things are very, very negative. So where does that make me put Wilson? I think when I'm looking at his presidency, I was looking online, a lot of people put him as like above average president. I think I'm going to put him as slightly below average. I think I'm going to put him at number 15, just below Zachary Taylor. I think Wilson, on the whole, I would say left the country worse than he found it. And I can say, again, I can see people making the argument that, the 14 points and the League of Nations and all of these things overcome the negatives of what he did. I just don't buy that argument. I'm going to put him at number 15, just below Zachary Taylor and just above William Taft. Next up, let's take a look at the 28th President of the United States, Warren G. Harding. Again, we have 5 criteria we use as guideposts: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and they leave the country better or worse. Before I dive into any of those, I do want to talk about what I think is the elephant in the room when you're talking about Warren G. Harding, and that is the scandals that emerged shortly after his death. I think I want to divide these scandals into 2 categories, and I think this is true of all of the scandals we've had so far. There are scandals that I think were relevant to the presidency, and there are scandals that are relevant to the legacy, separate from the presidency. Let me give you an example. I think when we're talking about someone like Thomas Jefferson, the Sally Hemings episodes and the fact that he's a slave owner are things that are relevant to the legacy, but that's not necessarily relevant to the presidency, because during the presidency, it wasn't well known or something that really was a major issue during this time. By contrast, when we talk about Bill Clinton, the Lewinsky scandal will be something we will be discussing, not because his actions were any more or less egregious than people who came before them, but because it dramatically impacted his presidency while he was in office and was a major issue in his ability to complete tasks. For Harding, the infidelity things that came out afterwards, I don't think are as relevant. If we want to talk about our president's infidelity or sexual taboos and mores, the Grover Cleveland episode would have been very, very different. I do think it is very relevant, though, a lot of the other scandals. I think the Teapot Dome scandal and the prohibition bribery scandals and the corruption of his presidency and the people he picked and appointed to office is very relevant. And I think that's something that I do hold against him. His return to normalcy, quote unquote, included a return to, it seems, a lot of, backroom deals and horrible corruption. That's a precedent that he kind of set. I think some people will take that so much further to say that his precedent for corruption and bribery also expands into his deregulation policies, and you can say all of that led to, the corruption and speculation that caused the Great Depression. And I can see this being the start of that path, and I certainly am going to have that conversation and knock him for that. That being said, we are also comparing him to what came before and after. And while he had a very corrupt presidency, I don't know that I would say it's more corrupt than, say, Andrew Jackson or Martin Van Buren. I I just don't know that it is that much more corrupt. I wonder if it's just something where it was more scandalous and it all came out in one big, you know, no one was there to defend him because it's easier to blame the person who just died and move forward than it is to hide anything or have the scandals or anything like that going forward. So let's talk about growth. When he came into office, I think, again, well, no, actually, in terms of growth, let's just talk about the things he did. He The Federal Highways Act is a huge thing. That was started by him. He had some farm regulations against market manipulation. I think his race relations were, compared to those who came before him, were very positive in terms of intent. He gave a very positive speech after the Tulsa race riot. He did hire African Americans positions in government, unlike his predecessors. He started the Shepherdtown Maternity Act, which funded thousands of child welfare workers, something that had not an unprecedented growth in that area. That isn't to say that he didn't do things like cut taxes significantly and add tariffs, which, again, economically probably was not great policy. He did cut government spending. Also, again, coming from off of World War I, it wasn't difficult to cut it. And I think his establishment of the national origins formula for immigration was very problematic. I give him overall a probably lower than average rating in terms of growth, even though the economy did improve significantly under him, which is why his finances are a little bit better. The economy did much better. He did help us recover from the first recession. He had a minor recession in the second half, but we were coming in with Wilson leaving an absolute mess. And we're going to kind of talk about the mess Wilson left at every step along the way. Researching Harding is part of why when I did the Wilson video, I graded him so poorly. Wilson was only saved by women's suffrage. If not for women's suffrage, Wilson would be down, in the bottom. He'd be down much further. He's not going to get to Buchanan territory, or probably not even Andrew Johnson territory, maybe in the Tyler territory. But women's suffrage went a long way. Harding really fixed a lot of the messes that Wilson left, or at least made some improvements on some of the messes Wilson left. Now, he created new and different messes, but he did help resolve a lot of the things that were left behind with regards to balancing the budget, cutting government spending. There were things that he did that were positive. Again, maybe it was just because we're coming off how bad Wilson was, but there were improvements in that area. Also, in terms of international politics, Wilson left an absolute mess in many regards. I know everyone wants to talk about the 14 points and all that kind of stuff. It didn't happen. The wishful thinking is not outcomes. And particularly with regards to Latin America and Central America, Wilson's actions were atrocious, and trust had to be rebuilt with our Monroe Doctrine neighbors. And I think Harding did a pretty good job of reestablishing relationships, of trying to fix a lot of the broken relationships that we had, try to rebuild trust. I think he deserves some credit for that. I do think in terms of war and security, again, I would also say it was a fairly stable time. There was a lot of disruption still around the world as we were coming out of World War One, and Wilson left riots and just things being out of control. And like I said, when the Tulsa race riots went down, he addressed it in a very positive way. I think he helped calm the country down in a lot of ways. He was very popular before he died. I think people forget that because he was so unpopular a few months after he died and all the scandals came out. But when he died, even before his death, not as a consequence of his death, he was popular. He was a popular president, very likely to be reelected. People were happy with it, the way things were going. He also led a lot of disarmament of the weapons that had been made for World War One because they weren't necessary. And when I say disarmament, I'm not talking about just here. It's in the disarmament agreements with multiple nations, and I think all of that is very positive. And that leads us to the biggest question, and that is better or worse. And I have trouble with this because I do think Harding made a lot of mistakes that led to a lot of the problems that would eventually lead to the Great Depression. I think there's a president and a half between him and there. And so I don't think it's fair to lay it all on Harding if someone else is continuing the things. But his deregulations and his decision to no longer go after monopolies, I think did lead to a lot of the speculation. I think it did lead to a lot of the corruption. I think his administration's corruption absolutely set foundations and groundworks going forward. His return to normalcy, as he was a big believer that government should be serving business, not the other way around. And I think this led to an overconfidence in the moral, ironically, in the morality and good nature of business, that they would do right by people and that they wouldn't be as corrupt or as speculative or as dangerously unstable as they turned out to be. And I think that is something that can very easily be held against Harding. I just think it's way over exaggerated because people will go to the scandals and not understand, yes, the scandals were bad and they were nothing I can defend in any way, shape, or form, but relative to things that came before, relative to the things that Wilson was doing, or other presidents have done during their administration, and outcomes that came. And we're talking about presidents who led us into civil war. We're talking about presidents who presided over complete financial collapse. We're talking about a president before him who had Americans in internment camps. When we're doing relative comparisons, I think reading about how Harding has been down near the bottom, I just don't see it. I don't think he was a good president. He's not any going to be in my top 10. He's not going to be very high. And as I've been doing these rankings, I've been kind of looking at things in tiers almost. I don't, you have Washington and Lincoln who are above reproach. They're the top two and no one else is close. And third is a distant third. And then you move into presidents that I think made the country better, but had significant flaws like Roosevelt, Jefferson, Polk, and Monroe. I think all of them made the country significantly better, but they also each had significant flaws that make them not in the same tier as Jefferson or Washington. You move down to presidents that I think made the country better, but also had a lot of bad things happen on their administration that may or may not have been their fault. Where you get into the Grants and the Madisons and the Garfields. Those are presidents who, well, not so much Garfield because Garfield died, but like Grant and Madison are two presidents where I'm like, I think that they were incredibly good presidents who had very difficult circumstances during their time. Grant was dealing with Reconstruction, and Madison had the country invaded in the War of 1812. I think they both managed those things remarkably well, but you can't ignore the fact that those things happened on their watch and they weren't able to prevent them. Maybe nobody could, but that still knocks them down a tier. Then you get into what I would say are the John Quincy Adams, the Chester Arthurs, the Rutherford B. Hayes, the John Adams, who are presidents that I think probably were good guys, had good intentions, but weren't able to get things done or and again, in the case of Hayes, maybe no one could get them things done. Maybe Hayes is more of a Grant type figure. But because things went so much worse during his presidency, again, maybe no through his fault, I have to acknowledge that things got worse during their administrations than they were before. I think I'm going to put Harding right below those. I think I'm going to put Harding at 14, just above Zachary Taylor and William Taft, and certainly above Woodrow Wilson. And my logic is I could see an argument for Taylor being above him, but Taylor only served for 1 year. And again, he left Millard Fillmore, who, even though I know it's irritating one of my members, I think Millard Fillmore was the Neville Chamberlain of American politics. I think he did a horrible job during his administration. I think that he completely appeased the future Confederacy, and I think the appeasement led to emboldenment. And I think Taylor picking him as vice president is why I knocked him down, because that was part of what he left, better or worse. I do think I would say Silent Cal is probably better than Millard Fillmore, and so I'm going to kick him above that. And then Taft and Wilson, I've already discussed. I just don't think they did a very good job. I think that they had significant issues, and I would put them below Harding, even though Harding is not a great president. I don't think his presidency itself was egregiously bad. I do think you can argue that his presidency left it overall better than he found it from Wilson, with the exception of setting up the foundations of the deregulation that would eventually lead to the Great Depression. So that's kind of like saying he improved it, except for, some things. It's again back to the Lincoln. But otherwise, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? So with all of that, I am going to put Warren Harding at 14. Next, we're going to take a look at the 29th President of the United States, Calvin Coolidge. Again, we try to have 5 criteria to use as our guideposts: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and to leave the country better or worse. So first, in terms of growth, if you were to ignore what will be the elephant in the room of this entire conversation, the fact that the stock market collapsed 3 months after he left office, his growth would be right up there with the top. The Roaring 20s was a roaring time. There was huge growth because of new technology. It was a time where economically the country grew. We were an area, because we weren't ravaged by war, we were able to really take advantage of that and become the dominant economic engine for the world in a lot of ways during this era. And if you just look at that in a vacuum, the only thing I would say negatively is his signing of the immigration quota bill, which restricted how many people could come into the country based on racial quotas. I think it was 3%, no more than 3% in addition to whatever existing population it was, which basically meant if you weren't white or part of a white culture, you couldn't come into the country for all intents and purposes, because if you weren't already here, you weren't allowed. That, I would say, is a major knock against him. But otherwise, the growth would be great, absent, again, the elephant in the room of the complete collapse of the economy in 1929, 3 months after he leaves office. I think in large part because of deregulation. I think you have to acknowledge that Coolidge was not watching the store. You can say that his deregulation led to huge growth, and I would say sugar rush. Much like I said under Andrew Jackson, we can discuss and say, oh, there was huge growth during this time period and everything seemed to go well for a short period of time, and then all of a sudden it completely collapsed after. You have to acknowledge it completely collapsed. If I'm giving away free donuts, yes, my sales are going to be great, but then if I have to, actually make money, that's not the way to do it. And I think a lot of what Coolidge did in terms of deregulation caused huge harm later, over speculation, and that was what led in large part to the crash. Now, we will discuss later whether it is more Coolidge's fault or Hoover's fault that after the clash what happened, and whether it could have been avoided as being a depression and just simply been a recession, similar to the ones that we've been seeing during the Gilded Age. But that's something that has to be calculated in terms of growth. I would calculate it more in terms of finances, where you have a president who not only balanced the budget, but was able to pay down a significant national debt. First time, I think that's the last time that happened. The only other president who's done that since Coolidge is Clinton for a brief period of time. That would be, again, great financial, work. But again, elephant in the room, 3 months after you leave office, Wall Street crashes. So when you're looking at the positives from his finances in terms of he did cut spending, he was able to cut taxes while still paying down the debt, those are things that you can acknowledge. But I think then you also have to say, well, what did he cut? His refusal to sign on to farm legislation. When the Great Depression hit and the farmers were not able to be bailed out after having, everybody else was having this huge boom and the farmers not so much. And he basically, from what I've read, said, yeah, farmers are poor. That's just the thing that happens. Nothing we can do about it. I think that's something that you have to discuss as being on his ledger. I think you can also say that in a lot of ways, his not doing anything was strategic in other ways. He spoke positively about civil rights, but he abandoned the lynching bills in favor of trying to focus on getting tax reform and reducing taxes. He didn't really address the Great Mississippi Flood. He really reduced the role of government in a lot of ways, which again, for some businesses that were based on speculation, allowed them to grow greatly. Technological advances, expansion, but then that over speculation, because of the lack of oversight, because of the lack of checks and balances, is what largely led to the collapse. So finances, I'm going to give them a slightly negative. Growth, I'm actually getting them slightly positive, but both of that tinged by the fact that what happened after he left. In terms of international politics, I actually rated him fairly highly, particularly after remembering all of the things that Wilson did and how many things were still undone and needed to be fixed when Coolidge took office, particularly in Latin America. You might notice Wilson has fallen a little bit. It's not actually because Wilson's ratings have gone down. It's because as we add in new people, the people at the bottom get more to the bottom, and the people at the top get more to the top. And one of the grading scales I'm using is rankings. It's not just a raw number score of saying, oh, I give them this score and that score. I'm also comparing them to each other. And I think the comparison to each other is an important thing to understand when we're doing all of these rankings. So when we're talking about the Great Depression at this moment, I hope that we're also remembering the other American tragedies that came before. So when I'm talking about other presidents, and they're like, why is this so high or so low? I would say up to this point, we've had three absolute avoidable American tragedies. The Civil War, the failure of Reconstruction, and now we're approaching the Great Depression. These are, to me, the three largest events that I am very critical of those who did not act to prevent them. Slavery obviously is the earliest American sin, but that predated the government. That was in existence. And the failure to address that in a way that we could avoid civil war was a failure. The failure of us to, having completed the Civil War and having realized that we were not going to proceed on that path, that evil, horrible path of enslaving human beings, to not then proceed to a truth and reconciliation path where we allowed African Americans to be part of our society in a real and meaningful way, because we allowed Reconstruction to collapse and we allowed the terrorist Ku Klux Klan to win. Again, I understand that the presidents during that time, many of them did the best that they could and were completely undermined by Andrew Johnson specifically. But that is an American tragedy that was not addressed. Now we're approaching the Great Depression. And I would put the Great Depression third. So as I'm giving Calvin Coolidge negative marks for that, also remember that I have a whole litany of presidents before that I'm also giving negative marks for their failure to avoid the Civil War or to prevent the collapse of Reconstruction. And this is a ranking of all presidents. As I think I said in the last one of these we did, I'm not very impressed by a large number of presidents. So where Coolidge ends up is not necessarily a reflection of me saying he's a great president, as much as might be saying the people below him had more tragic outcomes during their presidency. And I don't think Coolidge was any more intentionally negative toward those outcomes than the others. And I do think that intentionality, while it matters, so do outcomes. So, putting that into perspective, back to international politics, I think Coolidge did a good job in trying to untangle things. I actually had forgotten about the Dawes Plan, where he was helping to restructure German debt, which, looking back, if that had been successful, or if the Great Depression hadn't happened and it had just continued and we had followed that path, that's brilliant by Coolidge. That's identifying specifically a problem and working to address it. I It just didn't work out because the entire economy collapsed, again, partially because of Coolidge's decisions. Similarly, the Kellogg, I think, Briand Act was the foundation of international law and discussing how, as silly as it sounds, making war illegal. But the idea and the concept that we would legalize things so that we could have international courts or international negotiations rather than war. It, again, didn't work out because of what happened with World War II, but those foundations and the intentions and actually getting things done, as opposed to Wilson, who talked about the 14 points but never actually seemed to get anywhere with it. I looked at these things and I'm like, I really respected Coolidge and those things. But then, as you have to deal with the fact that 3 months after he left office, the entire Wall Street collapsed. And how much of that followed would have followed if Coolidge had been less deregulatory, if he had his hand on the switch a little bit more stiffly, or would have that caused the Roaring Twenties to not occur? It's a cost-benefit question, and I can't not acknowledge the fact that the Great Depression happened. In terms of war and security, again, I give him relatively high marks compared to other presidents. There were no wars under his watch. We got out of the Dominican Republic. We certainly were continuing to deal with the things that had been left behind by Wilson and others in international affairs where we were at. But I think it was an appropriate undoing of a lot of previous problems. But that, of course, brings us to the better or worse. And in terms of better or worse, he does not rate very highly. But, and this is the interesting but, as I was going through the numbers for better or worse, even though I gave him very poor scores, I also gave very poor scores to a large number of other people on this list. I put Warren Harding below him. I put most of the Civil War predecessors before him. Obviously, Andrew Jackson was, I feel like, worse than him. And so as you're going through the list and realizing, okay, he did poorly in terms of better or worse, you start to realize how many presidents in real conversation had a country that was left better than they found, was left worse than they found it. And so in taking all that into consideration, I don't want to say I was surprised, because I knew that I expected Coolidge to do better than historical accounts, kind of like Harding did. But I did find that Coolidge, in my opinion, I put him just above James Garfield at number 9. He's below Madison. He's below Grant. I think they had more successful presidencies, although with Grant, I think Grant is a good parallel in that Reconstruction kind of failed on his watch in a lot of ways. But I don't necessarily blame Grant entirely for that happening, given what he was handed. And I think Grant did a lot of other very positive things. I give Grant more credit. But when I was looking at the people below him, I think Coolidge's administration, I would compare it to Andrew Jackson's administration in a lot of ways, without the fact that Andrew Jackson then led us in a genocidal path that rolled down the road to civil war. He had the sugar rush economy of Andrew Jackson, but he didn't have the genocide and manifest destiny racist approach. And so you get all the positives that you have to give Andrew Jackson, which is why Andrew Jackson is not at the bottom, although he's close. He's down at the bottom. But the negative outcome of the Great Depression, I think, I don't put that fully on Coolidge. I think that there is an argument to be made, and an argument that I find convincing, that had Hoover handled things differently, I'm obviously spoiling the next session, had Hoover handled things differently, Coolidge would have simply left a normal depression, a normal recession that we would have talked about as a negative mark on his ledger, but not the Great Depression. It would have simply been he left a recession similar to what Grover Cleveland left, or similar to what other presidents have left. A very significant downturn, but not the Great Depression. And so because of that, I feel comfortable ranking Coolidge at 9 right now. I don't think he will stay at 9. I think he'll get bumped out of the top 10 in the not too distant future. But I do think for now, looking at the presidents we have, that's where he falls. Now we're going to take a look at the 30th president of the United States, Herbert Hoover. Again, we have 5 criteria: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important, did he leave the country better or worse? Let's start with growth. He came in with what seemed to be a very strong economy. He won in a landslide as Coolidge decided not to run again. Coolidge was very popular. Things seemed to be going well for most people as outside observers. There were some warning flags with regards to the farmers, with regards to speculation, but I think most people thought things were going in the right direction. And then the stock market crashes in 1929. So the question you have to ask is, does the Great Depression that follows, is it something Hoover could have done something to prevent or at least mitigate? And I don't think he could have prevented any kind of recession. I think there was going to be a very serious recession. As I said, under Coolidge, he made horrible mistakes with regards to deregulation and not acting to support farmers. And that led to the financial collapse. That does fall on him. But Hoover himself thought this was going to be a short recession, similar to 1920, 21. And I think it could have been if Hoover had acted really in any way at all. Hoover seemed obsessed with balancing the budget and not spending rather than addressing the problem. He was very focused on what he called volunteerism, where he would call on local people to volunteer their time and their efforts and have local governments solve the problem rather than having federal interventions or having the federal government come in really anyway. He stuck with his guns on deregulation. He stuck with his guns with regards to non-intervention, even as banks were collapsing. He really didn't start implementing any serious reforms until a year and a half, arguably even 2 years into the recession. And even then, the reforms he did were things like the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, which were a horrible plan. His intention was that he was going to help by doing protective tariffs to help the farmers have, and if you're in a recession and then you make things cost more, just a horrible plan. He refused in many ways to just use money to fix things, to just fund and subsidize, which could have been what solved the collapse. I think we have a parallel in modern times with the Great Recession and the spending that was done, the Keynesian approach to economic collapse. I think had that been done, I think much of the Great Depression could have been avoided, but it had to be done in the early days and quickly so that people would have confidence in the financial markets. And I think he identified correctly that a lot of the problem was lack of confidence in the financial markets, but he did nothing to address the lack of confidence for all intents and purposes. In fact, he also, I think, made things worse with his willingness to scapegoat. I think when people talk about Hoover, they talk about Hoovervilles and the unemployment crisis and all that kind of stuff. He was also more than willing to scapegoat. His mass deportation of Mexicans, and this is, again, we're not too far. We're less than 100 years at this point from the Mexican War, where this land was Mexico. He just did mass deportations. He would spend money apparently on mass deportations and stoking racist ideologies and ideas to find a scapegoat to blame other than himself, leading to and I can't imagine any of that helped the farm industry. All of this was done in such a ham-handed way that I can give him no credit. And I think Coolidge does deserve criticism for having the laissez-faire deregulatory time period, but I think way too much is focused on the things Hoover did later, which people will point to as like, oh, well, that was the cause of the Great Depression. In 1931 and 32, he did the X, Y, and Z. Well, he did X, Y, and Z in 1931 and 1932 because the doing nothing, the waiting for the market to correct itself didn't happen and things were spiraling out of control. And then when he dove in later, the way he dove in was to still try to have market manipulation with tariffs rather than just giving subsidies, creating jobs, doing something to stimulate the economy, propping up the banks, in some way, maybe not propping up, but like making sure that people had confidence in the banks. He didn't do any of that until very late. He literally had the bonus army sitting on the White House and has MacArthur go and chase them off. It's it's remarkable how bad of a job he did managing a crisis. I kind of wonder, would this have been a very serious, again, as he believed it was, a very serious recession akin to 1920-21 if he had just acted in any way, shape, or form? Or was this actually a necessary thing to the Great Depression? I think where you put Coolidge and Hoover, I think, depends on how much you blame Coolidge and how much you blame Hoover. I blame Coolidge, I would say, for about a quarter, maybe a third. I think he is the causal factor of the start of the collapse, but then Hoover just ran it downhill to the ground. And again, you can also blame Hoover because he was the Commerce Secretary under Coolidge, and a lot of the planning and policy was his. So in terms of growth, horrible, horrible ranking, possibly the lowest we've had. The economy completely collapses, and we go into one of the greatest recession in American history. Also hits him with regards to finances. His obsession with keeping the budget relatively balanced, or trying to keep spending in line when this is the time to spend in a crisis, just unforgivably bad. In terms of international politics, I'd say he's fine. Um, he he's similar to Coolidge and Harding, was trying to undo some of the horrible decisions we made in Central America, trying to end the banana wars and undo all of those things. But the Mexican repatriation was also just disgusting, and also a huge remark against him. In terms of war and security, I would also say he was fine. I guess we didn't start any major wars. There were some issues of civil disobedience because the Great Recession was going on. But we didn't start the Civil War. And I think that's where we kind of get to the better or worse scale, which is where we're going to talk about where we're putting Hoover. When you look at Hoover and you compare him, you have to go down near the bottom. So we're going to start at the bottom, and I'm going to see how much farther up he goes. Is he worse than Buchanan? No. Buchanan led America into the Civil War. I would say he's not worse than Tyler. I think Tyler did many things that reset our system to a direction where we were now on a clear path to not specifically the Civil War at that moment, but when he left, I think we were on the brink of a war with two countries, one with Mexico and one with Great Britain. Polk narrowed it down to one war instead of two. And then Andrew Johnson, one of the worst presidents in terms of civil rights, completely ended Reconstruction. I don't think he's worse than any of those three. That brings us to Franklin Pierce. And I think this is where I would say the Franklin Pierces and the Millard Fillmores of the world are people who I think did not do a good job rising to the moment that was there. But I don't think that the moment was created by them. I don't think it was entirely their fault that they didn't rise to a very difficult moment that they were handed. They were handed a very difficult situation that they did not manage. Hoover was handed a very difficult situation that he created and then made it significantly worse with all of his actions. I think Pierce and Fillmore, I think, made mistakes. I think Hoover made worse mistakes. So I'm going to put him at 27th. Just an awful presidency, did an absolutely horrible job, and I have nothing else to say positive. Next, we're going to take a look at the 31st President of the United States, Franklin Roosevelt. The 5 criteria we use as guideposts are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important one, did they leave the country better or worse? Roosevelt made me realize that as I'm doing this assessment, that I've been giving a lot of bonuses to presidents who inherit absolute messes and are able to recover from them. And I think as I'm thinking through Roosevelt, I was also thinking about some of the other presidents. So you'll notice in the final tally of the ratings, there have been people who moved around. No one moved huge amounts, but I did reassess some rankings. A lot of the behind the scenes stuff is as much about rankings as far as how they were relative to other presidents as it is any individual scores I give. So I usually kind of go 5 as a baseline of an average presidency, and then I kind of look at a president as did they do better or worse than if no one had done anything at all, and kind of in a weird kind of way in my head. And With Roosevelt, he strikes me immediately because he inherited such a mess from Hoover, and he did things that fixed the mess. I think the bank relief that he put forward, in fact, just in most of his first 100 days, from Glass-Steagall to the bank holiday, where he was able to get things set up like the FDIC, um, the Securities and Exchange to deal with market manipulation, ending prohibition. I think he did a lot of great things during that time, and then also creating Social Security. A lot of the things he did to stabilize the subsidies market with regards to farming. Um, Later, doing the Tennessee Valley Authority funding to create electricity. These are all great, huge things that he did that I want to give him full credit for. But in that same New Deal, you also have redlining, and you have a lot of programs that weren't so great or efficient. And I think on the whole, I'm going to give him a very high score for growth because I think he did grow the economy greatly. I think these things that he put in place, particularly with regards to the Securities and Exchange Commission, the FDIC, are things that are amazing and helpful. We can argue back and forth about the farm subsidies, whether they get too far or not enough. But given we were coming out of a huge depression where we had not addressed these needs, and the needs not being met caused a huge economic downturn and just overall bad things to happen to America, putting these things in place was positive. But I also, again, look at it as someone who did some overreach. The fact that he bucked the trend to go for a third term and then a fourth term. Um, I think that there is some truth to the critics who say he was kind of similar to Wilson, overreaching with government power and doing things that went a bit too far. I don't think that that's an incorrect assessment. I do think most of it worked, so I'm going to give him an overall positive score. But I do think that his willingness to cater to the South, his refusal to address the anti-lynching laws because he needed to keep the solid South voting bloc, and him giving them things like redlining, I think that's got to be considered when you're assessing him overall. And I think we'll discuss that more when we get to better or worse. But I think you have to give him credit for all of the things that he did. But I think sometimes he's given too much credit because the recovery was from the Great Depression to where he improved to. And he had a recession during his time, perhaps because he didn't quite balance it. But it was such a difficult thing to balance. I'm not going to criticize him. He did accomplish a huge number of things. I just think we shouldn't oversell him as a figure who would reach the levels of like a Washington or a Lincoln. I don't think he's quite that tier, and I think some people talked about him in that tier and talk about the New Deal as this flawless thing. I think we have to have honest conversations about the many flaws of the New Deal, while also acknowledging on the whole it was great, did wonderful things, created bases of systems that exist to this day because they were successful and positive. Similarly, going on to finances, I would say similarly, the bank regulation, the FDIC, all of the things I spoke about in terms of growth, I think also apply to finances. But the hesitancy I would give is that he did have the recession in the middle of the recovery because he was kind of drifting away from, I would say, Keynesian approaches to a little more controlling approaches that I think were not ideal. But again, it's almost nitpicking. It was so bad before, but again, this is why I had to rethink later, and you'll see some of the rankings changed because I think given how bad it was, I think he was given a little too much credit, but he certainly deserves a lot of credit. In terms of international politics, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag. I do think the good neighbor policy was a vast improvement over what came before, but I also have to look at internment camps. Like, and I guess maybe you put that more into war and security, and the fact that we didn't prevent World War II. Now, maybe we had no ability to prevent World War II. Maybe it was unrealistic and unreasonable for me to ask the question of why we didn't allow more refugees from Jewish refugees to come to the country when we saw what was happening overseas. Maybe Roosevelt politically couldn't do it when you have the fact that you have, I think it was the Bund March at the Bund event at Madison Square Garden, where we had our own American fascist state. And maybe he was politically realizing that he didn't have as much leverage. Maybe I'm second guessing him unfairly. So I am going to give him a better than average rating in terms of international politics, but I am going to say, when you took office, it was around the same time as Hitler, and then Hitler rose to power, started World War II, and we got into it, and we eventually won the war, and again, positive on that. But is there anything we could have done to not appease Hitler? Again, I think that falls more on the European powers, but it's something that I'm going to question. It's something I think we have to have as part of the discussion. Maybe there's nothing that could have been done. Maybe it was beyond all our capacity and power. Maybe it was just an impossible task that I'm asking of him. But if I'm going to question a lot of like Grant and Rutherford B. Hayes and some of the Reconstruction era people for not being able to stop Reconstruction, I also have to have the same, to be fair, question for Roosevelt as to not stopping World War II. Again, might be an impossible task. Still going to give him a very good rating in terms of international politics, but I don't think we should ignore that that did happen during his watch. Again, that kind of all falls, everything we're discussing kind of falls on war and security. We did win the war. I also think people forget that Roosevelt wasn't part of the post-war recovery and stabilization. That more falls to Truman. Roosevelt died before the end of World War II, at least as far as with regards to the Pacific. And so I think people sometimes think of Roosevelt in terms of, yes, and then we created this, stable post-war world, and that wasn't Roosevelt. That was more Truman, with many flaws in that, which we'll discuss with Truman. But I do think sometimes Roosevelt gets credit for things that he didn't do, and I also think Roosevelt gets excessive credit because things were so bad before he got there. All of this to say, though, I do think Roosevelt had an incredibly good presidency, particularly relative to other presidents. I think in terms of better or worse, you can't argue that the country was significantly better after he left. But this is where I was thinking about the better or worse scale, and I kind of went back and I was looking at the chart. And so, again, inside baseball, every time I do a new president, I put the president's scores in each of these 5 categories, and then I sort them against the other presidents, and I kind of look at each president and go, okay, is he better or worse than this person? And they kind of end up in a ranking. And based on that ranking, then all the scores come together, we figure out sums, and I kind of assess, okay, this is where this president ranks. So each of the 5 criteria is rated individually, and the better or worse one it gets an extra weight. Because I do think leaving the country better or worse than you found it is the most important thing. But is it fair to presidents who inherited a fairly good presidency and continued to improve to not get good scores in better or worse because they just kind of kept the country the way it was, versus people who inherited absolute messes and were able to bring recovery out of it? I do think you should get a bonus to saving a country from chaos. And I don't think it's incorrect to have the people we have generally at the top, the Lincolns and the Washingtons, be people who were given messes and left stability. I don't know where I put Roosevelt in terms of that. I think Roosevelt left the country much better than he found it. I think you should score very high in terms of better or worse. I think you should score very high in terms of growth, because the programs he put in place were stabilizing in a way that hadn't happened for the presidents before him, going back through the Gilded Age, going back perhaps even to Lincoln. You can argue that the policies and programs he put in place, the reason that they're still here, things like Social Security, things like the FDIC, things like farm subsidies, these things are in place because they work. And things like the Tennessee Valley Authority and investment in infrastructure, the Civilian Conservation Corps in its own way, these are projects that have lasted. So he absolutely should get a lot of credit in terms of growth. But it also, I think, is shined more because we're comparing him to Hoover, who just utterly failed. So when I went back to look at the list, I knew Roosevelt was going to be very high. I knew he wasn't going to be number 1 or number 2 because I don't think he did anything on the scale of Washington or Lincoln. But I did think he was better than Teddy Roosevelt. And then I realized, did I put Teddy Roosevelt too high? And I think I did. I think I put Teddy Roosevelt too high because he was coming off of McKinley. And I was looking at McKinley basically taking the country in a hard, wrong direction, and Roosevelt going, whoa, 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 we're not going that direction. We're going to go another direction. And the direction he went was better, but it wasn't a perfect direction. It was still flawed. In many ways, comparing the Roosevelts to each other, I think is a very fair comparison. Both of them inherited mistakes coming from before them and were able to redirect the country in a better direction, but they were also flawed. Um, they were people who had significant flaws. The Roosevelts, with regards to, I think, the Panama War and the Philippines, very questionable. And, Roosevelt, with regards to redlining and internment camps, those are major strikes against them that you have to look at as part of their presidencies. Whereas I think I underrated James Monroe. James Monroe did a lot of things well. The era of good feelings is not something that happens very often. Leaving with everyone so satisfied that there's really only one party for all intents and purposes, with the exception of the Panic of 1819, he just did a good job. And so I've moved James Monroe all the way up to number 3. So now we're going to move on to the 32nd person to be president of the United States, Harry Truman. Again, the 5 criteria we look at as kind of guideposts are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and of course the most important, did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? Truman is the poster child for why you should not assess a presidency until some time has passed. As I said, starting this video off, this whole series off, I'm not going to be going all the way up to current presidents. I'm definitely going to be skipping Biden and Trump. I'm probably going to skip Obama. I keep getting tempted, but I probably am going to skip it. And I'm probably going to stop at George W. Bush, because you have to have enough time pass before you can assess a presidency. If you don't allow enough time to pass before you assess a presidency, you're stuck in what is immediately happening and not really discussing the things that came as a result of what was decided. Truman is a great example of this. In fact, you could argue that you really couldn't fully assess the Truman presidency until the 80s, because a lot of the decisions that he made were pivotal decisions that I think at the time, well, I know at the time were incredibly unpopular, but over time historians have looked back on more favorably than the people at the time did, because they turned out to be, if not perfect decisions in the right direction. So let's start in terms of growth and with a perfect example. Truman's decision to desegregate the military was huge. I think you can very strongly argue that the Dixiecrat movement came out of Truman's civil rights move in that direction, specifically in the military. I think that was a sign to the South that we were going in a different direction. It was one of the first serious blows to Jim Crow. Roosevelt never really wanted to touch that third rail. Roosevelt seemed to be more willing to negotiate with the South to give them things like redlining to keep segregation in place. He would speak to certain things to try to get black voters, and black voters having very few options. In the North, obviously, black voters in the South really had no ability to vote because Jim Crow was still in full effect and it was dangerous to vote. There were some exceptions, but on the whole, it was very dangerous still to vote in the South if you were black. But in the North, they were becoming a large enough voting bloc that they had to be taken somewhat seriously. And the GOP had largely abandoned even the pretense. I think resting on their laurels of being the party of Lincoln, they were hoping that they would be able to keep that vote. And then because they felt like there were very few options, they didn't really have to go toward that. I don't think Truman did it in any way as a political decision. I don't think Truman did much of anything in terms of his decision making for political purposes. I think he did what he thought was necessary and right. And I think he was wrong sometimes, but I think he always had the intentions of doing what he believed was the right thing to do. With regards to the creation of the Dixiecrat Party and how that eventually led to the splitting of the Democratic Party, the loss of the Solid South, what I refer to later as, and we'll talk about later, the Southern strategy versus the Wallace Democrats that kind of really came to a head in the 70s. We'll get to all that later. This was the beginning of that, and it was a decision Truman made aggressively that he didn't have to make. I would say a lot of the things Truman did, he did with purpose and aggression, or at least maybe not aggression. Aggression may not be the right word, but something akin to decisiveness. And it really hurt him. I think one of the reasons people assumed he was going to lose his reelection campaign is because he knew he was going to lose the Solid South. Strom Thurmond running as a Dixiecrat, splitting the party, and yet he did win. It was a surprise. You have that big poster that people show of big picture of Truman showing the Dewey wins headline that wasn't true. That Truman did win the election. But it was a bold decision, and I think it set the foundations for the civil rights movement. And I think that was a huge thing that led to what I will say is one of the major pivot points in American history. And I believe that was a huge benefit to the country in terms of growing us as a nation, in terms of having a part of our, when you have an entire group of people who are not able to participate in the economy. This is why Wilson, despite all of his flaws, still did okay, because suffrage is such a big thing. When you allow people to participate and be of benefit to the country, rather than having them locked away and only allowed to do certain things, that is a huge driver of economic growth. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the post-war economy grew so quickly as we began expanding civil rights generally. And I think Truman deserves a lot of credit for starting that, probably more than FDR in a lot of ways. FDR did give African Americans more access to things than they had before, but he was still more than willing to reach out to the Southern South politically on things like redlining. In terms of finances, you can point to the debt, and I think it's fair to point to the debt. Truman did have a large debt, but Truman was also taking office while World War II was still going on. I think people sometimes forget, and they forget or don't forget, that the war was still taking place when Truman took over in the Pacific. The war wasn't over. The debt consistently, but went down as far as the debt spending throughout Truman's term in office, and it was going to start high because of World War II. It was going to stay high because of the Korean War, which we'll get to later. And those are huge expenses, and that's something that Eisenhower will talk about the military-industrial complex. But I also think Truman's decision-making prevented a collapse that, like what happened when what happened to the Wilson administration after World War I, where everyone came home and there was nothing to do. Now, were there things that he did that were very sketchy, in my opinion? Yes, the threatening to draft the railway workers during the strike, and the attempt actually to nationalize steel mills during the Korean War. Truman definitely, in a different time, could have been persuaded to be more Wilsonian in terms of abuse of power. But during his time, I think he was the right person at the right moment to address many of these things, even if he went too far on some occasions. I think this was a time where bad things could happen if you had someone who was less decisive. This was not a time for a Neville Chamberlain type of leader. Which brings us to international politics, which is an area I would say I give Truman very high marks for. And I think we have to acknowledge that a lot of the things Truman did were incredibly controversial, and I want to deal with the biggest controversy, and that is the dropping of the two atomic bombs on Japan. I can completely see an argument against the second bomb, and I can even kind of see an argument against the first bomb. But I am going to make the argument as to why I would defend those actions in context of what happened later. I'm not saying they were done for the right reasons. I'm saying the outcomes that came, because that was the decision was made, were better outcomes than I think would have happened had it been done a different way. And that is the occupation of Japan. I don't think an invasion of Japan would have been beneficial to anyone involved. I think, absent the dropping of the two atomic bombs, which led to the unconditional surrender of the emperor, and the seeming understanding of the military of the precariousness of their position, I think Japan might have fought to the last. I think Japan had a mentality at that point where they seemed to be willing to continue fighting even though the war was long lost. Because by that point, the war was long lost. One of the reasons they were able to drop the bomb was they had achieved air superiority. And the amount of deaths is there's no way to justify that. There's no way to argue that it needed to happen, particularly on the second dropping on Nagasaki. Perhaps you can argue, and perhaps it would be true, that the first atomic bomb was enough. But they didn't immediately surrender after the first atomic bomb. Perhaps they were thinking you only have one. And then the second one was like, oh, you do have two. And at that point, we had a full unconditional surrender. And where I give Truman credit is we didn't become a colonial power. We didn't occupy Japan with no exit strategy. We didn't occupy any of the countries with no exit strategy in terms of Germany, in terms of any of the holdings. Truman took the approach of decolonization seriously. He walked the walk. And if you look at what happened to Japan and Germany relative to World War II versus World War I, particularly for Germany, but for Japan as well, these were countries that were able to recover economically and then stop being threats. They were not countries we had to occupy. We didn't have a long occupation like we would have later with Vietnam, or we would have later, where the Soviets had with Afghanistan, or that we had with Afghanistan, or any of these other situations where we were an occupying power. And I think absent the atomic bombs, we may have had to become an occupying power. There may have been a continued guerrilla war because hope wasn't lost. I do think the two atomic bombs forced the Japanese leadership to abandon hope and surrender unconditionally. And I think Truman's approach of still after you've unconditionally surrendered, allowing a pathway to return to self-governance in a reasonable amount of time. That's not what normally happens, and I think you really have to acknowledge how amazing that was that it happened that way. And then the second thing you have to talk about, which is incredibly controversial, is the Korean War. And here's all I'm going to say about the Korean War. We are now well past it, 60, 70 years, something in that range, my math. I'm not a math major, I'm a history major. And we have North Korea and South Korea to look at as comparative. I think it's clear that South Korea is preferable to North Korea. I think it's clear, absent American intervention, North Korea would have occupied all of Korea. And I think that would have been a negative outcome for the world. I think similarly, the Berlin airlift, preventing the Soviet occupation of Berlin. And we've seen what the Eastern Bloc countries were versus the Western countries. I don't say this in a way of saying that the West is infallible. I don't say this in a way of saying the West is not horribly flawed. We will get to some of those things in the not too distant presidencies. But I do think we have to have the discussion with regards to international politics and war and security to say that, yes, Truman started the Cold War, but it was a necessary war. And it didn't escalate to a hot war at any point. When it finally ended in the 80s, for all intents and purposes, unless you want to argue that the current Ukrainian process around NATO is an extension of the Cold War, which you could. It's fair. But I think once you get to the 80s, I think you can say that it was necessary for the West to be a bulwark against the expansion of the Soviet Union and the expansion of communist China at the time. I think that is a fair statement, and I think it was the right decision, and I think you have to give Truman credit for that. You don't necessarily have to give him full credit on how he executed the wars, which is why his war and security number is not going to be incredibly high, although I do think firing MacArthur was the right decision. MacArthur is incredibly overrated on so many levels, but that's another discussion entirely. And I do think you can give him serious criticism with regards to security because of his threats to the rail workers and to nationalize the steel. But I think the Truman Doctrine of containing communism turned out to be the correct decision to make. And I also think that his decision with regards to helping Germany recover, the Marshall Plan, taking in 400,000 refugees, I think all of the things that were done to prevent the next war deserve a lot of credit, and that's why I give him a high score in terms of international politics, and a relatively high score in terms of war and security, and in terms of better or worse. I would also note that I think the post-war boom, coming from things like the GI Bill, kind of also falls not entirely on his ledger. I think Eisenhower will get some credit for that, and even Kennedy and LBJ will get some credit for that. But I think we could have easily had a reenactment of what happened after World War I, and we didn't. We had a relatively stable, if tense, world for the next up to no, up to now. And that's remarkable. That is not what came before, as we've been discussing this. That was a remarkable change. I also think you have to give him a knock for McCarthyism. I think the Red Scare and McCarthyism fall on his ledger. Could it be avoided? I think parts of it could. I think it went to extreme levels, and I think that part needs to be talked about also when you're talking about Truman. I think that's why I'm not going to put him in my absolute upper echelons. I mean, there's lots of reasons he's not in the absolute upper echelons, but I do think that's a strike against him. So taking all those things into consideration, where does he fall? Well, certainly not in the top two. I have been looking at these for a while. I think he's going to be below both of the Roosevelts, but I am going to put him above Polk at number 7. I think he was an effective president who left the country better than it was. I think he had flaws. I think he was taking a country that was going in the right direction, and I think a lot of the decisions he made were a bit wild and perhaps not the ideal decisions, but I think the direction that he took the country in, and I think where it eventually ended up, I think you have to give him full credit for. Certainly much more credit than he got at the time when he was an unpopular president leaving office. So again, Harry Truman, I'm going to put him at number 7 so far. Now I want to take a look at the 33rd president of the United States, Dwight Eisenhower. So the 5 criteria we always look at are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and did it leave the country better or worse? When we're talking about Eisenhower, we're looking at an era of time that most people look back on as very positive for the United States. And I think economically and in terms of growth, I think that's a fair assessment. I think that you have to acknowledge that the 1950s were a huge time of economic growth in the United States, also cultural growth, growth in power and influence. I think a lot of very good decisions were made with regards to setting the foundations for the United States becoming the dominant world power and an economic engine. I think the interstate highway system was a huge positive decision that kind of shaped the United States and helped increase expansion. I think the ARPA and ARPANET was the first step toward the internet, which is foundational to the U.S. prosperity today. I think the founding of NASA, even if it was done because Sputnik had happened, not necessarily done specifically because Sputnik had happened, but because of the space race, regardless of the reason that it was done, I do think that was a great decision that really took a national identity and made us the technological leaders, made us focused on science and tech and advancing. And I think all of that is a huge boon. And I think he should get very high marks in terms of growth for making a lot of very good decisions that grew the U.S. in terms of power, economic expansion, helped fill out the country, helped interconnect communities to the interstate highway system. I think all of that gives him very high marks with regards to growth. With regards to finances, I also think the 1950s was a time of economic prosperity, with the exception of I think a minor recession in 1958. The economy was growing throughout the 1950s. On the whole, people were doing better. There were some things I think you can point to with regards to race relations that could have been better, but were still significantly better than most presidents. I think it's difficult for Eisenhower because you're comparing him to Truman and Kennedy and LBJ who followed. Sometimes I think people are overly negative on him because he didn't go as far as those 3 did, but those 3 were really exceptional. When you go back prior to them, I would put Eisenhower above FDR in terms of race relations in a lot of ways, which would shock some people. But I think he was less of a person. I think FDR made a lot of compromises to keep the solid South in place and the Southerners in place around redlining. I think Eisenhower, is often forgotten, picked Earl Warren, who wrote Board of Education. He continued the racial integration of the armed forces, which was something started under Truman. He described himself as a progressive conservative, and I think he had positive intentions. Do I think you can be critical of him for not going far enough to enforce Brown v. Board of Education? Absolutely. But I do think that the court that he created was the foundation that wrote that opinion, and that opinion was the foundation that really started the path toward the civil rights movement, and I do think he deserves some credit for that. Not as much as I'm going to give Truman or Kennedy or LBJ later, but I think that's something that still falls on him, and I think that's something that I put toward growth um, generally. The first area that I'm going to give him negative marks in is international politics. I think Eisenhower's international politics are an interesting contrast. One of the reasons I like the way I'm doing this series is by being able to look at them in order and do comparisons. You can look at what Truman did with regards to the Cold War, and you can look what Eisenhower did to the Cold War, and you can see the stark difference of why one I praise and one I don't. Truman, in my opinion, didn't really intervene. Well, he intervened, but when he intervened, it was, at least the most memorable ones, were because there was a world power, a great power, a major power attempting to physically occupy a country that did not wish to be occupied. The creation of the Iron Curtain, the need for the Berlin airlift, the Korean War. These were China and Russia invading other countries to force their political views upon them. Eisenhower, on the other hand, didn't allow local groups to make their own decisions if it wasn't in accordance with what the United States wants. The most famous, well, probably the most known example in the United States would be Eisenhower's the one who got us into Vietnam as the French pulled out. I did a whole video on the Vietnam War and how the French basically at this point had decided that they couldn't hold, that the center couldn't hold. They were getting out. They had realized, and I think a lot of colonial powers realized, that as long as you were there, you were the enemy, and it doesn't matter what the ideology is on the other side. The group of people who don't want to be occupied by colonial powers will emerge and gather around whoever your enemy is. And so you're almost creating an opportunity for a group to rise to power without having to argue for the ideology they have, because their argument is that get rid of the colonial powers. And so the French were realizing in Vietnam that there was no path forward. It was time to get out. But the U.S. had this domino theory that Eisenhower was pushing. They move in. Now, is Eisenhower the one who escalates? Is Eisenhower the one who, and we'll talk about this with Kennedy, basically really entrenches us in a way that was not escapable? Maybe not. Maybe Kennedy could have come in and pulled out. And maybe if Eisenhower had been the president at the time, we wouldn't have escalated the way that Kennedy did and that LBJ did later to an even higher degree. But Eisenhower is the one who set the foundation of Vietnam. But I think even more, an event I would condemn even more that really haunts us to this day was the Iranian coup and the removal of Mossadegh. Uh, that was just a complete fundamental misunderstanding of Iran. I think we have not yet been forgiven, and probably that mistake is something that is so foundational. I can understand us not being forgiven, particularly since we've never really apologized or acknowledged it in the way that we really should. And it also set the foundation that where we put a weak leader in power, similar to what we did in Vietnam, where we put somebody who was not popular by local standards, someone that we thought we could control in power, and then that decision led to a unpopular regime that was then overthrown and has now become the Islamic State. I think those decisions were horrible, and there were a number of them. There was also the Guatemalan coup. I think the domino theory that was espoused by Eisenhower was incorrectly thought out. I think it was something that caused a lot of harm around the world, and I think it has proven to be inaccurate and just a mistake in places where we didn't intervene in that way. Certainly many of them became communist and went that direction. But also over time, they then drifted into, like Vietnam's a great example. Once we stopped fighting with Vietnam, yes, Vietnam is still Vietnam, but we had the assumption that they would then become a satellite state of China, and that kind of thing didn't happen. The idea I think Truman had was allow states to remain states and not be occupied by great powers. And Eisenhower seemed to have more of a manipulative approach to that, which I think was a huge mistake. So he doesn't get very high marks with regards to international politics. With regards to war and security, actually, and still under international politics, I don't know if I can say this without getting demonetized, but I'll go ahead and say it because I said it in the other video and I didn't get demonetized. Operation Wetback was a horrible decision. The mass deportation of Mexican immigrants, ironically, some of them being, well, most of it being on land that was once Mexico, uh, in order to have the Bracero program kind of forced upon them, which created in a lot of ways, in many places, a kind of a forced indentured servitude. I think also that falls negatively on Eisenhower, even if it didn't last that long. When you go back and look at the decisions he made, I just, it's something that's very negative. And also the Cuban Revolution and the foundation of the Bay of Pigs, also on Eisenhower. I'm just looking through my list and realizing how many things were negatives with regards to international politics. He's going to be in the bottom half of international politics, of the presidents we've looked at so far. In terms of war and security, I would say he's probably above average. I do think that we made the correct decisions with regards to the post-war buildup for the Cold War. I do think that we had to build, even though he condemned the military-industrial complex because of the Russian intention to expand, because of the Russians' clear intention to territorially expand and general aggression. I think that was a necessary decision, and I think it did work in the way that it was intended with regards to a nuclear deterrence. So I will give him better than average marks with regards to war and security. Not the top, because again, I think a lot of the other decisions he made did set us up to have many enemies going forward. But I think in terms of having America be a strong country, I think he gets positive marks there. And that moves us to better or worse. I do think that Eisenhower overall left a country better than he found it. I do think he broke some dishes in the china shop with regards to international politics, but I think the country itself was much stronger, was much more prepared for technological advancement, had a very strong base to build the country upon, in terms of just building infrastructure. And I think Eisenhower deserves a lot of credit for that. So I think he gets relatively high marks there. And where does that put him overall? I think he's not going to be above Truman. I think when I'm looking at the two of them side by side, I think he's going to be below Truman. But I do think I'm going to put him above James Polk. So that means Eisenhower is going to fall in at eighth. I think Eisenhower's presidency was overall a very positive presidency. There are some things that I think are very negative that he did in terms of international politics, but for the country as a whole locally, I think he was very positive overall. I do think I'm giving him a lot of credit for continuing things that I think were built upon later with Kennedy and LBJ. And I think in looking at it and considering what we have coming up, maybe considering too far ahead with regards to Nixon's backslide, I think Eisenhower was accurately describing himself as a progressive conservative, and I think a lot of things he was positive, so he's going to fall at number 8. So next we're going to take a look at the 34th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. Again, we have 5 criteria we use as guideposts: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important, to leave the country better or worse than they found it. Kennedy is very difficult to evaluate because I think anyone looking at him acknowledges that his presidency is absolutely a pivot point in American history, that a lot of things before and after were very, very different because of his decisions. But at the same time, he served for less than a full term. People forget that a lot of the accomplishments that they put on him actually happened under Johnson. And a lot of the blame for things that, if you want to be negative with regards to particularly foreign policy, were things that were put in place before him and that continued on with him. So as I'm looking at his presidency, I think that's something that's very difficult for people to assess. And I could see people completely disagreeing with me because they blame Johnson or Eisenhower for something, or completely disagreeing with me because they think I'm giving Kennedy too much credit for something that was accomplished by someone else. I also think that the mystique around the Kennedy name really makes it difficult to have an honest assessment of him. And I'm trying to remove any of the soap opera politics around the Kennedy name, either before or after, because it wasn't really relevant during the time of his presidency. It wasn't something that directly affected him. Yes, the Jackie O mystique and aura around him certainly helped his presidency with a certain kind of charisma, but I don't know how much of that was actually there at the time and how much of it is kind of revisionist history because of his assassination. So let's start in terms of growth. And this is the area I think you can give him the most credit for, particularly with regards to the civil rights movement. He really took a big step forward from Eisenhower. Yes, the desegregation laws passed under Eisenhower, but Kennedy was the one willing to, go forth and implement them, to the point that he sent federal troops, got into his arguments with George Wallace and many of the Southern leaders, really took a stand that had not happened since Reconstruction as far as the federal government deciding that it was going to actively work toward the rights of African Americans. No, he wasn't perfect on it, and that's part of why the March on Washington happened, was because people wanted more. But he did create a large amount of hope, which is why the March on Washington happened. People believed that things could change and that change was coming, and they wanted to keep pushing him on change. And I think he was going in the right direction. And I think that was something Eisenhower wasn't doing. And so that's something you have to absolutely give Kennedy credit for. And I think that was a big step forward. He also did similar things with regards to women's rights, the Equal Rights Amendment. Obviously, these are things where he was trying to include more people in the economy, in the country, and just being participants and not second-class citizens. I think that was very positive in towards growing the country. In terms of technology, additionally, the Apollo program and the New Frontier program, a lot of these were continuations of what Eisenhower had started, but he did continue on and he did push forward. So I think all of those are very positive things with regards to growth. The Peace Corps, I think, was a very positive decision, and but we'll kind of get to some of the concerns with regards to international politics. That moves us next to finances, and finances is much more of a mixed bag. He was the first president to have a budget that was over $100 billion. He was one of the only presidents to have budget deficits. One of the first presidents, I would say only because this got to be a regular thing, and it's currently a regular thing. Up to this point, presidents having deficits when there wasn't a recession or a war was kind of a negative. Kennedy kind of ignored the entire Eisenhower worry about the military-industrial complex and just blew past it. He was very much a Keynesian who believed in spending for growth, and his spending was high. So there were some financial balance problems that he had, but I don't think you would say that the economy was bad during his time. Again, he didn't have a full term, so maybe you could say negatively or positively, but I don't think I'd put him in the top half of finances because he obviously didn't balance the budget, but I don't think I'd put him in the bottom half either because the economy didn't collapse under him. The area that I would be most critical of Kennedy would be international politics. People talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis. I talk about the Bay of Pigs and the leading to the Cuban Missile Crisis and how tense it was. I think if international politics are going well, we shouldn't even hear about the threat of nuclear war. I don't think that the fact that the Russians folded changes the fact that we had gotten to the point where they were that close to war, where war was that dangerous. I think that's a negative on him. And again, started by his failure with the Bay of Pigs. You can say Eisenhower started that. I don't disagree with you. He continued it on. I would make a similar argument with regards to Vietnam. Yes, Eisenhower was the one who kind of stepped in it. Maybe you could argue, well, I'd say Eisenhower, who kind of stepped in it when the French were realizing that we had to get out of there and the decolonization, and we were trying to step into the fold and supporting a unpopular dictator. But I think the fact that the unpopular dictator in Vietnam was Catholic led Kennedy initially to go further, led the guy to believe he had more support, and then when Kennedy allowed the coup to proceed, we didn't have a fallback plan or option. And I think that entanglement is really what Johnson inherited. Now, we'll talk about Johnson when we get to Johnson. I'm not saying Johnson's inheritance of Vietnam was handled well. Certainly, he expanded that. But Kennedy's actions and inactions, both on both directions, really made that a much more complicated situation. Similarly, his support of the Ba'ath forces in Iraq, which would eventually lead to the Ba'ath raising, in the long term, folks like Saddam Hussein. Obviously not a positive in the long term of American politics. The failures in the Congo. You could go on and on with regards to Kennedy just not doing a very good job of navigating international politics. Latin America, there was a number of assassinations of left-leaning leaders. Did Eisenhower start most of this? Yes. And I criticized Eisenhower before. Kennedy did it more and did it worse in almost every regard and respect. The Berlin Wall was built on his watch, which I don't, can't necessarily blame him for that. But again, it was another moment where we were increasing the tension of the Cold War. We were getting to the point where it became dangerous, again, with the Cuban Missile Crisis. And so I don't think I'm going to give Kennedy a very high marks with regards to international politics, even with the Peace Corps, which I do think overall was a very positive action. In terms of war and security, again, a mixed bag because of the failure of the Bay of Pigs, because of the expansion of the Vietnam War, because of the Cuban Missile Crisis, because of even some of the riots that were taking place at home. Although I think those were necessary riots. I don't give him criticism for that, sending troops to the South and really being aware that you're not going to let Jim Crow's just not going to go away without some active move by the federal government to enforce the law, to enforce desegregation. That was necessary. So I don't even blame him for those riots and that civil disturbance. It was kind of a necessary thing to do. But I do think he did increase the tensions in the Cold War. I don't think his time period is when we look back on as going, okay, things got a little bit calmer. And I'm not going to say he's near the bottom. I'm not going to say he's even in, I would say he's probably right around the middle, maybe even slightly above the bottom half, because we've had so many bad presidents. But I'm not saying that because he did a good job. I'm just saying there were a lot worse presidents that we've had so far. That brings us to the most important criteria, of course. Did they leave the country better or worse? And in this instance, I think I would argue very strongly that Kennedy left the country far better than he found it. Not to say that Eisenhower left the country in a difficult spot or a bad spot, but I don't think Eisenhower was pushing hard enough on civil rights. I think there were a lot of things that Eisenhower was doing that were positive, but not nearly strong enough, not nearly, and he didn't take the stances that he needed to really move things. He was a little too stagnant. And Kennedy was bold in those choices, and he was bold in setting up the civil rights legislation, in terms of the 24th Amendment to get rid of poll taxes. He was a lot more aggressive in the time that aggression was needed. Now, we could play the counterfactual game of what would happen if Kennedy had survived, if he hadn't been assassinated. Would he have done the same thing LBJ did, or would he have done worse? Would he have done better? I'm not one who really thinks that things would have gone all that differently in terms of intent with Kennedy rather than LBJ. I actually think LBJ should get a lot of credit for moving Kennedy's, at that point, stagnant agenda through, pushing both in terms of the civil rights legislation. People also forget the tax laws that were changed that Kennedy had been pushing and that had not been able to get over the hump. Now, some of that is because Kennedy was assassinated, and Lyndon Johnson used the leverage of that. He's very LBJ. There's no other way to describe it. If he has an advantage tactically and politically, he will use it. And the death of Kennedy, the number of times he cited Kennedy, the first speeches that he gave, all pointed to Kennedy as we need to have his legacy put forward. These were policies brought and created by Kennedy that Johnson pushed forward. Yes, Johnson was the one who ended up getting them done, and we'll talk about that when we get to Johnson. And maybe they wouldn't have got done if Kennedy had stayed in power. But they did get done, and they were things that Kennedy wanted to happen. And so I think Kennedy deserves a lot of credit for that. And I think that's one of the reasons he's so well remembered, particularly by African Americans, because up to that point, it hadn't had a champion who was really pushing that hard. Again, a flawed champion, but comparing to him to what we had before, night and day on many of these issues. So where does that put him overall? I don't think he's a top 10 president. I think his international politics were very weak, and I think his finances weren't particularly strong, so I'm not going to put him in the top 10. I do think he is better than the presidents that we had in the Gilded Age. I think he is an above average president. I think I'm going to put him right below Ulysses S. Grant at number 12. I think that's a good spot for him. I think Grant was a person who, even if he was less successful with regards to Reconstruction because of the hand that he was dealt, I think they were both people who were pushing very hard to have changes happen. I think Grant's presidency was more productive in a lot of ways, and I think Kennedy's international politics issues really knock him down. Again, maybe I'm someone who's looking at this as much more negative, but if you look at the foreign policy decisions and how they haunted America for decades to come, I mean, honestly, the Iraq War up till, up to, I mean, 2000, the mid 2000s, we were still dealing with Saddam Hussein. And although he wasn't directly coming in the first wave of the Ba'ath Party, that is the path that brought us to the dictatorships that we had to deal with later. So keeping that in mind, I'm going to put him at number 12. Now I'm going to take a look at the 35th President of the United States, Lyndon Johnson. Again, the 5 criteria we always use are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important of all, did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? Johnson is a perfect example of why you have to use a 20-year rule, because when Johnson left office, his acclaim was certainly not where it is now. You had not had time for the things that he did to fully ruminate. The country had a lot of discontent. I don't want to say he left it in a bad spot financially or economically. Even with regards to, we'll get to the civil disorders and civil disobedience and the riots and all of that kind of stuff. I think in the context of the time, I wouldn't even say that was a negative. It was a necessary thing after 100 years of Jim Crow to only have riots and not have civil war is kind of impressive in some ways. But I do think if you're looking at growth, you have to give Johnson very high marks. I had forgotten how many accomplishments he had because a lot of this in your head, when you're thinking back on that time, you're going, okay, Kennedy did a lot of this, Kennedy did a lot of this. And a lot of the reason you think that is because Kennedy's name was on Johnson's lips for the first steps of his programming, saying we're going to be passing the things that Kennedy wanted. And Kennedy had gotten stalled. He had not been able to get a lot of these things passed. He had hit roadblocks. But using Kennedy's name after the assassination and also Johnson's ability to navigate Congress, because that was where he came from, he got amazing things passed. He got, in terms of the Great Society bills, he got the Job Corps, VISTA programs, community action grants. He created HUD, the Housing and Urban Development. He expanded the public education funding, expanded higher education funding to the point that graduation rates skyrocketed thanks to the Higher Education Act. He started Head Start. He passed the Clean Air Act. He repealed the national origin formula for immigration. These are huge, huge changes, all of which I would say were positive changes that I think looking back on, the country was significantly better off on so many levels because of these laws that passed. And that's not even getting into the Civil Rights Law, which I think is even a greater thing. The Voting Rights Act, the various civil rights laws that passed. He got Thurgood Marshall appointed to the Supreme Court. All of that in the 1960s. Like, this is less than 10 years after Eisenhower had left and we could barely get through anything. It's it's incredible how much he was able to get through Congress and get accomplished. So in terms of growth, I give him remarkably high marks. He's going to be up there with the best. In terms of finances, he actually did a very good job with the budget relative to Kennedy. He got the budget under $100 billion for a while there, and he left a budget. I think he left a budget surplus, if I remember correctly. There were certainly a lot of spending, and obviously we're in the elephant in the room. We're going to talk about all of this is when we get to war and security, is the Vietnam War and the spending on that. But even with all of those things, he found ways to fund these programs and pay for these programs, and also cut taxes at least at various points. He was a very efficient governor of he knew how to navigate Congress. He did a great job with that part of it. So in terms of finances, I give him high marks. Now we the things that are less good, and this is why Johnson's not going to be a top five, but he's going to be up there. His international politics, I think you have to start right off the bat with Vietnam. He chose to expand the war in Vietnam, to go all in, to double down. I will say that I think when talking about Johnson, people do need to acknowledge that he didn't start. Well, I almost sound like Billy Joel. He didn't start the fire. He did not start the war in Vietnam. Eisenhower got us first entangled. And by the time Kennedy was assassinated, there's this myth that Kennedy was going to withdraw us, and I don't buy that at all. If you look at Kennedy's actions, it seems clear to me that he was not looking to withdraw; he was looking to win. I think Eisenhower and Kennedy both were of the Cold War mindset of of believing fully in domino theory, and I think LBJ fully embraced that and needs to be directly criticized for that. I think his actions in Vietnam were not positive. I think a lot of the other stuff that he did internationally, particularly negotiations around the nuclear arms treaty, were a positive. I think there were things that he did that were positive in terms of international politics, but it can't. The elephant in the room is the Vietnam War, and that escalation and the mass bombings. Just, you can't ignore that. That is on his plate, and he needs to be criticized for that. And that's also going to hit him with regards to war and security. And it's not just Vietnam; it's also there were riots at home. There were riots in almost every major American city over race, over the war itself. There were protests, and some of those protests, as I said earlier, were things that I don't necessarily think were fully avoidable. I think the Civil Rights March and the conflicts between the Civil Rights Movement and racist segregationists, I don't know how you do that bloodlessly. And I think the actions that took place and the violence that took place, while you never want to justify violence, I think you have to look at it in the context of what they were going against. This is coming from a he accomplished a lot of the goals of Reconstruction, arguably in a lot of ways. I would say he accomplished a lot of the goals of Reconstruction in the same environment where there was a Klan. He did what Johnson undermined. I don't want to say he did what Grant couldn't, because I don't think that's fair to Grant, because by the time Grant came in, the Ku Klux Klan was functionally a paramilitary force that would have taken the entire U.S. Army to send down, whereas Johnson was more dealing with institutional systemic structures that had not got, that the paramilitary wing had, I don't want to say faded out, because certainly there were a lot of Klansmen who were doing a lot of murdering, but it wasn't the same as the Ku Klux Klan, which was the Confederacy reclothing themselves, but equally well armed. And that probably would have required Grant to restart a civil war, which no one was apt for. I think Johnson did a very good job of seeming to make civil rights inevitable, seeming to just keep pressing forward to the point where it became accepted that the right side of history was the civil rights movement for most people. Obviously, to this day, we still have many people who are trying to roll back the clock. But I think his inevitability and the fact that he was a Southerner, I it it's we'll get to the saying, and I don't know if I agree with this saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Only Nixon could go to China. I think only LBJ, I think only a Southerner, really could have implemented the civil rights strategy that he did, and had it not be as bad as it was. Not to say that it wasn't horrible. Again, there were riots in every major American city after there were bloody summers, and it was not good. And so that's why he doesn't get great marks with terms of war and security. Mostly the Vietnam War is bringing him down. But I do think you have to take into consideration that it was a volatile time in American history. As much as people want to talk about the peace and love of the 60s, I think they need to look at all the riots and the violence and the civil disobedience, which, while probably necessary in order to move things forward, was still a destabilization point. But I think all of that being said, it isn't arguable to me that Johnson left the country significantly better than he found it. I think the programs he put in place as time went on were foundational to American expansion, to American growth, both in terms of the Civil Rights Act and in terms of expanding higher education, in terms of creating a well-trained infrastructure, expanding education. I think all of that is what fed the American machine going forward, particularly when you had so many young people. I remember, this is the baby boomer generation. This is a huge influx of youth who needed direction. And within the States, there was a lot of direction. The cloud over Johnson still, though, is the Vietnam War. And because of the Vietnam War, again, he's not going to be in the top five. He's not going to be up there with your James Monroes and your Franklin Roosevelts and your Thomas Jeffersons. Where do I put him down? Do I put him around more of a Truman? I don't think he's that high. Am I looking at a Teddy Roosevelt? I think we're getting closer, but I don't think we're necessarily there. I think I'm going to put him below Teddy Roosevelt at number 8, just above Dwight Eisenhower. I do think Johnson's presidency was, because of the big expansions in terms of rights, in terms of the country, I do think that puts him above Ike. And they're comparable when you're talking about international politics. Obviously, Eisenhower's era was much more stable, and you can argue with regards to our domestic politics, war and security, clearly Lyndon Johnson's is much more volatile, but Eisenhower wasn't willing to make the steps that were needed to start the civil rights movement, and Johnson was. And so Lyndon Johnson at this point is number 8. Now let's take a look at the 36th President of the United States, Richard Nixon. Again, we have 5 criteria we look at as our benchmarks: growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and did they leave the country better or worse, that being the most important one. Before we get started, I think I want to deal with an opinion that I have that might not be popular, but I think it's true, and I will make my argument as I go forward. Watergate wasn't that big of a scandal. It was less of a scandal, I think, than even things that happened earlier in the Nixon administration, and certainly less in terms of what actually it was about than it happened to many presidents before and many presidents we have later. Watergate took down Nixon because Nixon was a completely incompetent president who was an utter failure. His economy was doing horribly. His international planning and politics at that point, with regards to Vietnam, which was the central issue in discussion, we can get to the other stuff later, and we will, was demonstrating that he was all show and no go. He was doing a horrible job and he was unpopular, and because of that, he was not able to be saved from a scandal, even a scandal as meek as Watergate. Watergate was not great, but Nixon won 60% of the vote. It didn't change the election. It was not a positive thing. It's an example of one of the many things that Nixon did that was corrupt and bad. But many presidents we've had do corrupt and bad things, and we've discussed them as we go through, and they didn't get removed from office. Nixon was removed from office because people didn't want him to be president anymore, and no one was coming to his defense, and it was a good reason to get rid of him. And the discussion around, oh, Watergate took down Nixon, I think misses the fact that Nixon's incompetence took down Nixon. Nixon being a bad president took down Nixon. And I think that narrative being lost sometimes gives Nixon more of a pass than he deserves for the quality of his presidency because we're fixated on his corruption. His policies were bad and they had bad outcomes. So saying that, let's get to what I'm talking about. In terms of growth, when Nixon took office, inflation was relatively high. It was at 4.7%, I believe, which was relatively high. I think it was the highest since post-war. I want to make clear that he did not inherit a perfect economy. He did, however, inherit an economy that was in a budget surplus. In 1969, LBJ's budget, even with the Vietnam War at full speed, was a surplus. Unemployment was at 3.5%. He inherited a good economy with a slight inflation problem. In 1974, his last year in office, inflation got up to 12%, from 4.7% to 12% in his last year in office. We have been discussing in this country under Biden very high inflation that was crippling, that had gotten there for a couple of years after COVID, which we're probably not going to get to because we're not going to get to anyone within 20 years. But inflation had gone up for many reasons. I think one of the reasons it went up is everybody got a check in the mail, and that you give free money and inflation happens. But we'll put that aside and we'll just move forward and not discuss modern politics. But it was at 12%, a remarkably high rate, significantly higher than it was under any term since. And in addition to that, generally speaking, when inflation's high, it's because the economy is charging forward. What the Fed tries to do is, when unemployment is high, they lower interest rates. So employers will borrow money to do construction, to have more business, and lower unemployment. And when inflation is high, they raise interest rates so that there's less money circulating in the economy, and that tends to increase unemployment. Unemployment also went up. Unemployment went up to 5.6% in the same year that Nixon left office. So inflation had more than doubled. Unemployment had not doubled, but had gone up by a significant amount. I would say my math is probably bad. My math is bad, but like 60, 70%, it seems like, just doing my quick head math. That's pretty bad. And all of that happened very quickly and because of what I would describe as Nixon shock. And I'm not me describing it. Nixon shock is a term that people use to describe Nixon's decisions. One of the ones people focus most on is removing the United States from the gold standard. And I do think that was part of why the inflation went up. But he also implemented some price controls. He implemented a lot of weird, I wouldn't call it tariffs, but in his tariffs, he did a lot of economic micromanaging. I think in large part to make sure the economy was good going into the election in 1972, which he won in a landslide. Another thing people don't talk about was Nixon was very popular in his reelection. He was able to convince people to vote for him, in part because he's told people exactly what they wanted to hear, even some horrible things that people wanted to hear. We'll get to the Southern strategy later. But by doing all of that, it was all short-term rev for long-term collapse. We were still suffering from the decisions that Nixon made a decade later, well into Reagan. We were still suffering from the stagflation and economic turmoil brought by Richard Nixon's decisions. So in terms of growth, no, I'm not going to give him a particularly good review on that. There were some things that he did during his administration that weren't bad. I think the Environmental Protection Agency was very good. Him creating that was good. DEA is established. I think that's more of a mixed bag, but I think the intention is fine. OSHA passed during his administration. The voting age was lowered to 18. He passed the 26th Amendment. These are positive things. I don't want to make it sound like Nixon did no positive things. We put a man on the moon, although, probably a lot of the planning came before Nixon got there, but we did put the man on the moon. I don't want to just say everything he did was bad, Nixon bad, Nixon bad. I want to be fair to him. But no, I do think it's fair to point out that he did a horrible job on the economy, and that's why he got removed from office. And so that kind of fills in our financing. Growth in finances, he's not going to get very good rankings. He didn't do a very good job. International politics is usually what people point to when they say, okay, yeah, Nixon was bad about this, but in terms of international politics, he was great. So let me start with the positives. I don't agree with that assessment, just as a spoiler. I don't think Nixon was particularly great in terms of international politics. I don't think he was atrocious, but I think we're also doing this as a comparison to other United States presidents, and most United States presidents actually do a pretty good job in terms of foreign relations. As I've been going through the survey and looking at each of them one by one, that's one of the things that's been interesting to me is there are very few presidents that I'm like, oh, you really did a horrible job in terms of international politics. Maybe it's because of how the United States is removed. But most of the presidents, relative to especially other leaders in other countries, I think did a pretty decent job in terms of international politics. Nixon did not. But on the positives, first thing everyone else points to is Nixon going to China. And like, oh, Nixon went to China, Nixon went to China. I think reopening connections with China and the detente we kind of got into with the Soviet Union, those are very positive things. I do not want to take those things away from Nixon when we're having this conversation. They were positive. But I think that they get overstated because I think there was an assumption when Nixon came in that Nixon was so anti-communist that anything he did with regards to these regimes was just remarkable, and he gets too much credit for it because, no, it was unexpected. And I don't think they offset the horrible things he did in other places. Obviously, we can talk about the Vietnam War. And when you talk about the Vietnam War, you then talk about the expansion into Laos and Cambodia and the massive bombing war crime campaign, no other way to really describe it, that led to not only Vietnam eventually collapsing and Saigon falling shortly after Nixon left office, if I remember correctly on the time frame, and then the Saigon, it's just all of that's horrible. But now you also destabilized Cambodia and Laos. Cambodia eventually leading to Pol Pot and the killing fields and the Cambodian genocide. Again, not 100% all on Nixon. Everyone has agency in their own country, but certainly in Nixon's pocket of destabilizing the region that he's supposed to be keeping the authoritarian regimes and the communist regimes from taking power, and instead he's giving them impetus and really creating the environment that allows it to happen. In a different way, the support of the coup in Chile and Pinochet, putting a horrible tyrannical dictator in power, although giving it Chile agency, but we definitely created the circumstances that allowed that to occur. India could have been a great ally. Our relations are still tenuous with them because of our relationship with Pakistan that was established during this time, and India getting a nuclear weapon while we're having this conflict with them because we weren't able to negotiate with them because we had become so mad about our support of Pakistan because we were trying to become friendly with China. That still is a tense factor even to this day. Do I think Nixon doctrine is probably better than the doctrine that came before? I think it's different. I think saying instead of sending troops, we're going to send weapons is less direct involvement from the United States in terms of troops on the ground, but it's not necessarily less involvement in terms of creating conflict around the world. In some ways, it's kind of worse because there's no reason for us to stop. It now becomes a profit margin process where people are dying, where we have no skin in the game because we're just making money as arms dealers. Is it better to be an arms dealer than to send troops? I don't know. And that's kind of how I read the Nixon document. It's like, let's just become arms dealers. And a lot of those arms will eventually fall into the hands of people we don't want to have them for lots of reasons. But we'll get to that later with another president. Spoilers we'll get to later of how sending arms can be quite problematic. I don't think any of that was particularly great. Now, again, do I think Nixon was awful in international politics? No, I don't think he was awful. I just think he's significantly overpraised. I don't think he did a particularly good job in terms of international politics, and I don't understand. Well, I understand why he gets the praise because the expectations were so low with him regards to Soviet Union and China. And it is very serious that it is very important that we had a detente and some softening relations in the SALT Treaty. All of that's very good. But I don't think that gives him a pass for any of the other stuff he did. Kissinger was a horrible, horrible, horrible person on so many levels. But I'll just let that slide. Because let's move on to war and security, the Vietnam War, and also just general crime going up. Crime was very high in the 70s. Domestic instability. I don't think the Nixon era was a particularly great time to be alive on a lot of levels in the United States. I think it got significantly worse. And he used effectively scapegoating and finger pointing and blaming all of these different people. And I think that made him able to win the re-election in 1972 because he had lots of scapegoats on the left. And he was very good at turning everybody against each other and pointing the finger in other directions. But I don't think the country was particularly well run. I think people just got tired of it by 1974. And I think that's why Watergate took him out. And when people get tired of your presidency to the point that you have to resign in shame, I think it's pretty fair to say on the better or worse scale, you're going to fall on the worst side, pretty low. But how low? He's not going to be at the very bottom. He's not Buchanan leaving the Civil War. I don't think he's Hoover leaving the Great Depression, or Andrew Johnson and Tyler level incompetence. Andrew Johnson level of allowing Reconstruction to fail, or allowing the Ku Klux Klan to become mighty enough to have to become a terrorist group within the United States. He's not on that level. I think I'm going to put him above Franklin Pierce because I do think Bleeding Kansas is worse than anything that happened under Nixon. And that puts him, I think that's as far up as I'm going to bring him because I think I'm going to put him below Millard Fillmore at number 31. Nixon was not a very good president, and I think that was shown by the fact that no one wanted to be president anymore, and a scandal as weak as Watergate could lead people to just say, let's just take this and make him go home. So now let's take a look at the 37th President of the United States, Gerald Ford. Again, the 5 criteria we always look at are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and most importantly, did they leave the country better or worse than they found it? Most people think of Gerald Ford, and the immediate thing that pops to their head is the pardon of Nixon, and that is a factor we'll talk about probably when we get to better or worse. But I don't think that's the main factor of the Ford presidency. I don't think that's the main factor around Gerald Ford. I think he's both more interesting and less interesting. Gerald Ford became vice president not because he was Nixon's first choice, but because Nixon's original vice president, Spiro Agnew, was forced to resign in disgrace over a scandal completely unrelated to Watergate. And at the time, Nixon was looking for someone, at least by most accounts when I'm reading, Nixon was looking for someone who would be easy to confirm. Ford was already a minority leader in Congress and considered well-liked, and it seemed like it would be a very easy confirmation process, and it was. And so Ford was not someone who I think had planned to be president at any point in the, well, I mean, I think every politician plans to be president. That's part of the reason you run for office. But I don't think he was thinking that he'd be the vice president for a very long time. I think, he just kind of got flung into the role. And I think it shows in a lot of his decision making. In terms of growth, I have a difficult time here because so much of what went wrong was entirely Nixon's fault. Nixon, as I discussed under him, completely crashed the economy and achieved something that many people didn't think was possible, to have both unemployment and inflation rising at the same time. Again, the general theory and consensus understanding of economics was, and still generally is, that when unemployment is high, you decrease the interest rates because then more people will be able to get jobs because people will invest. And when inflation is high, you increase interest rates, which will slow down the economy, which might lead to a rise in unemployment. Those things should be acting in opposite, and you use the interest rates to adjust those. But both were rising at the same time, stagflation. So you had stagnant economy and inflation. Shouldn't have been able to happen. Nixon created a miracle. And Ford had no idea what to do with it. Ford had this whole whip inflation now with all these crazy pins. If you look around, the whip inflation now pins they're kind of funny. And he went from planning to reduce spending to fight inflation to then also wanting to cut taxes to spike the economy to make the economy grow because he realized it was so bad. He just didn't have a clue what to do. And in his defense, I don't think anyone really had a clue what to do, but it is kind of his job, and that is something that has to be held against him. So in regards to growth and finances, you can't really give him high marks when his basic plans were both inconsistent and unsuccessful. In terms of international politics, I do think that Ford is better than most people give him credit for. I think one of the things that he was made fun of for a long time, and one of the great reasons we do the 20-year rule, even though I'm going to be ignoring the 20-year rule with at least one president, but one of the reasons we use the 20-year rule is that sometimes the immediate understanding of a decision, and even a decision for 10 to 15 to 20 years after, people might view it one way. And that, I think the Helsinki Accords fall under that. At the time, a lot of people condemned the Helsinki Accords. And I think even into the Reagan administration, Reagan was making fun of the Helsinki Accords as being soft on the Soviet Union and acknowledging that they had control of the Eastern Bloc states, even though at the point it was obvious that they did. Like, it was just declaring the sky is blue. It wasn't anything that was a major concession to acknowledge that reality was occurring. But some of the things that came with that exchange, specifically the cultural exchanges, the human rights discussions, the ability for interaction between people in those countries and people in the West to see what was actually going on and to not be completely engulfed in propaganda, did lead to the eventual uprisings that did overthrow the Eastern Bloc countries and led to the downfall of the Soviet Union. And that was, in the long run, a very positive thing, and that's something that had not happened in the past before the Helsinki Accord. So I think looking back, the Helsinki Accords, well, not perfect, well, certainly flawed. You certainly always want to get more. And I think part of the problem is when you're always arguing against the perfect, you don't acknowledge the good. I think the Helsinki Accords were on the whole a good thing. I think some of his other negotiations were less great. His work in the Middle East was so-so. There was the Yom Kippur War and the Egyptian surprise joint attack that was, maybe outside of his control, really happy early in his presidency. I do think he should be given some credit for beginning the distancing of the apartheid regime of South Africa. I think a lot of the things he did on the whole, while I wouldn't say were the most positive in terms of international politics, coming off of what we've just had with regards to Eisenhower and Kennedy and LBJ and Nixon, Ford didn't create any great new messes that had to be cleaned up by those who came after him. Ford was the one who presided over the Saigon airlift as the Vietnam War collapsed, but that was not his fault. That was something that he inherited from Nixon, and I think was condemned because it went so poorly. But again, that was something that he was handed. He didn't have much control over the final collapse of it. Similarly, I do think he deserves some credit for the Rockefeller Commission, which started to bring some transparency to a lot of the CIA operations that had been so scandalous during the prior administrations. It wasn't as fully transparent as I wish he would have been, but I think it was a good step forward. And I think in a lot of ways, Ford does deserve some credit for coming in and being transparent over things that were certainly controversial, certainly didn't help him get reelected, but it was probably the right thing to do. I do, though, as I was going through this, it struck me right away that his primary, I won't say primary advisors, but two of his main advisors were Don Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, who will come back in this cycle, who will come back into our discussion in about 30 years, I guess, from this event in a very different way to be viewed in a very different lens. that was one thing that really struck me as I was looking at the Ford administration as to his selections. There were lots of times I went, oh, and because I recognized the names, like that's not great. But he also, for a Supreme Court justice, picked John Paul Stevens, who turned out to be a very, I guess, in the modern, well, he became a person who tended to vote with the left-leaning side of the court. And so a Republican selection, and this happened multiple times, where there were Republican selections who ended up being tending toward the liberal leanings of the court. I think not really because they changed philosophically. I think because a lot of politics changed over time. That was something that also struck me in looking at Ford, is just Ford. Ford, I think, was a middle of the road conservative in the 1970s, and the political spectrum has changed so much that I don't know where he would land on the political spectrum if he were to run today. I don't even know if there would be a place where he could run in the world today. He seemed to be pro-choice. His conservatism was the traditional conservative of he wanted relatively small government, and it wasn't a culture war. It wasn't some ideological agenda around ethnic states or anything. It was just he wanted less government, and that's just who he is, and that's how he could appoint Don. He could appoint someone like Dick Cheney and Don Rumsfeld, and also pick John Paul Stevens. Although Cheney and Rumsfeld turned out to be a whole different thing around neoconservatism. But again, we're jumping way ahead with all of that. But in terms of international politics, I don't think he did that badly. I think I'm going to rate him slightly above average, only because so many people have done so badly before him, and he kind of reversed a trend without of stop doing the black ops as often. I'm sure there were things, and in fact there were things that Ford did that were sketchy, but relative to the Ford came before, maybe he's just getting a little bit of a glow because he just followed so many people who were doing so many sketchy things in the Cold War to fight domino theory and all that wonderful stuff. With regards to war and security, it's fairly solid. The withdrawal from Vietnam, I don't put on his ledger. He didn't get the United States entangled in any wars or any major conflicts beyond. I think there was the rescue of the some forces in Southeast Asia, but again, that was a singular military operation. That wasn't the Vietnam War, or what we'll have later with Vietnam, with Afghanistan and Iraq. Like again, we're doing comparative analysis here. I think he did a pretty good job. There was some violence around the busing desegregation, but again, I think that's part of the extension of the civil rights movement. I'm not going to knock him too much on that. And that brings us to the better or worse scale. And I had a little bit of trouble with this one because I don't know how fair it is sometimes when a president comes in and was given a problem. If he leaves and the problem is the same problem, how much of that falls to him? I do think I'm going to negatively say that if you have time in office to correct the action, specifically this on stagflation, that does fall a little bit on your ledger. I'm not going to knock him as far down as Nixon, not just because stagflation, because Nixon had a lot of other things to do well, but I do think it is a mark against him that he left an economy that was in such bad shape. And this is also the part where I'll talk about Nixon's pardon. I don't necessarily know what would have been different if Nixon wasn't pardoned. I don't know if a prosecution would have proceeded. I don't know what the prosecution outcome would have been. But I'm living in a time where I do think more oversight over the executive branch would be beneficial. And there's a lot of things that could have been figured out one way or the other at that time had we not used the pardon power to just push it all aside. And we didn't. And so executive power is still rife for abuse, and we're dealing with that in the current events. And maybe that's why it's weighing on me more right now. But that's part of the problem of doing historical analysis. You always are doing it from the perspective that you are in at the time you were doing the analysis. So I do think he gets a barely, slightly below average, fairly close to the middle of the road, better or worse score. Where does that put him overall? I think that middle of the road is right where Gerald Ford belongs. I do think he's going to be slightly below some other presidents. I think he's going to be slightly below the Adams. In fact, I'm going to put him right below the Adams and right above Zachary Taylor at number 20. So Gerald Ford currently, I would say, is the 20th president on the ranking of the presidents. So now I'm going to take a look at the 38th president of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Again, 5 criteria we look at as our guideposts are growth, finances, international politics, war, and security, and to leave the country better or worse. Up to this point, we've been talking about presidents that, in my mind, were images that were provided to me from history books that I had studied roughly, but we don't have a living memory. I don't have a living memory of Jimmy Carter, but technically we are now entering the era where I was alive during the Carter administration. But even though I was alive, I was a child, I was a small child, I was an infant, and so I don't have any actual memory of Jimmy Carter. I only have what was presented by people who did have memories of him. So we're kind of entering that era. And when I was looking at Ford and now looking at Carter, it strikes me how much different the policies were than what the memory of them was. And I think this will be even more emphasized during Reagan. But what I was really aware of and what struck me when doing these back to back, and one of the reasons I wanted to do this back to back is because I do think it's important to look at the history in context and in order so that you're not just pulling people out of their frame. Ford was so much more, I guess, liberal in terms of a lot of ideas than I really envisioned him as a Republican. And Carter, fiscally at least, was so much more conservative. And when looking at growth, that is one area where I do think you can really condemn a lot of Carter's decision making because, yes, he inherited a horrible economy and he inherited the stagflation that Nixon created, Ford failed to fix. But there were opportunities that he just passed. The most notably being on healthcare. There was a huge opportunity with a Democratic president and a Democratic Congress and a need to have some sort of program created to deal with the economy and to spend to really stimulate the economy and growth. And he just didn't do it. He missed the opportunity. Now, you can argue, and I think it's a fair argument, that the focus needed to be on inflation, and there was a worry that spending would increase inflation. And you can argue that we were in deficit spending at this point, and that was problematic, and that he didn't want to go into deficit spending. But he was so hyper focused at all times on not spending. He did bring down the deficit as a percentage of GDP throughout his presidency, but this was not the time to be fiscally conservative. This was the middle of a financial and economic crisis, and I think he missed the moment. Yes, he did create the Department of Education and Department of Energy, and those are both good things that produced good outcomes and really were necessary. But I think he alienated Congress with his fixation on pork barrel spending, and this was a Congress that I think should have been willing to work with him. I think would have been willing to work with him, but felt attacked by him because of his financial, conservatism. He was a Southern Democrat. He really was a fiscal conservative, and so I think that was just missed opportunities. I think that's also a criticism I would give him with regards to finances. Again, he never balanced the budget, and a lot of that, again, was not his fault. It was dealing with stagflation. It was dealing with that. He did have a slight economic recovery that then collapsed because of correct decisions he made with regards to inflation. But I think if you're going to raise interest rates that much, you have to counterbalance it with government spending, and he didn't. And I think that's part of why the economy crashed so hard, so fast. Although I do think it's a completely fair argument to make that when you raise interest rates that high, there's not much you can do to really save the economy. And because of what Nixon did and Ford failed to do, Carter didn't really have a choice. If he was going to save the country from stagflation, those were the decisions he had to make. But I was still not going to grade him high with regards to either growth or finances because of that. International politics, I'm going to be a lot more forgiving. I know there's a lot of people who have very strong opinions of Carter, both positively and negatively. I am much more neutral, but I do think overall positive. You have to give him some credit for international things. I think there are some things that were negative. The obvious elephant in the room is his handling of the Iran hostage crisis. But I also think but for the mission going slightly differently, we would be viewing Carter's actions in Iran very differently, and also the the fundamentals that created the Iranian Revolution had really nothing, or very little to do with Carter. That goes back to Eisenhower, as I talked about during his time, and his obsession with getting rid of Mossadegh, or at least failure to stop the overthrow of Mossadegh and the putting in place of the Shah. That had nothing to do with Carter. That wasn't Carter's decision making. He inherited the problem. And yes, you can criticize how the outcome was, but I think, again, had the rescue of the hostages gone differently, which, again, I think most presidents would have taken the shot and maybe I don't know. I don't heavily criticize him for that outcome. I do think it failed, and so you have to say it failed. But I don't know if that was a failure of his decision making or simply a military operation that did not work out. I think other things, particularly the Camp David Accords, you do have to give incredible credit for. A peace treaty between Egypt and Israel at that time was something that was not really, I guess it was imagined, but like most people didn't think it was going to happen. And pretty much everyone involved in the Camp David Accords that I've read about indicates that Carter's involvement was critical to that taking place. And that really was an important start of stabilization in the region. Obviously, it didn't all work out. We're dealing with Palestinian Israeli conflicts today, but getting Egypt to make peace and acknowledge Israel's existence in return for the Sinai, basically making the Suez safe again, was huge. And I think that's something that Carter deserves full credit for. I also give him credit for the arms embargo on South Africa over apartheid. I think that was very positive. I don't give him as many high marks for what happened with regards to the Summer Olympics. It was a courageous thing to boycott the Summer Olympics and over Russia's invasion of Afghanistan. But I also question the funding of the Mujahideen. I know that that's another one that's a tough decision because in hindsight we can look back and say, okay, the Mujahideen then became the Taliban and all of the things that come out of that we'll be getting to in the next 30 years. But I also can see the argument that funding the Mujahideen was successful in causing the speeding up of the collapse of the Soviet Union. So this is another example of something that I think future presidents got a positive outcome from that Carter really started and did not benefit from. He also wanted to, and I had forgotten about this, pull forces out of South Korea, and it was a huge controversy, and he wasn't able to withdraw them. And that was an interesting thing that I had forgotten about, that I kind of view as I think that was probably the right decision, and it didn't follow through because I do think South Korea at a certain point needed to. We still have troops in South Korea today, and he was trying to shift them over to Europe, where at the time there was a real threat on the Cold War, and maybe that was the right decision, but it didn't proceed. The Mariel boat lift with the Cuban refugees leaving and coming into Florida, again, something that at the time highly controversial, highly unpopular in Florida. But looking back, I think the number of Cuban immigrants that we have in Florida who came over as refugees, that community is really a fundamental part of South Florida. Ironically, very conservative leaning at this point, so that had a negative impact on the Democratic Party. But I don't think it had a negative impact on America. I think that was a positive. So all of those things put together, I think overall. Oh, and I forgot one of the most important ones, the Panama Canal. This has been a recent controversy. There's been a lot of discussion about this recently because our current president, President Trump, has been criticizing the deal, saying we never should have given up Panama. Here's the reality, in my opinion. You can't hold those kinds of things in countries that are not yours without expecting at some point huge backlash, terrorist attacks, and it's a canal. If you basically tell a country that you're going to take control of a part that is in the center of the country against the agreements that you made, you're begging for a revolutionary action. You're begging for a terrorist attack, and it's just such a huge, easy target. So the amount of money I think you would have to pay to secure the Panama Canal was definitely outweighed anything we did. It wasn't a feasible thing. It could have been done, but it would have cost more than what we pay to use the Panama Canal and allow it to revert. So I think Carter made the right decision there. I think it's just silly to think that we could have held Panama absent Panama becoming a state or in some path, because the resentment that would have been there and just the ease of someone just needing to sabotage such fragile infrastructure that a canal is. A canal can't move. There are locks. It would be. And it would be too easy for people to just plant bombs or do horrible things to the Panama Canal in response if we had not followed through on our promises to allow the canal to revert back to Panama. So I think that was a necessary and correct decision. On that same note, going to war and security, I think Carter kept us out of conflicts. I think Carter did a very good job not getting the U.S. entangled and entrenched in complicated things. Could he have done better with regards to some of the treaty negotiations? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But again, I'm perhaps because I'm comparing him to the people that came before him, where we had the entire Vietnam War era and we had all of the various conflicts that the U.S. kept getting entangled in with regards to the Cold War and domino theory, and Carter being able to not only avoid those but disentangle. He was pulling us out of the conflicts in Latin America, where we stopped. I mean, we didn't entirely stop giving funding to dictators. We gave less funding to dictators. I think you can make a point that he probably shouldn't have funded the Sandinistas, but we were doing a lot of things with Pinochet and other places in Latin America because we were of a domino theory that we stopped doing, and we got ourselves disentangled, and we didn't get ourselves caught up in those messes, and I think that's a positive. So overall for war and security, I would say he's above average. Not exceptional, not going to give him incredibly high marks, but I do think above average. And that brings us to, of course, the most important category. Did Carter leave the country better or worse than he found it? For me, I don't think this is a difficult question, but I don't think it's as much better as some people would argue. It's certainly not worse, which most people at the time would have argued when he left office. He was incredibly unpopular leaving office because he did make a lot of difficult decisions that didn't pay off initially. The raising of interest rates to get rid of inflation. With regards to the oil crisis, getting rid of price fixing, which the decisions made by Nixon and Ford with regards to the first oil crisis were really causing problems with the second oil crisis that we had in 1979. And reversing those decisions was unpopular, but it was necessary. Carter made a lot of tough choices that really caused the economy to collapse, and also that were just unpopular. It was unpopular to say that we're going to give Panama back. It sounds unpatriotic, but it was the right decision. And so I think, even though again I've criticized Carter for not taking advantage of opportunities, and I think he could have done so much more, I do think he left the country better than he got it because he was given such a mess, and he made some very difficult decisions that I don't know most politicians would have made. I don't know if a lot of politicians would have decided to jack up interest rates at that point to get inflation under control, knowing it would probably mean they would lose re-election, because it was pretty clear that it was going to collapse the economy. So taking that all into consideration, where do I put Carter? He's not in the top 10. He's, for me, probably around the bottom of the top 15. In fact, looking at the chart, I think I'm going to put him just below Chester A. Arthur and just above James Garfield at number 15. So Jimmy Carter currently is going to sit at number 15. Now we're going to take a look at the 39th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. Again, the 5 criteria are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and most importantly, to leave the country better or worse. As I'm moving forward, I'm going to try to separate my memories from my research. Obviously, every president that came before Carter, I have no living memory of. And I have very little living memory of Ronald Reagan and almost none of Jimmy Carter, but I do have some memories of the 1980s, things like the Challenger explosion. And so it is something that influences my thinking. I'm trying to separate myself from that and just approach this in a research kind of way that I did the other presidents and not get overwhelmed by things that I want to discuss because I was there, and more focus on looking at the president the same way I did before. So I will apologize if I'm not successful at that, but that is the goal going forward. In terms of growth, I do think you have to give Reagan a good deal of credit for growth. I don't think it's an explosive growth that some people will talk about now. It's like, the 80s were huge. I think that there was growth. I think it was relative to the 1970s, which was a horrible era with regards to stagflation, with regards to economic prosperity. And I think he deserves some credit. I think, as I said before, I think Carter's decision to go ahead and just jack interest rates up to stop inflation, to end stagflation, that ended up cratering the economy, created a contrast that Reagan was able to really launch off of. Because if you look at his actual economic numbers, they weren't that great. He was looking at 5.5% unemployment when he left. 3.5% inflation, 5.5% unemployment. Those are not great numbers relative to like the eras that came before and after. But relative to the 1970s, they were wonderful. And for much of the early part of his administration, he had double-dip recessions in the first term. But just as he was coming into the election, you had the whole Morning in America where the recovery really took hold. After a double-dip recession, after the collapse of the economy, which had to be done, which I think had to happen because you had to have Volcker rocket up the interest rates in order to stop inflation, which really killed Carter's chances of reelection. I do think that there was a steady increase. Now, was it a paper increase, which I think a lot of people do point to, and was it based on huge deficit spending, almost unprecedented at that point deficit spending? I think yes, and I think when you get to finances, that's where you kind of have to have the rethinking of yes, there was a significant amount of growth, and there was this dramatic recovery from the 1970s on his watch, but at what cost? He there was no consideration of deficits. Deficit spending rocketed up during this era, and really has continued that path. Um, and so that's something I think you have to counterbalance, where I will give him good ratings for growth. I will give him less good ratings for finances, not just because of the deficit, but because there were two recessions. There was a double dip recession in his first term. But people tend to remember the Morning in America and second term more than the early era. And his popularity, also because of the assassination attempt, I think people forget how bad the economy was in 81, 82, 80, up until 83, because they're looking back at how much worse it was in the 1970s, how much worse it was at the end of the Carter administration because of all of the things going on with the oil crisis and the need to just jack up interest rates to stop inflation. And so I think Reagan is often given a pass because people will kind of remember Morning in America forward with regards to the economy, and kind of forget was it Black Monday? I think it was Black Monday in 1987. But so again, in terms of growth and finances, it almost kind of cancels out. I give him positive marks in growth and negative marks in terms of financing. Canceling things out is going to be a recurring theme with Reagan. He has a lot of things he did that I think you have to acknowledge were positive, and a lot of things that were just absolutely not positive. And I think international politics is a great way to discuss that dichotomy of Reagan. I think let's start with the positives. When the Soviet Union collapsed, I don't think you can say that it was Reagan that caused the Soviet Union to collapse. I think the Soviet Union collapsed because the Soviet Union overreached, had three leaders in a very short period of time. It just collapsed. And all of the decisions that had been going on for the last 40 to 50 years by all American presidents, including Reagan. Reagan did things that caused the Soviet Union to be stressed and that did lead to them collapsing. But what I think I do give Reagan a great deal of credit for, and I don't think people really think of it in these terms, but I really think it's important, is he did a pivot when it was clear the Soviet Union was collapsing to diplomacy. He could have been continuing the anti-communist rhetoric, being very aggressive, kind of kicking them while they were down, and he didn't. He pivoted, and he was willing to work on a lot of projects to, around the Glasnost thing. He became a very significant diplomat when he could have, stomped on the enemy now that the enemy was weak. And I think that was a huge thing that he deserves a lot of credit for. Yes, he did the whole Mr. Gorbachev, tear this wall down thing. And I get that. It was very performative. He's an actor. But I do think the pivot from being this, I'm going to fund all your enemies and I'm going to, I am the anti-communist thing, to what he later became in the diplomacy, I think that was positive. Now, that's the positives. The negatives, it was open policy that he was supporting anyone who was anti-communist in his perceptions. He gave weapons to Afghanistan, Nicaragua, El Salvador. All of these areas that I'm leading off later blew up and later became major problems. Afghanistan, obviously, we all know with the Taliban. Nicaragua, the and it's the back and forth. Nicaragua is still unstable. El Salvador, the rise of MS-13 can arguably come from the massive amount of destabilization we did in those areas. He engaged in the arms deal, the Iran-Contra affair. People forget we literally sold 2,000 missiles to Iran. Iran. After the Iranian after the Iranian hostage, we sold them 2,000 missiles so we'd have money to secretly give to Nicaragua. It's insane. Like the short-sightedness of all of these decisions is just remarkable. With regards to Lebanon, we sent troops in who got killed in Beirut. In Beirut, hundreds of Marines were killed in bombings. When we exposed ourselves in so many ways that were very short-sighted, and I don't think led to positive outcomes. The bombing in Libya, I'm more neutral on. I do think it was a response to a terrorist attack against a regime in Gaddafi that I get that one. I am less critical than probably other people would be with regards to the bombing of Libya as a response to a terrorist attack. Um, and on all of this, I think it's very difficult to assess which is the greater positive or the greater negative. I think on the whole, I probably give him a slightly above, I don't want to say slightly above average, a slightly positive rating in terms of international politics because it was so important that the Cold War detente be stable and not be, haha, we have won and now we're going to crush you, the Soviet Union, because it could have gotten ugly quick. It could have gotten nuclear weapons, start loose nukes, and it could have gotten bad. And I think the way that he handled it was unexpectedly positive, and I think he does deserve credit for that. But only barely when you consider all of the other horrible things he did all over the world, going right back to the old Nixon, LBJ, Kennedy, Eisenhower, dark black ops stuff that almost always comes back to bite you later, and really did come back to bite us in Afghanistan and El Salvador. With regards to war and security, again, circling back to the Beirut bombings and the the general handling of international politics that entangled us in so many difficult and challenging things. I think in terms of war, that's a challenge. But in terms of security, crime skyrocketed during his era. Absolutely skyrocketed. There's lots of reasons people will point to. Some people point to the fact that we cut so many services that that institutions, that all of the people who were, needed serious mental health treatment didn't get it because so many services were cut. The war on drugs with mass incarceration, the crack epidemic, the fact that even in terms of health with the AIDS crisis, I don't think America was a very safe country during the 1980s. I don't think it was a very secure country to live in during the 1980s. I think crime was rampant. And I can speak as someone who, this is something I know a lot about. That was a major problem, and it came in large part because of defunding of a lot of programs. I think that's something that needs to be discussed, and I think that's something that is not discussed significantly enough. Um, I I also think that the invasion of Grenada was a very questionable situation. I'm not going to condemn it, but again, we're getting into wars. We're getting into invasionary forces. We're sending troops to Beirut, and in the home front, the country is unstable. It is having huge crime waves. We're having an outbreak of a serious disease that is just not being taken seriously because of the perception that it was a homosexual disease. There's tapes you can go back and listen to of some of his health administration people just ignoring the problem because they considered it only a problem for homosexuals. So I think all of that is something that it falls on war and security. Now, does it take him down to Civil War? No, it doesn't. It's not going to be like he's one of the worst on war and security, but I do think it's a negative mark that puts him in an era similar to Johnson with the riots and different things. But I think unlike Johnson, these were things that he could have controlled. These were not necessary actions. This wasn't like, okay, Jim Crow is ending. Obviously, there's going to be civil disobedience and civil unrest. This is just crime blowing up and going out of control because of just bad planning and management. Better or worse? This is where I kind of get into a lot of small things that I really just want to go through with regards to Reagan that I think were problematic. With regards to labor, people always talk about the air traffic controller strike, but that wasn't the only strike that he basically that failed during his era. A lot of union work, and if you feel anything positive toward organized labor really suffered under Reagan, and I think general wages went down for a lot of people. I think a lot of the prosperity really was at the top and not at the bottom. He was a big believer in the Laffer curve. And the Laffer curve turned out to be wrong. You can say the tax breaks did not bring in additional revenue to offset. That's why the deficit was so high. The argument was we're going to cut the deficit, we're going to cut taxes on the rich, and that will then make them somehow economically more revenue will come in and it will overset. And it didn't happen. Like, we just had huge deficits throughout his entire presidency, and a lot of the growth that we had was funded off of debt. Um, there was a lot of problems with regards to the Supreme Court. He appointed four justices. I'm going to get into something that I have a personal, not a personal. I think this is a very under-discussed thing that Reagan did that has shaped the court since. You'll hear conservatives talk about borking, which is they believe that Robert Bork, when he was nominated and was not affirmed. In other words, he was nominated, but the Senate did not confirm him. They had very contentious hearings. You'll hear people point to that and go, this was the point where the court became politicized. It became politicized because you picked Robert Bork. Robert Bork was the person who fired the special prosecutor in Watergate. Two other people resigned before they would fire the special prosecutor, and Bork was the one who finally did it. Nominating him was insane. I understand people will say, well, he was a great legal scholar and he's very intelligent. You nominated the man who didn't have the moral gumption to stand up to the president and not fire the special prosecutor during an event known as the Saturday Night Massacre, and you were surprised he didn't get confirmed to the Supreme Court. It was functionally rewarding someone for not having the courage that his supervisors did. I am enraged often when people talk about borking and how that politicized the court. Yes, it did. You nominated someone who never should have been nominated to the Supreme Court, who literally was the person who pulled the trigger during the Saturday Night Massacre. And then you were shrugging, going, "Why wouldn't we want this person to be on the Supreme Court?" That was the politicization of the court. And yes, from that point forward, political appointments to the Supreme Court became much more contentious. As I said, under Ford, he nominated John Paul Stevens, who turned out to be a liberal. That act in and of itself, I think, really set the courts on a path of politicization that has been very detrimental going forward. I do think one of the things that he did that was positive that other people will think is negative, there was a huge immigration influx during his presidency. And so his response to it was to give amnesty to 3 million people who had already been living here for years, because he seemed to kind of understand that the immigration system was broken and these people were just coming here to work and do jobs. And up until the change in the laws, that's just what happened. That in America, that's people just came through Ellis Island, they show up. Most of your relatives, if you're an American or listening to this, they didn't go through a long process. They showed up and they started working, and that's how they got here. He did add new immigration laws, but they were largely ignored for a long period of time, and immigration kept exploding. People came to this country because it was prosperous and successful, and that's part of why the growth was so high. And I will stand by that and die on that hill. So, taking all that into consideration, where do I put him in terms of better or worse? I think that there are a lot of things that happened during his administration. I think the country was in a better position when he left than when he received it. But I think the country was already on an upward trajectory because Carter took the hit by increasing inflation. I think there were a lot of things that Reagan did with regards to funding funding groups in Afghanistan and Nicaragua and El Salvador, sending arms to Iran, having the Supreme Court become so politicized. A lot of things he did with regards to winks and nods to race on the Southern strategy. The Neshoba County Fair speech that he gave at the location in Mississippi, just down the street from where the Mississippi burning civil rights murders had occurred. Basically saying to Wallace Democrats, you can have a place in the GOP. I think all of that is incredibly damaging. And I think that's also got to be equated in the better or worse scale. So again, I'm not going to say he was one of the worst presidents of all time in terms of better or worse, but I'm also going to say that I think on the whole, on the aggregate, the country was slightly worse as a result of his presidency than before he got there. Taking that all into consideration, where do I put Reagan? I'm not obviously going to put him in the top 10 because, as you can tell, I'm not a fan. I'm also not going to put him in the bottom 10. I don't think he was a horrible president. I think he kind of falls right in the middle of the road. I'm looking at my chart. I think I'm going to put him at number 20, just below Rutherford B. Hayes, and just above John Adams. I think that's where Reagan belongs because for all his incredible positives and his incredible negatives, I think it balances out to about an average presidency. Next up, we're going to take a look at the 40th president of the United States, George Bush, or George Herbert Walker Bush, as we've kind of had to designate him because his son came later. Again, the five criteria are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and did they leave the country better or worse? Bush, I don't want to say he was left a mess because I don't think that's entirely fair, but he was left a lot of messes. There were a lot of things that he had to clean up that Reagan left behind, as I kind of discussed under Reagan. And that's part of why I didn't give Reagan the greatest, better, or worse score, because I think that when Reagan left office, the recession that eventually would come in the early part of the Bush presidency was already in place and kind of emerging, on top of already having a huge deficit that Bush then had to address because of the deficit spending of the era that came before. And so I don't think his presidency was a time of huge growth, but I don't necessarily know that that was entirely his fault. I think there was growth during his presidency, and I think a lot of the decisions he made would contribute to a lot of later growth. And I had difficulty with that because I almost wanted to score him higher in terms of growth because of what he inherited and what he left behind, but that's not really how this works. This is really looking at the presidency, and that would fall under better or worse, which I will grade him very high, a little spoilers for the end of this video. So in terms of growth and in terms of finances, I can't give him particularly high grades because he didn't have a great financial situation because he inherited some recessions. Now, he didn't inherit anything near to what many other presidents inherited in far worse situations. I don't want to overestimate it or over expand on it, but he was inheriting a country that had peaked, that had kind of had a big sugar rush in a lot of ways, I would argue, and was kind of leveling out. And I think he did a very good job managing it. But this also created a huge amount of controversy. One of the things that, if you were around during that time, which I was, you'll remember is people saying, read my lips, no new taxes. And he had to break that promise because he did need new taxes because of the deficit and because of the debt. And I think that might have cost him re-election. Even though he stayed, relatively popular throughout his presidency, it was a problem that he was going against Republican doctrine on taxes that was almost near religious. There, you could not raise taxes. And when doing these videos, I'm always happy that it did work the way I wanted to. And now we're getting to 40 is like watching how things changed over time, how it wasn't as big of a deal for Ford. But then when you go in order and look at the change over time, you can really see the pain points where a lot of philosophical doctrine changed between the parties and really got locked in. And so the read my lips, no new taxes really hurt him with regards to his reputation, but I do think it was the right thing to do with regards to finances and growth. But again, because his 4 years in office really wasn't a time of great economic growth because of a number of factors, which we'll also get to in international politics. Can't rate him that high on growth or finances because he did still also have a huge debt, even with the changes that he made because of expenses, some of which were necessary. I would say most of which were necessary. I have a very favorable opinion of George H.W. Bush, honestly. I think his presidency is sometimes overlooked, and I think a lot of things he did were a real stepping stone that built a lot of the growth that I think Bill Clinton gets credit for. But at the same time, I do have to acknowledge that his presidency had recession, had all the things that happened. So again, I'm not going to give him incredibly high scores on growth or finances, but if you wanted to and put him higher, I would not disagree with you. I can see the argument. In terms of our international politics, I think he is one of the best presidents ever. When I was sitting here remembering all the things he did and the decisions he had to make and why the decisions came about, they weren't really decisions he got to make. And he kind of was confronted, and he seemed to generally make the right decision. No president is perfect. I'm not giving him a perfect score on this. He made mistakes, and he made a number of mistakes, and there were a lot of things that he did that he disagreed with. But on the major decision points, I think particularly let's start with the START treaty. That was great. Negotiations with Russia. The thing I praised Reagan most for was taking the right approach to Russia to avoid huge destabilization. I think he did a great job with regards to the START treaty, with regards to the reunification of Germany. I think the Panama invasion, which is often cited, I don't necessarily think that was his fault. I think that that was a necessary thing created, quite frankly, by a lot of the Reagan policies, which were propping up a lot of Central American and South American dictators because of the anti-communist ideology. We had shifted from sending troops to sending money, as we've discussed. And again, I'm very happy that this series worked out the way I wanted it to, where as you're talking about the other presidents and you can kind of see the morphing in policy, you can see the good and the bad of each thing. So instead of us sending troops to stop, a communist expansion or fear of the dominant theory and all that, we were sending money and weapons. And then all of a sudden now you're propping up these dictators like Noriega, who now we have to deal with. You're propping up the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, who we'll later have to deal with. And so these kind of things that were left as almost mines for Bush, I think he navigated well. Because one of the things that I think Bush did amazingly well that very few presidents have is understand mission creep. Understand we're here to do a specific thing. We're not here we didn't try to reconquer Panama and occupy, and we were there to get rid of Noriega, and then we move on. The best example of this is obviously the first Gulf War. Iraq invades Kuwait. That breaks all sorts of international beliefs and standards. And it also would have created a situation where Iraq would have had a huge funding source, which we didn't want to do for any number of reasons. Saddam Hussein having access to that much oil wealth would have been incredibly problematic. So was it about oil? 100% it was about oil. It was about oil and also making sure that Saddam Hussein did not have control of that oil, which would have been an incredibly bad thing for any number of reasons. And he was able to build international consensus and coalition. He was able to go in there and push Iraq out, and he stopped. He didn't get caught by mission creep, which so many other presidents have, going back to the Vietnam War, going forward into Afghanistan. He understood that I was here for a specific purpose. I may detest Saddam Hussein. I may think that his administration is abhorrent, but that's not what we're here for. We're not here to take over the problem. We are here to protect international boundaries, protect international goals. I wish that mindset had continued on with his son, and it's incredibly frustrating that it didn't. I'm obviously giving you spoilers for future videos, probably one that I'll actually record later today, as I think we're finishing up the series soon. But I think he did a great job. One of the ones I would criticize him for is obviously the Tiananmen Square response. But I think at that time, I understand it. We were trying to have a detente with China in the same way we had a detente with the Soviet Union. I think the mindset at the time, and it wasn't entirely inaccurate, was that China was pivoting away from such a focus on the things that he was opposed to. I don't want to get into the whole argument of capitalism versus communism versus socialism. I'm not going into those weeds, but I think the idea was China could be a less than perfect ally rather than being a full enemy. And I think the idea was also the Soviet Union was kind of becoming a less than perfect ally rather than an enemy, and having the idea that we don't have to have these firm, locked-in ideological wars is not a bad thing. Now, the Tiananmen Square massacre needed to be condemned, and there was some late sanctions and probably not significant enough sanctions. So I'm not saying that George W. Bush is a perfect president in terms of international politics. But again, we've been doing this series now up to 40 presidents, and this is a comparative analysis. We're not comparing presidents to the perfect. We're comparing to the most came before and after. And I think he did an excellent job with regards to international politics, and should be rated very highly. Similarly, in terms of war and security, I think the fact that, yes, we did engage in wars, but they were very targeted wars. They were very specific wars with very clear missions. And I think both of the wars were necessary. It is necessary to keep the Panama Canal open. It is necessary to have it not in the hands of someone who I think was arguably a drug trafficker. I think that war was a necessary war, probably created by policies that came before that propped up Noriega and allowed him to take and control power there. Again, when you prop up dictators, bad things happen. But I think that was a necessary war that I think time has shown that was correct and necessary. I think the first Gulf War, again, when it was done, it was done. Saddam Hussein was significantly weakened. Iraq was significantly weakened. There was a greater stabilization in that area than had been for some time. And the future peace talks that kind of sprung out of that Clinton, we'll get to when we talk to Clinton, I think were because of the understanding that the United States was a dominant world power, that was the superpower, and could come in and just win. And so you didn't want to pick a fight with the United States. That was such a decisive victory with a clear end. At that point, I would almost say that was near the peak of the U.S. influence and power internationally. and that was under the first Bush administration. In regards to better or worse, I think that I would argue that George H.W. Bush left the country significantly better than he found it. In addition to things that I discussed earlier, the Americans with Disabilities Act was outstanding. The Immigration Act of 1990, which expanded illegal immigration, was not perfect, but it was an improvement. I think George H.W. Bush lost re-election because of a similar reason, although they're very, very different people. Let me be very clear. They're very, very different. I think George H.W. Bush and Jimmy Carter both were people who did what needed to be done, even if it wasn't popular. I think George H.W. Bush, with regards to Read My Lips, No New Taxes, and also his leaving of the NRA in protest, which can you even imagine a modern Republican senator doing, modern Republican president doing that now? Because he disagreed with the NRA's on assault weapons. I think George H.W. Bush did the things that he thought were right. And I think more often than not, he was right. Was he perfect? No, far from it. There are many policies that he instituted that I fundamentally disagree with. And so I'm not going to put him incredibly high on the list. I don't think he's like a top 10, but he's not far from it. When I'm looking through the list, I ended up with him falling in at number 11, just behind Dwight Eisenhower and before James Madison, which is an incredibly high score. I think George H.W. Bush is a very underrated president. And so, again, on my list, currently he is at number 11. Now let's take a look at the 41st president of the United States, Bill Clinton. Again, the 5 criteria are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and most importantly, did he leave the country better or worse? I want to start off this video just in case this is the first one you clicked on and you haven't followed this series, because for Clinton specifically, this matters. We're talking about the presidency. We're not talking about the president specifically. Certainly the actions of the president affect the presidency, but it's also what occurred during his time. We do talk about issues that involve judgment and corruption and morality if they affect the presidency, and we certainly will with regard to Clinton. Obviously, the Quincy scandal and the impeachment that followed are critical discussion points for Clinton. But I think a lot of those fall under the better or worse category rather than the earlier things we're going to discuss. So as you're watching this, understand I'm going to get there. But I also think you need to understand we've been doing this series since the very beginning, going president by president by president. And we started off with presidents who had slaves. We're not having a morality discussion. That's not what this video series is about. This video series is about progress, about what each president did that it helped the American country progress forward or caused the American country to regress. Better or worse is the final category that we always go over. And then the other categories, again, also, how did this move us? What direction did it take us? So as I'm talking about Bill Clinton, understand I'm not here saying, oh, he's a great person, he's a great man, da, da, da. I'm not saying that about any of the presidents. I'm talking about what happened during the presidency and how it affected the country. And in terms of growth, which is the first category, I don't know how you don't say that he had great success in terms of growth. In fact, growth and finances, I wouldn't combine them, but I think both of those categories are areas where during Clinton's presidency and continuing on from Clinton's presidency, the decisions that he made set an incredible foundation for the people that came after him. He had a Goldilocks economy. You can say that he had a Goldilocks economy because George W. Bush made some of the difficult decisions, and that's part of why I gave George W. Bush such high rankings with regards to better or worse. But a Goldilocks economy means unemployment was low and inflation was low. And GDP grew. Everything good that you can expect from an economy was happening during Clinton's presidency. And the decisions he made and that occurred during his time created a very strong and stable economy. Whether the shifts in those economies that came from things like NAFTA, which was signed under George H.W. Bush, which I'm thinking back of all the things I should have said about H.W. Bush with regards to like the Rodney King riots and other things, but we're past that now. NAFTA and all of that, whether you believe that gutted our manufacturing base and all that kind of other stuff, which again we'll discuss in better or worse. On the whole, on the aggregate, the country grew into a financial industry, into an economic powerhouse even beyond what it was before. And that engine is still revving along right along today. The tech industry, which blew up during the 1990s and really became foundational to the United States, did not have to necessarily be foundational in the United States, but it was. Um, Google, founded by people who came, I think founded by Sergey Brin, who wasn't born in America, came to America, created this company that is now huge. Um, so much opportunity emerged in the 1990s from people who came here, and this was the base of operations to expand and create an economic boom. That happened during the Clinton administration. That falls on his watch, and those are all things that I don't think you can argue growth and finances weren't positive. In terms of social growth, I always read people who are very critical of a lot of the social policies of the Clinton era, and I'm sitting here as an old man. I'm not old, but I'm old to most of the people who are watching videos on the internet, I think. I was alive and old enough to vote during the Clinton administration. I remember I remember Don't Ask, Don't Tell being controversial, not because it didn't go far enough and it was dehumanizing, but because it went too far. And how dare you even think homosexuals have a right to even be considered to be in the military? What a crazy and ludicrous idea that was at that time. I remember when people watched the Rodney King riots during the Bush administration, and many of them were like, yep, the police absolutely had to take batons out and beat that man to unconsciousness because they perceived that situation as dangerous to the police and not as humanizing Rodney King and the riots that proceeded out of that. I remember that. I remember how bad the crime was generally because of the incredible crime boost from the 1970s through the 1980s, the crack wars and all of that going on. And I remember all of that, and I remember how much all of that got better throughout the 90s. Did not get perfect, but got better. I remember when the crime bill was passed, and I'm looking back and reading people talking about how horrible the crime bill was, and I often point out to them, even Bernie Sanders voted for the crime bill. It had many, many flawed things in there and absolutely led to mass incarceration, and there are many things you can criticize about in that bill. But it was passed because crime had become so dangerous, and after it got better. I'm not saying it got better necessarily because of all parts of the crime bill, although some parts of the crime bill I do think did cause some improvements. I think it got better because economically we started investing in dealing with a lot of the mental health needs, a lot of the crises, a lot of the issues that had been disinvested during the Reagan administration and even before in the 1970s. Because I think sometimes too much gets put on Reagan. I think defunding started earlier than that, and failing to fund is always an issue. I remember how much changed during the 1990s, and while Bill Clinton is a horribly flawed human being who made a lot of bad decisions, which we will talk about when we get to better or worse, that I think were hugely negatively impactful on the United States, I don't think you can say with regards to growth, with regards to finances, that his presidency was negative. I think he did remarkably well, and I think he scores very high in those two categories. In terms of international politics, I do think he scores high because of things like the Oslo Accords and with regards to particularly the Good Friday Agreement. But I can see people saying he fell short with regards to things like Somalia, Rwanda, Haiti. Even in the Balkans, the response was a little bit too late, even if I think he did a very good job of balancing it. I would say overall, in terms of international policy and politics, I would rate him above average. I wouldn't say he was exceptional. In terms of war and security, this is again where I still think it's slightly above average, but I do understand the mixed bag. And this is an area where I will say the mass incarceration, I don't think made our country more secure. I don't think it improved our country in that way. I also think some of the decisions he made in international politics later came back to bite us with regards to Afghanistan and Osama bin Laden and things like that. Not to say that Bill Clinton it's Bill Clinton's fault that Osama bin Laden committed 9/11, which we'll talk about in the next presidency. Not to say any of that. It's more comparative. I would say I still rank him above average in terms of war and security because we did not get entangled deeply in any of the messes. But I can't say that Rwanda or Somalia was handled well. Black Hawk Down famously was not particularly handled well. And I think I can't say he's in one of the greatest of all times. I would say he's well above average, but I'm not going to put him in one of the greatest all time. But it's also because he didn't really have to confront a thing like his predecessor did with George H.W. Bush, I should say, in the Gulf War, or even, going back deeper into history with all the various wars that came to this country. Now we move on to, I think, what is the most important category, and the one that's the most difficult to talk about with regards to Bill Clinton. And is that, did he leave the country better or worse? I think he inherited a very good hand from George H.W. Bush. I think he was given an opportunity to have a strong economy, and he did. His presidency was able to take that and move forward. However, I do think some of the things done with regards to deregulation, whether or not that was something he wanted to pass or Congress wanted to pass, is a point of debate that I would have. I think with regards to deregulation eventually came back to bite us, because I think that the foundations for the housing crisis, although I do not agree that they were Fannie and Sallie Mae caused, I believe they were caused by increased deregulation going forward. I think deregulation generally brought us things like Enron, and that wasn't enough of a warning. But I'm kind of moving into the Bush administration. I think the general idea of deregulation went too far and created the foundations for what would eventually become a huge economic crisis far later on. I don't think he's responsible for that, because I think it's far enough away from his presidency that it could have been corrected. But I think it's a point of discussion. I do think the fact that he took advantage of an intern in the Oval Office and didn't resign is a fundamental problem that has now created an aura around the presidency that is absolutely negative to American history. I think if Bill Clinton had resigned, I would probably give him a far higher ranking than I'm currently giving him. Because had he resigned, we would still have an understanding that the American president isn't above being able to be publicly shamed out of office, isn't above reproach, isn't that the expectations of our presidency should be higher, that we should expect more from our leaders. Whether that's accurate or fair is a separate conversation. Obviously, as again, we've gone through this throughout 40, if you're been watching this in the beginning, we've gone through this with 40 presidents, and a good 30 of them have had horrible things that I can point to and say, yep, that person was pretty bad. That person did something that was pretty egregiously bad. I can point to a huge moral failing in the same realm as Bill Clinton. Slavery, obviously, hell of a lot worse. So this is not about the moral failings of Bill Clinton having an affair with an intern. This is about the fact that when Bill Clinton had an affair with an intern, he didn't resign. He continued to stay in office because he was popular enough to do it. I talked about this during during Nixon with Watergate. Oh, I don't believe Watergate was a huge scandal that brought Nixon down. I believe Nixon was incredibly unpopular at a time when Watergate happened, and so Watergate, because of his unpopularity, was why you could take him down. Clinton, on the other hand, was so enormously popular because the economy was going well, because the country was doing so well that he didn't have to resign. But the right thing to do, and what would have been better for the country, would have been for him to resign. In the same way, the right thing for George H.W. Bush was to condemn the NRA and was to raise taxes. He did those things and he suffered the consequences. Jimmy Carter allowed Paul Volcker to jack up interest rates and collapse the economy to stop inflation, and he lost because of it. They did the right thing for the country and they suffered at the ballot box as a result. Bill Clinton did not do the right thing. And I think because he did not do the right thing, we are now living in a post Clinton era where the presidency is greatly diminished and the expectations of presidents are greatly diminished. And I think that means the country is worse off because of him in a lot of ways. That all being said, that's counterbalanced by the fact that he left an incredibly good economic situation, and he made huge strides with regards to civil rights, with regards to the rights of homosexuals. He did so many positive things that better or worse scale falls right around 4.6. Right in that area of not, I'd say slightly worse than better, but not bad. And all of this kind of reminds me of James Madison, who right now is sitting at number 13 on my sheet. because he did such a good job on other things, but he let the Capitol get burned to the ground. He is rated very highly despite a foreign power coming in and burning our Capitol to the ground. So what do I do with Bill Clinton in that context? Incredibly high in growth, incredibly high in finances, relatively high in international politics, relatively high in war and security, and not that low in terms of better or worse. I think a very strong argument could be made that he did leave the country better than he found it, but he also left this issue of his personal failings and his not having consequences for it and how that's chased us going forward. So with all of that in mind, I think I'm going to put him just above another very flawed president, James Polk, at number 9. Now, I can already hear the comments screaming that's way too high. Again, incredibly great economy and left a budget surplus. That doesn't happen. He created a Goldilocks economy and left a budget surplus for a successor. The fact that he's not in the top 5 is because of his moral actions. If not for the Lewinsky scandal and the impeachment, I would probably have him second. I would probably have him below Washington, obviously below Washington and Lincoln, but I would have him right up there with James Monroe. It's only that issue that kicks him down to number 9. And now we're going to take a look at the 42nd President of the United States, George W. Bush. Again, the 5 criteria we always look at are growth, finances, international politics, war and security, and the most important criteria of all, did they leave the country better or worse? If you're listening to this in 2025, 2026, this is the last president I'm doing in the series because I'm trying to follow loosely the 20-year rule, which most historian people that you will speak to will say you probably shouldn't talk about history that isn't at least 20 years old. And I'm already pushing my luck because the end of the Bush presidency was less than 20 years ago. But I'm kind of going on the theory that it's been more than 20 years since the beginning of the presidency, since the majority of the presidency, and maybe naively I'm thinking a lot of the Bush presidency consequences have already been played out. At some point I probably will do Obama, and if I live long enough, Biden and Trump, and circle back to this series, and there may be presidents after this, but for now, this is the last one I'm going to do. I will do a retrospective that I'm going to release next year on President's Day that will have all of these summed up, and then I will kind of go back and probably revisit the rankings, move people up and down, do all that kind of stuff. But for now, this is where we finish. So in terms of growth, I kind of feel like you have to talk about the Bush presidency, about the ending almost before you talk about the beginning. He inherited a budget surplus, and he inherited a strong economy, and he did inherit something that happened that was tragic, and that was 9/11. I don't think Bush is at fault for 9/11. I don't think Clinton's particularly at fault for 9/11. I think Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda are responsible for 9/11. And we can go back and forth about whether or not it was preventable. Terrorist attacks happen. The causal factors that led the Mujahideen to become the Taliban, to support Al-Qaeda because of funding mechanisms. We can go through all of that, and I kind of have loosely discussed that. There are a long series of decades of presidents we can blame for all of those factors that led to someone to specifically target the World Trade Center and attack the United States, and the blame still would fall on Al-Qaeda and on Osama bin Laden for making that choice. What we can be responsible for is the response that we have from that. So again, as I talked about with Bill Clinton, we're now in the point where I'm voting in these elections. This is not this is not, pure research for me. This is memory. And I'm trying to push the memory to the side and just look at the research so that I can assess them in at least in a similar way that we've done to the rankings so far. But it's difficult because I know how the story ended. I know the progression. I remember all of this. I remember how the focus on Afghanistan quickly shifted to Iraq and not to Saudi Arabia, where actually Osama bin Laden came from, and how targeted that was and how intentional that was. And as I'm doing this series, I just did his father a few days ago when I'm doing these recordings and research, and the contrast between having a clear plan without mission creep. Maybe I even gave his father additional international international politics credit, because I could see just what a stark contrast it was to have someone who was like, yup, that's the problem. We're fixing on the problem. We're not going to let mission creep stay in place. We're not here to solve all the problems in the world, just the one we came for. And how that could have been what happened in Afghanistan. How if we had just stayed focused on addressing taking the Taliban out of power to make clear that if anyone ever attacks the United States, there will be hell and fury that is brought down upon them, to make clear of a consequence for the action. If we had stopped there, I think we would view the Bush presidency completely differently, but we didn't. And there was a moment where I think his approval rating was like 91%. And so much could have been done in that moment, and it was just so squandered. And that wasn't the only failing. So again, let's circle back to the 5 criteria, because now I'm drifting. In terms of growth, he left the Great Recession. The decisions made by Bush and the Congress, he had a Republican Congress who would do more or less whatever he needed them to do. There were periods of time where the Democrats did take power, particularly at the end, and there was a block of time where I believe Jim Jeffords, I hope I'm getting the name right, flipped over some issues. But for the most part, he had the ability to push the agenda he wanted forward. And that agenda led to deregulation and lack of oversight in financial industries. And we had the warning with regards to Enron that we should have known that deregulation is problematic and that there could be problems. And the housing bubble kept growing and growing and growing until it exploded. That was all on his watch. He inherited a strong economy with some weaknesses, which again I attributed to Clinton. I made clear that the beginnings of deregulation, which happened on his watch, continued on. But at any point, I think that could have been addressed. I think that could have been stopped. The train was not moving so fast that it couldn't have been stopped, and it ended in the Great Recession. And also, throughout this, budget deficits still exploded. Even when spending was cut and deregulation came through, this almost religious belief in the Laffer curve and that rising tide raises all ships allowed deficits to explode. So you didn't even have balanced budgets. You just had all of these huge expenses. Some of it because of the wars, which we'll get to in international politics and war and security. Some of it just because of poor management, picking people who were not competent for the job. Most famously, heck of a job, Brownie, with Hurricane Katrina. He didn't do a good job. He didn't pick people who did a good job. The people he picked failed at their jobs, and that is a lot of why the economy collapsed and we left with the Great Recession. So in terms of growth and finances, he rates very low. Not Hoover level, but very low. In terms of international politics, I don't know what more I can say other than the Iraq War was an utter and complete failure that took, again, his father left us this aura of invincibility after the first Gulf War that still was continuing on at this point. And maybe because he believed the hype. Maybe he believed in that aura, that we could just go in and magically make places comply, that we'd forgotten all the lessons of Vietnam. We go into Afghanistan and we make it an occupation. We lose focus on what the mission is. We become the occupiers and we become the enemy. And we become what the Taliban can eventually point to and say, they're an occupying force. No one wants to be occupied by a third party. That's why colonialism fails. Colonialism fails because no one wants a person who does not live in their country, who is not part of their country and culture, to rule over them. And after a certain period of time, you will always have uprisings and revolts. It's not possible unless you allow people to become part of your culture and become part of your country, that they will simply continuously accept in perpetuity being in servitude. Even if not in Afghanistan being in servitude, being in debt, being dependent, and having the leaders that they're supposed to support because they believe in those leaders simply be props and puppets. Whether or not the intentions were good, it doesn't matter what your intentions are if the people of the country are not choosing their own leadership and are forced to comply at a gun. And we not only did it in Afghanistan, we did it in Iraq, which had nothing to do with 9/11. mission creep on an unbelievable level. Nothing good came out of the. I mean, well, I don't say nothing good. That's not fair. I don't even think the intentions were bad. I do think, at the end of the day, I don't think George W. Bush is George W. Bush is a bad person. I do think that the intention and the ideology was like, we're going to bring democracy to these places. We're going to fix the problems. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I am not a person who thinks this was an evil act done by evil people, even if the outcome was tragic and horrible. I am a person who thinks this was done by people who should have known better, particularly Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney. They had been through this, they had seen this rodeo before with regards to Vietnam and learned none of the lessons. Hell, George W. Bush theoretically could have been drafted to Vietnam, so he should have known the lessons. A lot of people who should have known a lot better didn't. And so the outcome was horrible. Awful ratings with regards to international politics, near the bottom. Similarly, with regards to war and security, near the bottom. Just we entered into two wars we didn't need to enter into. I don't know what else to say about that. Fortunately for him, it's still not at the bottom because we have like people who created the Civil War and lots of other things. There are lots of worse presidents, and that's one of the reasons I love doing this video series. Is I'm doing comparisons. I'm not talking about individuals. Comparatively, even though he was so bad in terms of war security, there were still a lot worse presidents. And that brings us to: did he leave the country better or worse than he found it? I'm not going to say that everything George W. Bush did was bad. I think that there were a lot of things he did that had positive impacts on the country. Even some of the controversial ones. I actually think No Child Left Behind, on the whole, probably was better than what came before. Again, similar to the crime bill, there were many, many flaws that you can find many things to criticize. But I do think it brought a lot of accountability to a system that wasn't being held accountable and was allowing a lot of people to slip through the cracks without getting any access to education because the focus was still on, it was not making sure we went out and got every kid the system. It allowed a lot of gaming the system. I'm rambling here because this is actually a topic I know a lot about. And there was, prior to No Child Left Behind, a lot of times where poor kids, black kids, were just ignored. If they didn't come to school, no one cared because there was no accountability. They would still get the funding whether the kids showed up or not. And I do think closing a lot of those loopholes was absolutely critical and important. And I do think that the Bush administration does deserve some credit for that, even if there were a large number of flaws within No Child Left Behind that any educator will tell you about. I'm not an educator, actually, but it's a topic that I'm very familiar with because of what I do for a living. But they certainly don't outweigh the fact that you not only left the country embroiled in two quagmire wars, you left the greatest financial collapse since the Great Depression on the end of your watch when you started with an economic surplus and no wars. Better or worse? Obviously, much, much worse. So where does this leave him? Sadly, it doesn't leave him at the bottom because we've had a lot of horrible presidents. I was going through the list, and let's just start from the bottom. He's not worse than James Buchanan. He's not worse than John Tyler. He's not worse than Herbert Hoover. And he's not worse than Andrew Johnson, in my opinion. Where I ran into the first question mark is he better or worse? In terms of the scale, not in terms of a person, because in terms of a person, Nixon is far worse than George H.W. Bush. Richard Nixon was a far worse person morally and ethically than George H.W. Bush. I actually don't think George H.W. Bush probably is a bad person from everything I read about him, other than his, alcohol problem in the youth and probably just being spoiled. It does seem like he generally has good intentions, and from everything I read about him. But in terms of his success as a president, absolutely, I'm going to put him at worse than Nixon. I think at number 38. Just an absolutely tragically horrible presidency. With the country being in far worse shape than it was given to him. So now that we've gotten through the 42 ranking the presidents videos that I did, we're going to, as promised, discuss the three presidents that I'm not doing a ranking the presidents on at this time because it's too soon. I want to wait at least 20 years past their first terms before we look at them as historical figures. I probably should have waited for 20 years past the end of George W. Bush's presidency to assess him, but I feel like a lot has happened, and a lot that is going on now is the post George W. Bush things, and I think it's far enough to assess it, but maybe in 10 years I'll look back and feel differently. So first is Obama, and we just talked about George W. Bush. He left an absolute mess in nearly every aspect a president can receive. There were two wars that were going poorly, that were definitely quagmires, and most importantly, we were in the very, very depths of the Great Recession, which was the worst financial situation collapse since the Great Depression, and many thought would become a Great Depression. It certainly was a worldwide economic collapse caused by the mortgage crisis, and Obama righted the ship. When he left office, I don't think there is a strong argument you can make saying anything other than the economy was going in the right direction. Yes, there was incredibly high debt, but relative to everything that we've had since the Reagan administration, where apparently at that point in history, we've all decided that debt was not going to be a problem, and we could just go into deficit spending whenever we want. I think he did a remarkable job bringing the country out of an absolute financial collapse and having an economic upturn and success going forward, particularly when you compare us to the rest of the world. I think maybe only China, you could argue, was more able to come out of that economic collapse with great financial success. So I think all of that's to his credit. So when you look at the 5 criteria in terms of growth, finances, international politics, and war and security, again, we were able to withdraw from Iraq. No, we weren't able to withdraw from Afghanistan during his presidency, which he had hoped to do. Yes, there was probably still too much going on with the war on terror in terms of drone attacks and all those type of things. But no one's expecting the magical things is unrealistic. I think Obama would rank very high if I was putting on this list. I think he would definitely be top 10. I'm almost certain I would put him above Bill Clinton. I think he could go into top 5. I think he could even contend for the number 3 spot. But again, I would want to sit down and really do a deep dive before I put him into those, into those levels. He's not going to be above, Washington, Lincoln. He's not in that level. But when you look at the Great Recession and what he did to bring us out of it, it's really remarkable. So I think at this point he would be up there with, Monroe, FDR, Jefferson, Truman. In that area where he falls is more of a debate and discussion. Next, I have the same problem with Grover Cleveland I'm having with Trump. So I'll do the Trump first term, I guess, and maybe I'll close on the back end, or maybe I'll just incorporate it all. In terms of growth, I don't think Trump did anything remarkable during his first term in terms of growth. I know that if the way you're going to look at Trump is, I think, either you're going to say that the financial collapse and the economic collapse that came at the end was entirely COVID and he should have no responsibility for it, and you're going to give him credit for the economy of the first few years that he had, or like me, you're going to say he inherited Obama's economy, ran the deficit up even further to maintain that economy. COVID hit just as the economy was beginning to cool off anyway. And then the way that COVID was handled, both in terms of America should have been in much better shape than other countries because we have no direct connection to the area where it originated. We should have been much more able to do preventative things to quarantine the country better or to delay it long enough. We did a remarkable job as far as science and technology, did a remarkable job getting a vaccine to market and out to mitigate the harm from COVID incredibly quickly. But we could have used the delay. We could have stalled things a little bit longer, and we didn't. And I think that's something to discuss. And then with regards to the economy, I think there's a lot of questions you have to ask about the way the loans were handed out. There was so much corruption in the loan payments, and then just the complete loan forgiveness plus the stimulus checks. I think all that felt good at the time, but is it any surprise that, if you send people $2,000 stimulus checks and you send businesses huge checks to cover unemployed workers for long periods of time, and you just cancel the repayment of those loans, you just say, never mind, we're good, running the country into huge debt, that a spike of inflation would follow? Is that really a surprise? I kind of think what Trump did at the end of his term was very Nixonian, in that he tried to do a lot of things to stimulate the economy at the last minute so he would get reelected, but he didn't. And then I think what came after, and this is where we moved to Biden, was a mess that someone else had to clean up. And I don't rate Trump very highly. Now, I'm not going to put Trump at the bottom of one of the worst presidents of all time yet. If that's yet, we'll see what happens. He still has some time. Um, but at this point, I would probably put him down in the McKinley range. He likes McKinley. He probably won't be upset by that. So I would put him in the McKinley, Woodrow Wilson, bad president kind of range. But I'm not going to put him down with like, you know, Buchanan or Tyler or Andrew Johnson at this point. Now he certainly seems to be doing a lot of things to move that direction, in my opinion. But again, we're very early on. I am not far enough removed to make an honest historical assessment at this time. I certainly don't think he is in the top half of presidents right now based on his first term, and what's occurring in his second term is not making me think I'm going to be moving him up anytime soon. Now, Biden is a very difficult one to assess. Even I think when time passes in 20 years, he's going to be a very difficult person to assess because he inherited such an odd situation coming out of COVID. We were having a huge economic problem coming out of COVID, and there was all this dead money in terms of the loans that weren't going to have to be repaid, and people getting all this amount of money that they couldn't spend because they were in lockdown. So they were having these checks come in because we were basically paying everyone's bills. The government was going into huge debt to do those things. And so, unsurprisingly, inflation spiked during that time. And before Biden left office, he was managed to get the inflation under control. He was also going into huge deficit spending to do it, less than he inherited, which I think is what people want to make the argument is that he spent less than Trump, but Trump's deficit spending was astronomical. Like the amount of money that he was burning when he left office was mind-boggling. And I don't know how the country is going to be able to recover in the next decade or so, but that's projecting into the future. Let's not assume that there won't be a solution just because I can't currently see what that solution is. So I think in terms of growth and in terms of finances, I think Biden did an okay job. I think average to above average, taking something that was very bad and making it better. I think the better or worse scale is something where I would give Biden some credit. In terms of international politics, Ukraine was invaded on his watch. I don't give him a huge knock for the Afghanistan withdrawal because I do think, and in fact, I don't think I know. I was aware and following the news that Trump had set up the plan for the Afghanistan pullout that Biden just executed. You could argue he shouldn't have executed it, but you can also just say it was time and that we were never going to have a good time to get out of there. It was kind of like Vietnam. It was going to end poorly because it started poorly. It was a poorly thought out, poorly planned process, and it was time for it to end. And even if if wishes were fishes, we'd all eat well. There was no good way out of Afghanistan, and it was a tragic, tragic thing that was poorly planned because we got distracted by Iraq, and maybe even just was poorly planned because there was no way that we were going to do that effectively. You can't force a nation to become what you want them to be. No one likes being ruled by people who are not of their country. So I don't ding Biden that much on that. I think that was a plan from Trump. Um, and so in all of those things, I think Biden's probably going to be a middle of the road, you know, Jimmy Carter-esque president. I think one of the things that I wonder if history will ding him for is his hubris in believing he could run for re-election when it was so obvious he should have been a one-term president. He was clearly in decline at the end, even before the cancer diagnosis. And if he had just made clear he's a one-term president, a la, some of the early presidents like Polk, and allowed the Democratic Party to have a primary to run people against Trump, and he just acknowledged that he was not fit for it, rather than picking Kamala Harris, and making it seem like she was selected and anointed without going through the normal process. And maybe she wouldn't have won the nomination. I don't know what would happen. We'll never know. Counterfactuals are counterfactuals. But it was clear that he was not an effective communicator in his final years in office. That even though things, I think, looking back, were going well, we're having a lot of reports come out now about how great the last year was of the Biden administration in terms of the drugs. The number of people who died from drugs going down and murders going down and all the things that were wonderful in that last year. But he was such a horrible communicator at that point. And to be fair, Joe Biden was never a very good communicator. I think there's this myth of Joe Biden as this, energetic communicator. Joe Biden was a gaffe machine as a vice president. Joe Biden was a gaffe machine as a senator. Joe Biden was never an effective communicator. He was just well liked as Uncle Joe. So I wish that he had understood that one term was all he would had in the tank, and that it was very clear near the end of his presidency he was going to be handing off the torch and to let an open primary happen. I think things might have gone differently, and I do think that's something that he should get a knock against him for. I don't think he's again, kind of like the Jimmy Carter. He didn't read the room properly. He was not great at doing some of the politics that he needed to do, and unfortunately that ended up burning him as a president. So those are the three presidents I didn't cover. I did go back and watch all the videos, and I went back and looked at all the presidencies. And so next, I'm going to go through the list and tell you what my final ranking the president is after watching the entire 8-hour series, and who moved and why. Starting at the top, 1 and 2, I think you can debate who should be 1 and who should be 2, but Lincoln and Washington, I'm putting Washington first over Lincoln as my number 1, and then Lincoln as my number 2. George Washington gets the number 1 spot primarily because Lincoln chose Andrew Johnson, but both of these people inherited incredible messes and did a remarkable job saving the country from horrible decisions of the people who came before him. My probably most controversial pick is putting James Monroe at third, and a lot of this came down to, as I was going back through the video, and I kind of discussed this as I was going through the series, if you watch the whole series, I needed to give more credit to presidents who just did a good job. Just because he didn't have any major issues during his period that are incredibly memorable in the same way as a Washington or a Lincoln or an FDR, is kind of not something that should hold against him. He could have had those situations. Bad things could have happened during his term. Instead, he presided over the era of good feelings. Was he perfect? No. Was he challenged? Probably not in the same way, certainly not in the same way as like a Lincoln or a Washington, but the fact that he didn't have this challenge as occur should be to his credit, and that's why I put him at the number 3 spot. Number 4, I do put FDR, although I think, and I hope it came across when I was assessing him, I have very strong reservations about FDR. I think FDR is very overrated. I think FDR did a remarkable job in his first term of recovering from the Great Depression. I think he did a lot of things that created an infrastructure that was really beneficial to the country in the long term. But I also think you have to look at FDR as someone who was presiding while Hitler was rising and did not prevent that. Yes, we won World War II, but these things all happened on his watch, and he also was willing to extend his watch through multiple terms. I have hesitations about giving him as many flowers as I think other people want to, but I do acknowledge he left the country significantly better than he found it, and he also was able to manage the country through incredibly difficult times. So I do put FDR at number 4. At number 5, I put Harry Truman. I think Truman was very underrated in his time. I think a lot of the decisions he made were tough decisions at the time, particularly on race. And I think in hindsight, we can look back at Truman saying most of the time the decisions he made were the right moral decisions, and his being unpopular was in part because America didn't always want to make the right choice. And I think as we're going through this list, I really want to emphasize some of these presidents are not that great. And that's not because I'm saying presidents are bad or these people are bad. I think human beings are just naturally flawed. I think we're all, not going to always make the best choices. I think we all have flaws. And some of these presidents came in at times where their decision making benefited the country, even if they were flawed. Which brings me to Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson's going to fall in the number 6 spot almost entirely because of the Louisiana Purchase. I think that was a remarkable thing to do for the good of the United States. I think it grew the country dramatically. Even if some of the other decisions Jefferson made were flawed, he has moved down in my estimation as I've really gone back and looked at it when I watched the video, as I think he did leave a bit more of a mess for Madison to handle that kind of culminated in the War of 1812. But I do think the Louisiana Purchase is such a positive that I still am going to put him at number 6. At number 7, I'm going to put Teddy Roosevelt. I think Teddy Roosevelt, you can honestly say, was very flawed in some of his outlook on life. Particularly, he was somewhat well. He was colonialist, but relative to McKinley, who came before him, not nearly to the same level. And I think he inherited what could have been a disaster that McKinley had left, and he navigated away from that. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. At number 8, a very flawed person who also presided over a very successful presidency was Bill Clinton. The Clinton presidency was one of the strongest economies in American history consistently over 8 years. He left a surplus rather than a deficit when everyone before and after him has left huge deficits. He navigated international politics fairly well without getting us entangled in any significant wars. I think Clinton, for all of his personal flaws, which I discussed at length during his video, I think his presidency was very successful. Number 9, LBJ. Lyndon Johnson's presidency was one of the most tumultuous time periods in American history, but the civil rights movement and the successes he has there, I think, for me, outshine his complete failures with regards to Vietnam and put him at the number 9 slot. That might seem high to you, but I hope as we go through the list, you're going to realize we're now past the point where we're talking about great presidents who were flawless. Not that anyone is flawless, but we're starting to drift into everyone has positives and negatives. And, I would say from honestly Madison down, from Monroe down, we're really talking about that. And I think the positives that LBJ got through with regards to civil rights far outweigh the negatives, even if the negatives and the attacks on him, I think, are very justified. Number 10, speaking of flawed but successful, James Polk. I think Polk obviously was a very flawed leader, and a lot of his decision making, you can argue, was expansionist and colonialist and horrible for the Mexican people and for the Native American people. But for the United States, acquiring Texas, California, and most of the Pacific Northwest in one presidency is remarkable, and I think you have to give credit to that to Polk, particularly also him inheriting the mess from Tyler. And when you look at what came almost immediately after he left office, with other presidents not able to manage things nearly as well, I think Polk deserves the number 10 spot. Eisenhower, I think, is a little bit overrated by some people because I think some people don't really fully understand how much of the post-Cold War negatives with regards to Vietnam, with regards to Iran, with regards to he really got us into the domino theory entanglements that came later. But at the same time, I do think he understood that the military-industrial complex was dangerous. I think that speech was genuine. I think he had excellent intentions, and I do think the 1950s that he presided over were a very successful era economically, even if some of the groundwork for what would become the Vietnam War and become some of our struggles later did happen during his watch, and even if I don't think he went nearly far enough on civil rights as compared to those who came after him. Number 12, I put George H.W. Bush. I think even though he was a one-term president, I think he had a remarkable presidency. And I think he managed to navigate some very difficult world events in ways, when you contrast them with those before and after him, are remarkable. The Gulf War brought so many allies together to stop the Iraq invasion of Kuwait. Was it for oil? Absolutely it was. But it also set the framework that at that time, the world was not going to just allow dictatorships to expand and spread without having it be challenged. I think that was very appropriate. And I think things like the American with Disabilities Act often get forgotten. The actual, he did a lot of things very positive that I think he deserves credit for that didn't have to go that way. And maybe it's because I'm just contrasting with who came before and after him in terms of what happened later with his son. But I do think his president was very successful, and I think he was a president who, being one term, was because he made decisions that were not popular but were the right decisions. Going back to the Read My Lips, No New Taxes, and I think he also set a foundation that Clinton built upon. I think I could argue flipping him and Clinton and not lose a lot of sleep, but I am going to put Bush at 12 and Clinton above because Clinton did it over 2 terms and did leave the surplus. 13, James Madison, and the only reason James Madison's not higher is because of the War of 1812. The second half of his presidency, I would put him at number 3, but, when the Capitol gets burned to the ground, you can only be so high. 14, Ulysses Grant. I watched that video again, and I feel like I was very critical of Grant throughout that entire video, but I think the criticism I was putting upon him was because I know how difficult Reconstruction was, and I was reading at the time when I was doing Grant's video about how much of a mess Andrew Johnson left him, and Grant did everything that he could to pass laws to allow Congress to be able to act to save Reconstruction. But by then, you'd already had elections where there were state and local powers in place and running things in the South. And short of full military intervention, which Grant did at times, to try to stabilize the South, I don't know what he could have done to fix it. And I think a lot of the criticisms that he receives with regards to corruption are somewhat unfair in the context of Grant was the reason we know about so much Grant's corruption is because Grant was one of the first presidents to actually start looking for corruption and start correcting it in some ways. So while there was a ton of corruption in his administration, we know about it because he was looking for it, whereas up to that point, there was so much corruption that it was just kind of taken for granted as normal. John F. Kennedy, I'm putting at number 15. He deserves some criticism for the international politics decisions that he made. The expansion of the Vietnam War, the coup occurred during his watch. The Bay of Pigs. I don't even know that I give him that much credit for the Cuban Missile Crisis because it was such a dangerous thing. But on civil rights, just an amazing, amazing presidency to pivot the country so far away from what had been just over and over, embracing Jim Crow, refusing to even follow laws on desegregation. I think Kennedy does deserve a lot of credit for that. At 16, I have a president who surprised me at how high you rated him, Chester A. Arthur. I didn't think Arthur would be this high, but when I went back, I realized a lot of the things people give credit to Garfield, because Garfield was trying to do things before he was assassinated, were really executed by Arthur. And I think his presidency on the whole was very successful. Not a great presidency. We're not even in the top 15 at this point. But I think he's an underrated president, and I think he did a very good job, and I think he deserves more credit. At number 17, we have Jimmy Carter, a very controversial president who passed away while I was doing this series, and so I was exposed to a lot of retrospectives. Going back, I still think he falls in this mid-range. I think that he should get more credit for ending stagflation by allowing Volcker to do what needs to be done and raise interest rates so very high, which likely led to the economic collapse that caused him to be a single-term president. But I also think that you can be critical of many of Carter's decisions, particularly with his unwillingness to spend on things that at a time when we really needed to spend to get ourselves out of an economic economic collapse. Although stagflation, you can argue, was a pretty horrible economic period of time. I don't think he was willing to take the risk sometimes. I think he was a little too conservative on spending in some ways, even though there was a lot of deficit that we needed to get out of the economic malaise that we were in. I don't think he was successful in doing that, although his decisions at the end did finally set forward what would be the recovery that we saw in the 80s as we were able to stabilize from inflation. Number 18, John Quincy Adams. He ended the era of good feelings, so that's part of why he's so low here. I think his presidency itself was fairly positive, with the exception of the Tariff of Abominations. But I think there were a lot of things that he did that really set the precedent of the divided party system. I think his elections with Andrew Jackson, although you can blame both of them for how dirty the politics got with the coffin letters and going back and forth, I think that while he could have been a very good president and a lot of the things he wanted to do were positive, he was not able to get a lot of things done because of how aggressive he handled it and how many enemies he made. And I think navigating the presidency and navigating Congress is part of being a president. James Garfield, I think, was one of those presidents that was a great what if. And in fact, when I started this, I thought, oh, James Garfield is a great what if. And that's when I realized, no, Chester Arthur actually did a lot of the things that I think Garfield would have. He kind of did continue Garfield's legacy. So Garfield did not serve very long before he was assassinated. I think the things that he did during his presidency were very positive. And I think this is a good break point in the list where I kind of go, Garfield didn't serve long enough to be given credit as a great president, but what he did during his time was positive. So this is right where he belongs, near the middle of the list. Rutherford B. Hayes is overly maligned, I think, for the corrupt bargain that brought him into power. I do think he did a relatively good job during his presidency. I think he certainly had positive intentions during his presidency, but I think he was hamstrung by the fact that he did come in under such a difficult situation with the compromise, and that there were a lot of things that the country didn't want to do anymore with regards to Reconstruction. So the fact that Reconstruction really collapsed on his watch was more a function of Cruikshanks versus the United States than him himself, and the corrupt bargain, again, the situation at the time. But I can't give him too much credit for not being able to, I don't want to condemn him too much for not being able to turn America's intentions of being so horrible toward the African American community in the South, toward blacks in the South. But I can't give him credit either because he wasn't able to reverse it. So again, middle of the road 20, I think is a perfect place for him. Calvin Coolidge, another controversial pick. I think people might think I'm have him too high here. I think that in looking at Calvin Coolidge, you can certainly blame him for the leaving what would become the Great Depression for Hoover. And I think you can certainly blame him for the deregulation that he did that left the economy unstable as he left. But I also think that Hoover didn't have to be Hoover. And I think Coolidge, while he sugar rushed the economy, did preside over a very successful term, preside over a very successful presidency. There are things you can criticize him for example, not handling the Great Mississippi flood, vetoing farm subsidies that would come up later. But he also spoke in favor of civil rights at a time when a lot of people weren't. He did set up a lot of things like the Kellogg-Briand Act and Foundation of International Law. He did a lot of positive things during his administration, and while he left what was a dangerous situation, I also think Hoover's handling the situation made it a Great Depression rather than a significant recession. So I think I put Coolidge here at 21, right in the middle. I think Zachary Taylor belongs at 22 because, unlike Garfield before him, he did not pick a good president. I can argue that Zachary Taylor's presidency, he was doing most of the things that I would agree with, and I think he was going in a good direction. And I think had he survived, I think his presidency would have been superior to many other presidents on the list, but he didn't, and he left behind a vice president who was not capable, was not up to the job and the task that was placed before him. Number 23, Ronald Reagan. I think this might be controversial to some. Reagan is much beloved by some folks. I think Reagan did a lot of things that really broke the federal judiciary in particular. I think the whole Bork thing, which I talked about in the video, was unacceptable. I think we had a double dip recession during his administration, so I think he's a bit overrated with regards to his economy. I think it's more people comparing it to how bad the 70s were rather than what Reagan himself did, and I think he also benefited from the fact that the Cold War ended on his watch, and I don't think that's necessarily specifically because of him. But I do think, and I do give Reagan credit for pivoting on the Cold War and being benevolent in the end of it so that it went smoothly where it could have been a horrible disaster, and I think he deserves credit for that. But I don't think Reagan was a particularly good president. I don't think he was a particularly bad president. He's falling pretty much in the middle of the road. John Adams, as I said during the video, has a lot of negatives that came with him. There are a couple of positives that come on the back end, but I think people put Adams much higher because of thinking Adams the founding father, not the president. His presidency was not that great. He left his political party in shambles, and I think this is where he belongs, slightly below average. Gerald Ford did not do a great job, did not do a horrible job. I think he did nothing to fix the inflation problem that he inherited from Nixon. I don't think he created the problems, but I also don't think he solved the problems. And so I put him as a below average president. William Taft, I don't think was a particularly good president. I think he was given a pretty good situation by Roosevelt that he squandered. I think there was a reason Roosevelt was furious with him, and I think, again, he's a below-average president who did not do a very good job, but I don't think he was an exceptionally bad president. I wouldn't put him near the bottom. At 27, I think Warren Harding starts off our run of presidents that I actually think were bad presidents. Although I think Warren Harding is probably the least bad of the quote-unquote bad presidents. Because even though he was obviously corrupt and involved in horrible bribery schemes and other sorts of nefarious effects that all came out after his death, I do think he did a good job in some ways returning to normalcy after Wilson left, which is what he promised on his campaign. But again, horribly corrupt, not beloved in any way. And I think the negative aspects of people looking at him in history are accurate. Grover Cleveland, I didn't even get into any of his strangeness with his marriage. I'm just talking about his bad presidencies. I think he was a part of the Gilded Age. The deploying troops against railroad strikers, his economy being so poor, his inability to recover. You can blame Benjamin Harrison, who comes in 29th, who was the president who kind of the Cleveland book, and Cleveland being one of the presidents who had one term, lost, and then came back. But I think Cleveland created a lot of the conditions that led to the bad economy that Benjamin Harrison also created. I think both of them, you could say back to back, did a horrible job and were emblematic of the Gilded Age of just rampant abuse of power to protect you know robber baron interests that led to the economy being horrible and horrible outcomes for everyone involved. So again, Cleveland 28, Benjamin Harrison 29. Very different ways of approaching what they did, but also both of them did a horrible job, and the Gilded Age was a bad time. Woodrow Wilson, many people will say controversially, although recently it seems like people are jumping on the Bash Wilson bandwagon. Woodrow Wilson's often in people's top tens because of, looking back on World War I, success, the League of Nations. I gave him a lot of credit for women's suffrage, but Wilson also did a horrible job just managing things like the bloody summer of 1919, the race riots, his words were not matching his deeds, or he wasn't able to even get people to be successful. He was very divisive on the country. He really expanded racial segregation, screening of the birth of a nation at the White House. He didn't actually get the compromise, the Treaty of Versailles that he wanted, and he left a horrible depression for Harding to correct. I think Wilson is very overrated, and so he ends up 30th on my list, just above Andrew Jackson, who I think is also overrated by some people, mostly by people who are firm believers in manifest destiny. As I talked about during the video, I not only think that Jackson was a bad president, but I also think that he was a bad manager. I think, morally we can talk about the Trail of Tears and all this other stuff, but I don't think he managed things very well at all. I think he pulled apart a lot of the infrastructure that had been keeping the country stable, and I don't think it's a coincidence that immediately after he left office, the entire economy collapsed as his former vice president, Van Buren, took power. But because his presidency itself didn't suffer as much from that, because he was left such a stable economy, thanks to John Quincy Adams and James Monroe, I do put him slightly higher than others on my list. William McKinley, I think, is incredibly overrated. What he did with the Philippines in particular is atrocious, and I think we are very fortunate that Franklin Roosevelt came after him and was able to right the ship. Otherwise, we would have been even more entangled in World War I. We were drifting very quickly and dangerously toward trying to replicate the European colonialism that led to World War I, and that was clearly a mistake. William Henry Harrison is ranked this low simply because he was only in office for a month, and the only thing he really did was pick John Tyler, who I think is not a very good president. That's the only reason William Henry Harrison is thus low. Martin Van Buren. Martin Van Buren inherited the mess from Andrew Jackson, but it's also a mess of his creation, so I'm not giving him any credit for it, and he did a horrible job managing it. His economy was awful. He had a cotton panic. He just did a horrible job. The country was poorly run under him, and he completely deserves all the negatives he gets. The little magician did also create the party system, which I don't necessarily think is a positive thing as far as the party machine system with the party bosses. I think a lot of things that Van Buren did created a negative atmosphere for the next 100 years that we all had to deal with. Millard Fillmore, I've been describing as the Neville Chamberlain of American history. I think Millard Fillmore coming in after Zachary Taylor, acquiescing to so many Southern wishes, really giving in on compromises that would eventually lead to bleeding Kansas. I think his inability to take a firm stand against the South was very bad. When I was going through this, I almost thought maybe I was biasing myself because of his involvement with the Know Nothing Party. But no, I do think Millard Fillmore just did a very bad job at a time when, if you were going to stop the Civil War, his presidency was when it had to happen, him or Zachary Taylor before his death, and he failed to do that. Not saying that he is fully responsible. As you can hear, there are other pre-Civil War presidents who are lower, but I think he certainly deserves a lot of negative credit for failing to make clear to the South that there would be consequences of secession. And I think a lot of the reason the South went ahead with secession is they thought they would be let go because they thought people were as passive as Fillmore. George W. Bush did a horrible job during his presidency. He inherited a strong economy from Bill Clinton, and And after 9/11, we invaded Afghanistan, then we invaded Iraq. Then before he left, the entire housing market collapsed. We left the Great Recession. There are very few presidents have inherited a better economy and left a worse one, and inherited a better situation with regards to international politics and left a worse one. He is very, very low on this list, and the only reason he's not near the bottom is some of the other presidents are so awful. Speaking of which, number 37, Richard Nixon. Nixon shock. Nixon does not get enough credit for his complete collapse of the economy, leading to stagflation. It is remarkable that he was able to both have inflation and unemployment rise at the same time to incredibly high rates, while also not, I think, being quite overrated with regards to international politics. I think Nixon did a horrible job on the economy, left an very divided country, and also kind of undid a lot of the civil rights, using the Southern strategy, really set a foundation that we're now still suffering from as the Wallace Democrats were pulled from the Democratic Party, good riddance to them, but absorbed into what had previously been a party that I don't think would have accepted them, that was very conservative and didn't want to use and abuse government power for these type of things. But that's where we are now. Franklin Pierce, Bleeding Kansas, also, humoring Southerners with regards to invasions of Cuba, actively enforcing the Fugitive Slave Act as if he believed the simple problem was the North and not the South. I think he was unable to stop the Civil War, and it was a time where perhaps it could have been done, so I put Pierce very low because of that. John Tyler came in and was one of the first president to ever be impeached, made everyone on all sides mad, just did a horrible job in all aspects, vetoing reforms at a time when the economy was bad. He did nothing to help the economy recover. He was just doing an awful job, and also funding expeditions like the Fremont expedition, which was antagonizing Native Americans. I think you can make a strong argument that the Mexican-American War came because Tyler was poking Mexico so much. So if you want to blame Polk for that, I don't. I think the Mexican-American War by that point was almost a necessary act because Tyler had been poisoning the well for so long. I really think he is an underrated as far as how bad of a president that he was. Andrew Johnson, I I nearly put him below the next two, but I couldn't because there were some things economically that he did well. But his destruction of he is not the entire reason Reconstruction failed. Part of the reason I'm putting him here and not lower is because I do believe Reconstruction may have failed regardless of Johnson. But whatever hope Reconstruction had of being successful died with Abraham Lincoln, and Andrew Johnson's decisions throughout his presidency to allow the Confederacy to basically just take back the local power structure, and that he just set the world on fire down there, and gave blacks no opportunities to come and rise up from the ashes of the Civil War, because the people who had oppressed them were back in power, back in charge of the guns, back in charge of law enforcement. He did so many horrible things with regards to Reconstruction. It's nearly unforgivable. But fortunately for him, Herbert Hoover also did an amazingly bad job driving the economy into the Great Depression, and then just diving it deeper and deeper and deeper. It is the worst economic collapse in American history. It led, and he kept making worse and worse decisions that made it worse and worse. And I could see Andrew Johnson being rated below him, but I also think Hoover's collapse of the economy was a point that kind of led to the eventual rise of Nazi Germany. So using that logic, both of them set the precedent for absolute evil, so I got to put them both near the bottom. But at the bottom, at the very bottom, is James Buchanan, who thought Dred Scott was going to solve the the conflicts, who let the entire banking system collapse, who took a country that was drifting towards civil war and then just speed ran it into civil war. James Buchanan remains the worst president in American history. And that, folks, is the Ranking the President series. I thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Please leave comments below. Tell me where I was horribly wrong and which you horribly disagree with. If you like this video, please take a look at some of my other videos. I think you would enjoy other videos in the series. I do generally more deep dives into specific events with a lot more visuals. But if you enjoyed any part of this, I think you'll enjoy my other videos. Thanks for taking the time to watch, and have a wonderful day.